Hello there and welcome into this course in which I'm going to show you how to build a blog. More specifically, a news blog like the one that you're looking at right now in front of you. And we're going to fill this blog with ads so that you can make as much money as possible from advertising revenue. Now you can see over here that I went and actually put some ads over there. There are some of the affiliate programs that I'm partnered with, such as Merch Titans, Automation, Bluehost. Now, all of these are affiliate programs, and you can actually earn a great deal of money from them. And I'll show you not only how to build this blog, because most people struggle with integrating Google AdSense, Analytics, Google Search Console, and they just don't know how to monetize their blog. They can build a blog, but they just don't know how to monetize it. Plus, a lot of people think that nowadays you have to really be great at content creation or coding or anything else. So if you're not a geek, or if you're not specifically somebody that is gifted with the ability to build websites, this is absolutely the course for you. Now, the thing here is that everything in this course will be for free. The course itself will be for free. The plugins that we're going to be using are for free. Practically, the hosting itself is very cheap. So we're not going to go for a hosting that's very, very high level. We're going to go for something affordable, but at the same time, not sacrificing quality. Okay, so the hosting we're going to go for is a hosting that will permit you to have so many qualities. We'll talk about that later. But right now, let's have a complete walkthrough on this website. So here is what we call the homepage. Right on the homepage, we have this, what we call the site feed. And on the site feed, you can see some interesting blogs out there, right? You can see some blogs. People can actually click here to load more and to see more blogs. And most importantly here, you can see an advertisement placement, which will help you monetize. So if someone actually clicks on this, you make some bucks over there. And right at the top here, above the header, above the fold, we have this Bluehost advertisement over here. We have other advertisements inside, advertisements of this program called Merch Titans, which is a program that enables people to grow their print-on-demand businesses. I personally used it for my own Amazon KDP business because it actually empowers you to build a lot of books and to publish a lot of books at once. And similarly, in the sector of print-on-demand and design, that's an interesting thing. So I'll show you how to place these types of ads in here. Now, if we scroll down, you can see that we have some interesting articles here written. Now, another thing here that I promise you in this course is that I'm going to teach you not only how to build this blog, but also how to write content like a pro without really needing any skill. Now, don't really think too much there because we're going to be using ChatGPT. Now, everyone is talking about ChatGPT, blah, blah, blah. But practically, the information that I see over there is not really relevant to the magnitude of this tool. Many people are using it for some purposes that are really not that profitable. I'm going to show you today how you can build SEO content using ChatGPT, even if you're not an SEO yourself. You can be null at SEO. You can know nothing about SEO, but this course is actually going to show you how to build SEO content without knowing anything. So that's a promise, by the way. Now here, if we scroll down, you can see that there are a lot of blogs in here, ads all over the place. At the bottom, we have this newsletter sign up form, which is very interesting. People can actually come in here and leave their email address. Now you can also prompt them to leave an email address. Maybe if you have some time later inside the course, I can actually show you how you can build a pop-up using Elementor. Now, I'll try my best, okay, but I'm going to show you really how you can collect email addresses. Here on the footer, you notice that this is a very simple footer with the logo, with some useful links over here. This is what we call the footer menu. We have some icons over here, social media icons. At any time or any point in time, people can click this and they can go to the top. For instance, here, for example, if they click on one of these ads, they'll be taken to that website. It will be opened in a new tab. And every time someone purchases through that ad, you make a commission as an affiliate marketer. So if you're wondering, I want to do affiliate marketing, but I don't know how to do it. Well, this is one of the ways that you can actually do it. You can start a news website or a website in which you post juicy news that people are after. You grow a following on social media such as Facebook, YouTube, Reddit, Quora, all of these places, and you start using these social medias as your engines to drive traffic to your website so that you can earn some income from it. Now, the beautiful part is that you'll be guided through this process by me without having to really spend any money on any fancy course or anything like that. So for example, here, let's click on this article because I'm interested to kind of take you inside the article to show you how the article is composed. Now over here inside that article, we have what we call the title of the article. And actually, I've clicked on an advertisement there, so I'm going to click the X button to stay on this page. But here, you can see that this is the title of the article. It shows you by whom this article was created. It shows you the date in which this article was written, which category. Here, this is what we call the breadcrumb. It shows you how many people have liked, have disliked. If there's any comments here, you can see that as well. You can also see some trending articles in here, and you can click the latest to see the latest articles, which are the ones that are added lately. And on the right sidebar, very interestingly, you can see here this small newsletter form that actually is built up to collect people's email addresses. And right underneath the article, you can see the amount of social interactions with this. People can actually share this on Facebook, Twitter, Google, etc. And another thing here is that you can see some ads integrated inside of the article, which is very, very interesting, okay? Because you want to maximize the clicks. Now, another interesting thing about this theme that we're going to be using, which is Jnews, is that actually you can see also related posts inside the blog. And you can actually move around here to kind of see the next page, what related posts are on the next page. And if we scroll down, you can see more ads. And I can show you how to place these ads inside of the content so that you can actually maximize your revenue. At the bottom here, there are some related posts, and we've added the loop here. Now, this loop is actually another article. So here, there's an article, Rap Group call out publication for using their image. And so when people scroll down over here at the bottom, they can see another article, news campaign wants you to raise funds for abuse. And so this is a loop. And this will go on and on and on and on as much content as you have on the website. The more content you have, the better, which means that your website is going to be infinite. So this website actually only has about 34 posts. Now I'm going to show you how to write a post, how to write an SEO post using a free plugin known as Rank Math. You can actually use the premium version, but the free version is enough. And I'll show you how to use ChatGPT and Buzzsumo. Now, the reason why I will be using Buzzsumo is because we want to use the most recent news out there, because you just don't want to write content from the back of your mind. You want to go out there in the world and find out what people are already searching for so that you can actually do something or write something in that regard. Now over here, we have this very interesting menu over here. You can see this is a very, very fancy menu. This is not something you see every day, trust me. And if we scroll down, you can see that the menu kind of follows up with us. So people can still get the menu in here, which is a very interesting feature. So this is the walkthrough of this website, actually. This is how it is built. This is the business model. You build content and you drive traffic to your website either via ads or via organic traffic that you build over time with a social presence. And later on, you can monetize that using ads from AdSense or affiliate links. In my case here, this is an affiliate banner that I have over here. I got this from App Impact, and I'll show you how to do that later if you stick around enough. And next, I'm going to show you just how much you can do with this. Now, hear me out. This is really, really interesting. Now, these are one of the other websites that you can build with this theme. You can build an entirely independent cryptocurrency press website like the one that you can see right in front of you. There are just a bunch of other possibilities. Just look at how beautiful this website. You can actually just look at this. Now there are ads over here, and it's just impressive the way this is built. If you're going to try to go ahead and build this up by yourself, it's really going to take you so much knowledge, not only on how to develop websites using WordPress and Elementor and a bunch of stuff, but also you need to be good at coding, because a website like this can't just be built using WordPress or a theme. You have to be a good web developer as well. You can see just how good this is. If I click this blog, this is really, really interesting. People can come inside, related posts, ads, This is really really interesting. Now, other websites that you can build is a movie holic or a movies website where you actually post about movies. Hey, if you're a movie guy, if you like movies, you can actually build a website like this one over here. Just look at this: Game of Thrones, the 10 burning questions that must be answered. And you can even add videos, you can add trailers for movies, and you can really build a huge website and make very, very large commissions as an affiliate and grow a following on social media. Okay, so this is really, really important. And the thing here is that content for this is absolutely out there on the web. You don't need to innovate, you don't need to do anything. You just have to have a internet connection, WordPress, a theme, some plugins, and ChatGPT to write this content. I'll show you how to do that. You can also build a music mag. So if you're interested to build a music business, you can do that. So this is not something really difficult these days with WordPress. Just look at how beautiful this is. By the way, this is awesome. And all of this can be built using the theme that we're going to be using. A very basic hosting is just impressive. Now, some other websites that you can build is a health website. Let's say that you're interested in the health niche and you want to actually go ahead and build a health website so that you can teach people about their health. And you can also endorse affiliate programs that are related to health and only health if you're interested in that. Now, the beautiful thing about this is that for one hosting, just for one hosting, you can build for up to 10, not 10, but up to 100 websites on the same hosting. So, hey, you can actually get a hosting and build all of these websites that I'm showing you in the same hosting package. Look at this website, for instance. This is a photography website. Just look at how impressive this is. It's just wonderful what you can do. There's just for templates for all tastes, and all of this doesn't require any coding knowledge, no skills at all. You just have to import a ready theme and to customize it. Only thing you're going to do is to write the content, which I'm going to show you how to do, and add the content in here and just drive traffic and make money from ad revenue or from affiliate commissions. Here's another type of website you can build. This is a decor website. This is very, very interesting. And here, for instance, you can even build a sports website. Hey, if you're interested in the sports websites, you can build this up. If you're a fan of teams, if you're a fan of sports, you can build these types of websites and actually fill them with content and make tons of money from affiliate commissions or from ad revenue. And this is the kind of website that we're going to be building together. This is a news website, to be precise. Here it is over here. I've actually finalized it. And so right now, let's get going. And let me show you what things are needed of you in order to have a website. What are the two most important things that any website creator must have in order to build a website and to put it out there and to get some traffic to it? Now, the two things that are required from you to build a website are, first of all, the domain name, and second of all, the hosting. Now, fortunately here for you, I'm going to teach you how you can get the domain for free. Now, the hosting we're going to be purchasing in this course is Hostinger. It's basically for $269, the best deal you can get. Plus, you'll get a coupon code, Passive Income Gen Z, which actually will enable you to save an extra 10% off the original price. And so $269 to me is really, really low compared to what so many of the competition are charging or so many other hosting providers are charging. And you can go ahead and check it out for yourself. Later on, I'm going to show you that for yourself so that you can see it in real time, so that you know I'm not just talking here, I'm actually stating facts. Now, without the domain, here's what your website is going to look like, or at least your domain is going to look like. For instance, Facebook's IP address is 12.34.56.78. Now, normally, if Facebook wasn't called Facebook, if they weren't called Facebook.com, and if people didn't know them by Facebook.com, it would be really hard for people going around memorizing that number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 is actually easy to remember, but there are some very complicated IP addresses over there that people can't just remember. Now, I remember in my case, what really allowed me when I was a kid to remember most of the websites that I was using, especially gaming websites like Cartoon Network. And please don't laugh at me over there, because when I was a kid, I was 12, 13 years old, I used to play Cartoon Network big time. So I was a huge fan of Tom and Jerry still today. But I used to play those games, and one thing I remembered, or one thing that allowed me to remember Cartoon Network in the first place, is that it was so easy. It was cartoonnetwork.com. It's not rocket science over there. I just had to memorize that, and it was very easy for me to access the website. So in other words, a domain name is important. Plus, you'll be getting it for free. Just so I remind you of that, because so many people will go and purchase it. You don't really need to purchase it. You get a domain name for free along with the hosting package, which is unheard of. And trust me, not many hosting providers actually will give you that. And another thing is, remember a domain as your brand, as your branding etiquette, as what people will remember you for. Okay, so that's very important that you remember that. Now, the hosting that we're going to be using for this particular website is Hostinger. And the reason why we're going to use it is because I've been a WordPress developer for a long time right now, and I really have used a lot of hosting providers, trust me. I also have a Udemy channel in which I teach people how to make websites. I've developed a couple of websites myself. At one point in time, I was operating an agency, a digital agency. Basically, it was not a physical agency, but a digital agency, in which my job was to go out there and get clients that wanted to build websites. And I go and I find somebody to help me build these websites, or to completely assign the task to them. It was a good business, was doing really well. I'm still actually making money from it, but it's not completely passive income. But that should lead you to the conclusion that you can do it. You can actually learn this skill. Right now, you're in front of the TV, you're in front of another TV with a laptop here, and you're watching me rant about WordPress and teaching you about WordPress. That is an extremely valuable skill that you can really use along the way to create websites and make money from it. And some people would even pay you up to $2,000 per website if you're really a skilled WordPress developer and can develop great stuff. And I don't see why you shouldn't. There is just a lot of content out there on the internet. You just have to go and learn, buy the first hosting, buy the first domains, get that interaction with hosting providers, know which hosting providers are good, which hosting providers are not fit for you. Get the knowledge first, spend around 6 months honing your craft, learning about WordPress, every single thing, become an expert, and then you could go and start pitching to clients and sending them emails about, I can create a website for you. Would you be interested in that? Well, of course, if you're interested in copywriting, you can learn copywriting, because that will really help you get the clients, because that's how I got my own clients. And copywriting is really a skill that helped me in my life. Now, over here, the hosting providers, as I said, to cut the long story short, is going to be Hostinger. And over here, we have 3 types of plans over here. We have this one here. So if I click here, and this is the single web hosting, which is as cheap as it gets, $199 per month, right? So this is absolutely amazing. But the thing here is that you only get one website, which means that you can only host one website for this particular hosting. You only get 50 gigabytes of SSD storage, which is 2 times lesser than what you would get for only $2.99. And you don't get a free domain. Now you get other stuff, but that's why you can see over here that this, we should eliminate this choice. Don't go with the single web hosting, because now, don't just go for that $1 and try to save that $1 per month and sacrifice a free domain and gigabyte storage. And, basically here you only get one website, which means that you can only host one website right there, which is not really good. Now, in this instance, the hosting provider, or the hosting plan that we're going to be using, is this one, $299 per month. After you apply my coupon code, Passive Income Gen Z, you'll get it for $269 per month, which means that you're going to save some money there. And over here, if I scroll down, now you can see that you are allowed to host as many or as much as 100 websites. So for one hosting, for $269, you get a chance to host up to 100 websites for just $269. Just let that sink. And also you get 100 gigabytes SSD storage. Now, some of you out there might be wondering, what is an SSD storage? Well, let me take you back to this website over here that we're going to be building. Now, this website is filled with blogs, filled with videos, filled with content. And so over here, these elements have a specific size to them. Now, this website, as big as it is and as huge as it is, it's not really more than 300 megabytes, okay? Now, over here, Hostinger actually gives you 100 gigabytes of SSD storage, which means that you can go as far as you want with the websites. I mean, it's just a huge SSD storage. And let me just take you to compare this with some other hosting providers, such as Bluehost, for example, because I like comparisons, hey? So you need to know what you're up against, or you need to know what the market offers. So for instance, here, if we go to Bluehost, let me just show you how much SSD storage they give you compared to Hostinger. Now over here, the SSD storage is only 40 gigabytes. 40 gigabytes, and for a price of $545, which is twice the price that you would pay for Hostinger, and you're still getting more or less than a half of how much storage you're getting for Hostinger. Now, another thing here I'd like you to point on, or I'd like you to pay careful attention to, is the number of visits that your website can take per month. Now, over here, for this particular plan, the Choice Plus, if the traffic coming to your website exceeds 200,000 people, which is absolutely amazing if you can achieve that feat, and I believe you could. Now, after that, your website is going to be under so much pressure, and there is a chance, or there's, I would say, a catastrophe could happen. Your website could go down. And so people can have very poor experience there. It will take you some time to find out the problem and to resolve it. And most of the times you'll realize that you'd have to go for a much more sophisticated plan. Now with Hostinger here, they're offering you unlimited bandwidth, which means that there is no limit to how much traffic you're allowed to get. All right, so it's not like they're telling you if you exceed this amount of traffic, your website is going to go slow. So with Hostinger, you can really go haywire over here, and actually you can get as much traffic as you want. There's no limit on that. Here, they're giving you a free domain. With Bluehost, you don't get that privilege. Now, nonetheless, you get a free SSL, but you get a free domain only for the first year. Now, with this particular hosting, with Hostinger, you get a free domain, unlimited free SSL. Let's compare this to Bluehost. Here, the free SSL for Bluehost. Now, you get it. I'm not pretty sure if you get the free SSL for an unlimited time, because I've used Bluehost, and at one point in time, actually, I thought that they were going to allow me to use the free SSL for an unlimited amount of time, but since they don't specify that over here, I'm not pretty sure if they really are going to offer that for their normal plan. Now, over here, some other interesting things that you have: the weekly backups, the security. Here, you're protected with Cloudflare name servers, malware scanner. You get a free email, which is very, very important, because otherwise, if you use another provider such as Bluehost, you would have to pay for the email. All right, so you'd have to pay to get a professional email address, and in this case, you don't really have to pay. You can do that. Now, an interesting thing over here is that you benefit from customer support, which means that you can chat, live chat. So there's a live chat. You can ask any question to agents live. And the reason why I'm telling you that is because you might get into some trouble developing a website. So many people think everything is going to be cool and everything is going to be really great, and they're not going to run into a technical problem. Well, you're going to run into technical problems. I'm just assuring you of that. So stay certain of it. And when you run across, or when you find these technical problems, you need some people with knowledge to help you solve that. And that's why I highly recommend you contact the support in case you have some problem. They have 24/7 live chat and 99.9 uptime guarantee, which means that your website is going to be on time, or people will be able to find your website 99.9% of the time. Now, there are other features over here. Now, I'm not going to have time to go through them all, but basically here I've explained most of the things that you should be aware of as website creators. So I'm going to go ahead right now. I'm going to add this to cart because I'm going to go and purchase this particular hosting. And so let's go and purchase this hosting right now. All right, so let's go ahead right now and purchase this hosting. Now here, if we scroll down, well, first of all, there's a deal that can't be missed actually. Here they're telling you that you can get an extra 3 months with the 48-month plan. And by the way, if you just have a look at the 48-month plan, it's actually worth $143. And if you look at a company or Bluehost, for example, now here, this is without the SSL. If I add the SSL to this, now over here, just notice, right? Notice that a website with SSL for 12 months will actually cost you, now let me just click here. This will actually cost you more money than you would to buy a 48-month plan, right? So 12-month plan with Bluehost is actually equal to 48 months plan plus 3 months plus a free domain with this particular hosting or hosting. Now, I'm not actually bringing anything up from my mind. These are the numbers actually, and you can check them out if you want to. Now over here, I'm actually more than happy to just get the 12-month plan, right? And so that's what it is. I've already explained all of this stuff. And so we're going to scroll down over here. Now over here, add your account. Okay, so add your account. If you don't have one, you can just add your email address or log in with Google or whatever you want to do. So there's just a lot of stuff you can do in there. Now, for me, I prefer to pay with PayPal. And over here, scroll down, make sure that you choose your country. And if you have, you have a coupon code. The coupon code is basically passive income Gen Z. You can use that. And so use this coupon and you will get an extra 10% off. And trust me that this is not a deal to miss. Right, passive income Gen Z. Yeah, so actually I missed the Gen Z there. Yep, my bad. Sorry guys and girls, I'm really sorry. All right, so here I'm gonna click apply and the coupon code will magically be applied. And you can see that, we're getting $32. So if I do the math on this one, actually, let me go ahead and do the math for now. $32, and if we divide this by 12, just for how much are we getting the hosting? I'm actually just interested to show you. 266, or precisely 269, because this is 32.29. So let's just add that for precision. And yeah, so it's 269 per month. And it doesn't really get any better than that because you're getting the domain for free. All right. And so just go ahead and if you want to make your website international, go ahead and purchase this hosting and let's go. Okay, so right now that we have purchased the hosting, this is what we call the Hpanel. All right, so there's the cPanel, there's the Hpanel. Hpanel is Hostinger panel, and actually the good thing is that it was created by Hostinger. So other companies like Bluehost, for example, other hosting providers such as GoDaddy, you'd notice that they have the cPanel with Hostinger is the Hpanel. Now over here, if I scroll down, it says hi, Logan, all that beautiful stuff. And here I want you to click on this claim domain button to claim our domain. Now over here, it says to claim your free domain, enter the desired name into the search bar and check if it's available, because that's the key. We need to know whether a domain is available or not. And that's absolutely what we're going to go ahead and do. So I have an idea for a domain. I want to name it, I don't know, let me just think. Maybe we can name it blog, news, hot or trending. Hopefully we can find this available here. And over here you have .com, .digital, .tech, .website. So you can choose whichever extension you want. I always prefer the .coms. And so over here it says that the domain name is actually available. So that's pretty good. So I'm going to go ahead and claim the free domain, which is awesome. And it actually will direct us to this page. So here, choose your country and then click next step. Now, right here after you choose your country, make sure that you enter your contact details. For instance, here, go and enter all your information regarding your country, your phone number, your stuff. Now, I assume that the phone number is also necessary because you would want to make sure that you actually put some defenses in there, because sometimes somebody might be trying to hack into your website and they might send you a message that someone is trying to log into your website. So make sure that you add your phone number in there. And so go ahead, add your information, and go ahead and click down below at finish registration. All right, so actually the blog is being registered right now. So just make sure that you be patient. So just be patient for a minute. And then over here, they're going to register us, which is good news. Cheer up. Really, really cheer up. If you're watching this, I really wished I could get all this for free when I was starting out. Now here they're saying you're almost there. Your contact information is under review. We'll inform you about the domain registration status. All right, so I'm going to click continue. Okay, so right now let's just go ahead and click continue and let's see. Now over here, we have the status of the domain. It's active, verified. All this stuff is cool. Now transfer log activated, who's privacy activated. Now here you can disable auto renewal. For instance here, if you want to disable it, this would mean that you're not going to pay for this domain next year if you don't want to. So, right, you can just say what you want to say here and submit an auto renewal request. So because sometimes you just don't want to renew the domain, and because you have that enabled, they will just go ahead and get the money from your bank account. And that happened to me a lot, so I don't want it to happen to you, right? When you want to enable your domain, just come in here and enable auto renewal. Make sure that you keep the date in mind, because when you buy a domain or when you get a domain for free, you get it for 12 months. And so make sure that before that 12 months is expired, that you activate the auto renewal so that you don't lose your domain, because blogs or names like this one, trust me, blog news trending, I don't really see why this domain wasn't taken before, but sometimes you might be lucky. You might get a domain that nobody has purchased or nobody has really cared too much for. So over here that we have everything set, let's go ahead to hosting. Now over here, premium web hosting, pending setup. So let's go ahead and set this up. Let's set up the hosting right now and install WordPress on our beloved website. All right, so we're actually almost there. Let's go ahead and click start now to install WordPress. Over here, this is a bunch of questions. Why are you creating the website, or who are you creating the website for? Please tell me, because I'm interested. I'm just kidding. So they're asking this question, which is cool. I mean, now here we have multiple choices. I'm creating this for myself, for someone else. I already have a website. All right, so I'm just going to say I'm creating it for myself because I love myself and I love you as well. So here, who is creating the website? I'm building it for myself, right? This is going to be a blog. And do you need help building the website? No, thanks. And actually, one thing here, you don't really have to answer all of these questions if you don't want to. You can just click skip and, just go ahead. Now, I don't advise you to click skip and create an empty website, but I advise you to click create a new website. And over here, you also have this option to migrate a website. Now, what is migration? As quick as possible. Let's say, for example, that you bought the hosting from GoDaddy or from Bluehost or from HostGator, and you just want to move. Maybe you bought Hostinger and you figured that Hostinger is better and that best serves your needs, and you want to just move because you've had enough with your prior hosting provider. Now you could come in here in this step and click migrate, and they will guide you through all the steps. Now, in our case, we're going to create a new website. So I'm going to go ahead and click select. And right here, you have two options. You can either use the Hostinger website builder or WordPress, the infamous WordPress. Now, we're going to use WordPress. So click on select. Now, a recommendation of mine is, now, this is the WordPress account, password, and administrator password. Now, make the password for WordPress the same as the password for the Hpanel, because there are both, all right? So you have two ways. You can either access your website via the WordPress panel, or you can access it via the Hpanel. And let me show you how. So for instance here, our website's name is what? It's actually, I forgot the name, for God's sake. So I'm going to go ahead right now and give a password. And then I'm going to show you later on how you can access your website in two different ways. Right, so I went ahead actually and set a password for my website. Now here, They have some plugins. They're telling you add plugins to your website. Just skip all this stuff because we're going to talk about plugins in detail later. Over here, they're offering you some pretty good themes out here that you can use right away. And I recommend you not to do anything over here. So just click skip. I don't need a template. And over here, you can choose the domain that you got for free, right, from Hostinger, or you can use an existing domain. So for instance, let's say you have a domain that you've purchased from GoDaddy or from Bluehost. You can use that domain in here. The only thing you have to put in mind is that you have to point that domain's name servers to the name servers of Hostinger, right? So if you've purchased through GoDaddy, you have to change the name servers on GoDaddy to the name servers of Hostinger, which is not a complicated operation, but you have to do it. So I'm going to go ahead with this, but first of all, let me copy the domain name here because I promised I'm going to show you something. And so here I'm going to go to a new tab, Google, paste this, and in order to access your website from the dashboard or directly from WordPress, you can actually use this syntax, wp-admin, and there you go. You'll get this panel like this. Now, it's not found. Okay, well, I get it. It's because we've actually still didn't select the domain for that. So right now I'm going to finish setup. Right, so that's a new thing. Pretty sure I was aware of it, but sometimes you get stupid. But let's just install WordPress first before we can use the wp-admin to access the website. Now here, they're installing the SSL. It's going to take a while, not more than 2 minutes. Well, that's a while for me, or that's the while nowadays. 2 minutes is like an hour. But once this is installed, we can actually access our website's dashboard. All right, so now the website is live, so we can make editing stuff. We can edit our website. So if I click edit the website, they're going to take me to the dashboard. And boom, we're actually live, right? So here we are on the Gutenberg. This is what we call the Gutenberg editor. Now, we're going to get to that later, but here I'm going to click the W icon to go back to the WordPress dashboard. So here we are on the WordPress dashboard, okay? Now, if I click over here, if I click refresh, right now this should work. Now, if it doesn't, I know this should be a problem here, right? This is weird. Okay, so let me try to do something like this. Let me go. Right, so I think I've actually found the source of the issue. Now at this point, because our domain is still under preview by Hostinger, we cannot use the domain name blognewstrending.com. We can only use this instant, or not, I would say this is a temporary domain until they actually view the domain, because remember that they don't want to get any part or any trouble from you. That's why they're doing this. Now, it's still, I mean, if I log out, I have to log out here. Let me log out first, and then we can access. So if I just refresh right now, this is what it's going to look like. Now over here, you have to enter your email address. So I'm going to go ahead and enter my email address. And we're going to enter our password. Actually, I'm using the same password here for the password that I used for the Hpanel, and you can log in, right? Now this is one way. Another way is to go back to the Hpanel like this, and to click here on Hostinger. Now this is your Hpanel, and you can go click on websites, and you can see your own website over here, and you can click edit website, and it will take you to the website dashboard or to the WordPress dashboard. So I'm aware that most of you out here are beginners to WordPress. That is the reason why I'm going to teach you about WordPress, the basic notions that you need to know about WordPress so that you solidify your knowledge going through, so that you don't find any trouble understanding me, because if you don't have a clue about what stuff is going on in the dashboard, most of the stuff I'm going to be saying is like Chinese. Right, so here, some problem with accessing the dashboard like this. Well, I don't think that's going to be an issue. Let me just refresh. And if it doesn't work, let's just keep going. I'm just going to close it down in order not to lose time. And so For introduction, this is what we call the WP dashboard or the WordPress dashboard. This is the first thing you're going to be able to see. Now, all of these things are actually movable, changeable, and we can actually manipulate this. So for instance, if you want to dismiss this, you can click the X button. Boom, it's dismissed. Now, if you want to get it back, click on Screen Options. And let me go, and you can find here that it was unchecked. You can check it out, and it will come back. If you want to uncheck it again, you uncheck it. Now, let's say that you want this stuff to just be shorter. You can shorten this stuff like this, like so. And you can actually decide what to show and what not to show on the dashboard. So for instance, let's say you don't want to show the site health status. Just look at this. If I click here, it disappears. If I click, it comes back. So this is how it goes. Now, these are what we call posts underneath the dashboard. Now, if I click on all posts, you'll notice that there is a dummy post on here, Hello World, and it's uncategorized, which means it has no category, no tags. And this is a post that comes pre-installed with WordPress. So you can actually trash this, just trash it. And the difference between posts and pages, let me depict this to you. If I click on the logo, now this is what we will call a landing page. And a post is basically a post where you go, you find content, you read it. It's long, it has a lot of text, headings, bullets, an FAQ section, stuff like that. And this is what we call the landing page or a page. Okay, this is how a page looks like. And if you click on a post, this is how a post looks like. Now, I don't know why this is slow, but for some reason, the website is slow. Now, in the course or in this lecture, I'm going to also show you how to speed up a website. So stay tuned for that. I'm going to show you how to install a plugin that can enable you to speed up your website for free. And I'm going to share with you some tips on how to speed up your website as well. So to go back to our buttons, this is what a post is, right? And that's the difference between a page and a post. Now over here, you can add a new post anytime you want. You can click Add New Post. If I click, they will take me to Gutenberg, which is an editor. Now by default, this is the editor that comes pre-installed. There is another editor, which is the classic editor. You can also install that if you want to. You can go to plugins and install the classic editor. But in my case, since 2019, I've been using Gutenberg, and I don't know. I mean, many people in the community don't like Gutenberg at all. They prefer a classic editor. But in my case, I just love Gutenberg. Now, if you want to add a new post, click here. Like I said, you'll come back here and you'll have to give your post a title. And here you can write your text. You can put your headings, put images, put videos, put tweets, put Instagram photos, put a lot of stuff in here to make your post consistent. You can control the typography. You can control the background of your elements or your blocks. You can control the typography of the text, the links, the color of the links, the size of the text. Over here, you can even control the URL of your post. You can decide when to publish a post. So this is another thing that a page is not similar to a post in. A post actually can be published according to a calendar. So you can decide to post this, let's say on the 10th of this month, or when compared to a page can only be posted immediately. And that's another difference. Now here you can check the visibility. Let's say that you want to make this post private or password protected. You can do that. Now, if I click password protected here, they're going to require me to give them a password. But in my case, I make all my blogs public unless it's something really private. Now over here, you can decide to stick this blog at the top. So there is something that we call the hero blog, or the blog that you want to show at the top. And so that generally is either your most money-making blog or the most popular blog. And generally you make these ones at the top because those are, according to the 20-80% law, those are the ones that get the most traffic. And so you need to make sure that you put them there. And how you put them there is basically relying on data. You don't just go and put a blog at the top and stick it to the top. It's based on data. You see how many people are engaging with that blog, and you find that it gets a lot of engagement, then that might be a signal that it should be stuck at the top of the blog. Now over here, you can add categories to your blog. For instance, let's say that you want to categorize this as a news blog or a news article. You can come in here, name it news. And you can even give it a parent category. So for instance, let's say that the news blog is the Sun, or that the parent category for the news blog is journalism. Now you can put journalism as the first category and the Sun category is news blog. Okay, you can add tags. Now tags are good. Now it used to be a time where tags were really an SEO contributing factor. Nowadays they're not as crucial, but tags are really important because, for instance, let's say you're writing a blog around the topic of Donald Trump. Now over here on tags, you must add the name of Donald Trump, for example. Trump, Trump Donald, or president, or ex-president. All of these tags are useful and they show to Google what you're really talking about inside the blog, and that actually helps to boost your blog in the search engines. Now over here, you can add a featured image to a blog. For instance, if I go back to my website over here, let me go back to the page. This is what we call the featured image. And if I go back over here, if I click on the logo, because you can actually click on the logo and go back to the home page anytime you want, you'll find that for every post here, we have a featured image, or as I like to call it, the hero image. And this is the image that depicts your blog that you're writing. Now, here, the excerpt is basically this, what shows as the preview text underneath the article, and it's usually short, okay? So it's usually a shorter version of the blog, and you can even, later on, I'm going to show you how you can even decide how much you want to show. So if you want to show 200 words, you can show 200 words. If you want to show less, you can show less. For instance, here, I'm only showing 20. So you can do something different if you want to. Now over here, you can find some discussions. Now, let's say you want to allow comments. You can decide to allow comments. And similarly, you can decide to not allow comments. For example, if you are not the type that likes to read comments, or you're comment sensitive, it's okay. That's normal. You can disallow comments. Now, in my case, just allow pingbacks and trackbacks. And here you can manipulate this. This has to do with the caching plugin. We're going to talk about caching plugin and making a website speed or fast, making a website fast. We're going to talk about that later, but this is not the time for it. Now, Gutenberg is known for blocks, right? So anytime you want to add something here, you can add it with blocks. So for instance, if you want to add a paragraph, you click the plus button and you click here on paragraph, and there you go. You have a block paragraph. You can write whatever you want over here. And there you go. Let's say that you want to add something else. You click outside of that block and you click the plus button again, and you can add any other paragraph. Let's say, for example, here you want to add an image. You click the image block and you can upload an image from your computer, or you can use one from your media library. Now, in this case, I'm going to use, for example, this particular image. And there you go. You have uploaded an image. Now, you can also unclick. You can click here. You can add videos. For example, let's say you want to add a video from YouTube. You can click video. And you can see over here that you have videos from YouTube, Vimeo, a bunch of stuff. And you can, for example, here click video. You can go to YouTube, find a URL. As a matter of fact, I'm going to go and find a URL right now. And you can actually come back over here and paste your URL and embed. And so when you embed the URL, you will see that the video is now here on the post. Now, similarly here, you can add captions. Captions are actually good for SEO purposes because they say, or they mention what your video is all about. Now, I'm not so sure why the video doesn't appear here, but this must be some little trouble or just a little glitch. Sometimes that happens. And yeah, so there's a lot of blocks. All right, so you can see here that the video appears. I can unclick or click outside, and I can keep adding as many blocks as I want. Now here, they're only showing you 6 of the most recently used blocks. You can click Browse All, and it'll show you all the blocks that exist. There's just a lot of blocks, and we can't really go through them all because that will be a different course for a different time. But there's just a lot of blocks. Just be free, or get and just go ahead and explore with them, and really have fun doing that. Because that's really interesting. Now, another way that you can add blocks to your Gutenberg editor is from here, this plus button. Now, you have this one, and you also have this one here. So it's not like you're limited to the number of choices that you have. And right now you can see that the settings options has disappeared, and that's because I've unchecked the settings bar. So make sure that you click this settings icon here to make sure that this is still appearing. For instance, let's say you want to modify the color of this. Now you can click on this text or select it. You can come in here and you can modify the text's color. Let's say you want to make it blue. Now here, we've actually changed the text position. Now I can click here and I can go back, right? So the text will go back to its place. Now the text is actually white. That's because I clicked on a wrong button. So I'm gonna make it blue. And you can see right now it is blue. You can add a background to your text. Let's say, for example, you want to add a green background, you can do that. Now, we'll talk later about Gutenberg, but this is just an overview of what you can expect from Gutenberg. And I don't see why people don't really like Gutenberg, because to me, it is better than the classic editor. But still today, you have a lot of people using the classic editor and angry about Gutenberg. Now, at any point in time you want to publish a post, you can click publish. Just be sure if you want to publish it immediately or if you want to publish it according to a calendar of yours. Now, let's say, for example, that I want to publish it on the 10th of this month. I can click publish on March 10th, 2023 and schedule. And so right now, this post will not be published immediately, but when the 10th of March will come exactly at 7:13 p.m., this blog post will be published automatically. Right? So that's an interesting thing about Gutenberg. Not to say that the classic editor didn't allow this, but the classic editor was really limited and I really didn't like it. Now over here, you can decide to trash your own blog post. You can remove it any point in time. So right now it is in the trash section. If I go to the trash section, you can find that there are 2 blogs out there. I can click here and click on bulk actions and delete both blogs permanently at once without having to go and delete each one of them individually. So permanently deleting them, I can click apply. And right now this will apply to both of them. And at this particular point in time, we have no blogs and we have to add them. Now, over here, you have this media icon or media option. Now, the media option is really useful because here you can access your library, see what kind of images are present in your website. Now here, there's some error, right? Let me go back. This can happen. Let me click on the add new button over here. And over here, you can add images to your media library. Let's say, for example, you want to add an image. I'm going to go and add a dummy image, this Bluehost banner ad. And right here, you can see that this image was added. Now you can copy the URL of that image that you can use later. And later on, we'll talk about why it's necessary for you to know where you can go to get the URL of an image, because that's useful information. And if I click library, normally now I should be able to see what kind of images are in my library. So here, we can see that we have 2 images. One, remember we've used it for the post, and one, we've added it manually to our library. Now, we also have the pages. So if I click here on all pages, we can see all the pages that we have. Now, these pages are dummy pages that came in pre-built with WordPress. So it's not like we created them. They were created automatically. And so the first one is the privacy policy page, which is an interesting page to keep. And I'll show you how to create that policy page using ChatGPT without ever having to write any piece of content yourself. And over here we have a sample page that we don't really need. But for the time being, let's clean up and let's just delete both of those. Now, I'm going to delete this one as well. And let me go back to the trash. And I want to delete both of them permanently because I really want to clean up everything here. I want everything to be blank. I don't want anything to appear here. Now here we have the comments. Now here is where people are where you're going to be able to see the comments of people. Now you can see that here, for example, if the comment is pending approval, you can see that here how many comments are pending your approval and how many comments are approved. You can actually even delete a comment, spam a comment, and that gives you control over your website. Make sure that spammers don't really bother you. And here there's a plugin, WP Forms, appearance. Over here, if I click on appearance, we can see the theme that is running right now. So this is the theme that is running by default, 2023. Now, basically, this is not the theme that we're going to be using because no way it could make this website look like this. This is a premium theme known as Jnews, and we'll install it later. But just showing you the themes that came pre-installed, this one is the one that is active. The other ones are installed, but they're not active, which means that they're not the ones impacting on the website's appearance. And so any point in time you want to customize the website's appearance, you can click on customize. And by the way, customize is only for pages. You cannot customize posts using the theme customizer, okay? But you can customize pages. Now, because this theme actually sucks, I'm just going to go back to the dashboard. And what we're going to do here, we're going to go ahead and delete all of these themes, all of them. I'm going to click this one here. Now, unfortunately, we can't delete this one, right? Because a website cannot run without a theme, but we can delete these ones that are not active. So I'm going to click on this one here. I'm going to delete it. I'm going to go ahead to the next one. I'm going to delete it. And by the way, themes actually impact on the website speed. So if you're not using a theme, make sure that you delete it. Don't keep it there, right? So keep only the theme that you are using. And you can even do something which is interesting. You can create a child theme for your own theme that you're using, so that when you modify the code of the website, you're only modifying the child themes code, so that you don't impact, I would say, or destroy the code of your own theme that you're using. Now here, if you click on the editor, this will take you to the editor part in which you can manipulate the code of the theme. Usually this is a dangerous thing. I don't really advise you to do that. So just keep your theme as it is, because if you modify the code, you have to be expert at coding. And I would assume that many people that are interested in WordPress are not really big coding fans. Now over here we have what we call the plugins, and it's actually very, very self-explanatory. Plugins are what adds a functionality to your website. Let's say, for example, that you want to add a cart. You want to enable a cart for people to buy stuff and to add stuff to cart. You need a plugin to add a cart. Let's say that you want to process payments on your website, then you need to offer Stripe and PayPal. And for instance, you can have a plugin do that for you. And that's the usefulness of a plugin. For instance, if you want to build a website using a drag and drop functionality, if you don't know anything about coding, you need what we call a page builder plugin. And for that, we're going to be using Elementor. Now, in this case, most of these plugins aren't really necessary. So for instance, this one, Akismet Anti-Spam, all-in-one WP migration, Hello Dolly. I'm just going to keep Hostinger because this actually enables us to, or links between the Hpanel and the WordPress panel. And from here, we can visit our Hostinger panel effortlessly just by simply clicking here. And so I'm going to keep it active. I'm just going to select the other ones and I'm going to deactivate them because I want to show you later on how you can install them manually. So I'm going to deactivate all of these plugins and delete them. Right, so now they were deactivated. I'm going to select all of them and uncheck Hostinger and come in here and just delete, apply. And so all of these plugins are now going to be deleted except for Hostinger. And so I'm going to go to the plugins that are not active, like all. We have the active. Right, let me just refresh the page because I think there's an error over here. And let me just see what's going on. All right, so I think they were deleted. There's no need for me to go to the trash bin to find out if they were deleted for good or not. So I'm just going to move on here. Now, later on, I'm going to show you how to add plugins. But in here, let's go and talk about the users. If you click on the users here, you'll find that we only have one user and the role assigned to this user is administrator. Now, in case you want to add more users, you can click Add New. And over here, you can assign a different user to your own website. Okay, so you can assign somebody else. You just have to give them a name, an email, right? The email has to be the email of the person which you want to assign a role to. And you'd give them a password to access your WordPress dashboard. And here you can manipulate their, I would say, their power. Now, if you want to make them an administrator, you can click admin and they will have the same authority as you. So they will be able to do everything you are able to do. Okay. Now, if you assign to them the role of editor, they wouldn't really be able to do much stuff. They wouldn't be able to modify on your website's front end design, but they will be able to modify the blog posts, for example. Now, that's a good thing to take in mind because you don't want to assign all the power to somebody who might be working with you on a website. You want to make sure that you limit their responsibilities so that they don't screw up in the future. Over here, these tools are not really necessary. When it comes to settings, I just want you to go to settings and click on permalinks. And we want to make sure that permalinks is set to post name. Click on post name. Click save changes. And over here on the general settings, these are just some general settings. I recommend you not to touch the WordPress address URL, please. Don't touch that, okay? Don't ever touch the WordPress address URL because if you change this, your WordPress website will crash and you will have to contact customer support so that they can get it back to you. and that might take you 48 hours right there. So I'm just saving you time and telling you right away, these two little things, WordPress address, URL, and site address, they're not to be manipulated. Don't touch them. Now over here, don't touch anything. If you want my opinion, you can change the language, the date format. That stuff you can't control, but this, don't touch it. And so this will be all around about the topic of the WordPress dashboard. I hope this was a useful tutorial around the WordPress dashboard. So right now, let's go ahead and install our theme, because that's basically what we're going to be mostly relying upon to build our website. So let's go ahead. I'm going to take you to this website known as Envato Market. And I just want you to search for, right, first of all, go to Envato Market here and search for this plugin known as Jnews. Well, this is not really, all right. Let's click on go to Envato Elements and let me search for Jnews. Okay. Now it's not in here. So what I advise you to do is to go to Google, right? Let's go to Google and we'll search for it directly from there. All right, so over here, I want you to go to Google and search for Jnews Envato. Now this is a theme that I got from the Envato Market. And this is what we're going to be using for the purpose of this course. Now, the theme itself is worth, I think, $60, and you get it for basically 6 months, which is a very decent price considering all the features that it actually enables you. If you go and look at this, I don't really think that you can achieve this with any other theme apart from this one. Now, of course, if you want a free method or a free way to create a blog, then I highly recommend you to go here to YouTube and search for one of my videos that I have. All right, so just come here to my channel, Passive Income Gen Z, and you would find this video. So let me just go ahead and play it. I'm just going to make sure that the sound is not playing. And this video is a 3-hour, close to 4-hour tutorial that will show you how to build a news website for free using only free elements. Now, that's in case you don't want to invest in a theme such as Jnews. So I'm just putting that out there that I have you in mind. And for my audience, I know that some people are not ready and willing to pay for a theme. That is why you can come and you can watch this video and you'll learn just how to use free stuff. No plugin for no paid plugin, no paid theme. Everything in this course, everything covered in here is for free. And plus, this is in high quality, so you can watch the course in 1080p. So it's really, real high quality tutorial. 4 hours worth of content. It guides you through everything you need to know. And yeah, and also you get a free domain. So that's what it is. Now over here, I'm just going to close this window and let's come back here. Now, once you've bought the theme, if you decide to buy it, now on Theme Forest over here on your account, you just have to hover over your name or your account, and you can see over here your downloads. Now, for instance, here you can download this theme by clicking the download button, and actually here, I advise you to just download the installable WordPress file. Now, as far as the license certificate, you can click on it and you'll install the text certificate. This will be helpful in case you want to connect your Jnews theme and in order to activate it. Now here you can rate this. I'm going to rate it 5-star because I really think this is great. And I was just say great, and that's it. So I really do appreciate this theme a whole lot because of how much it can offer. So now I'm going to go and let's go right now and install this theme. So the first thing you want to do to install a theme is to go back to your WordPress dashboard. And over here, you can see that you have this access to plugins. Now, click on Add New and don't search, right? So here, this is the plugins. No, I'm really lost here. So go to themes instead, right? So themes. And over here, we're going to add our theme. But first off, you want to go over here, and I'm going to go back to Theme Forest because I want to install my theme. I want to show you how to install that. So go to Theme Forest, Envato Market, Jnews Envato. Now I'm going to go to my downloads over here and just download the file. All right, so pretty sure I have it in my computer, but I'm just going to download it once more in front of you. Download, installable WordPress file only. And we're going to take this file and I'm going to go back to here. Click on Add New, and we're going to upload this because this is a zip file. So I'm going to click Upload Theme. We're going to choose a file from our computer. And let's go right now to the list of downloads. Let me click over here. and just add it. Now, this is not over because you have to click on the Install Now button. So make sure that you click that. Over here, for some reason, I can see these themes. Now, the one that is installed by default is that. I'm going to click Activate on my theme. And I want you to pay very careful attention to this right now. So let's first of all activate the Jnews license. Now over here, I have this theme activated on a local host. So I'm going to deactivate it from there and activate it for this particular website. Right? So I'm going to click the Activate button. So right now the theme is activated. Now over here on this bar, you can see on the dashboard the supported plugins, the demos, and if you have any questions. Now we'll start first with the supported plugins because that is where we're going to start our tutorial here about this theme, because I want to show you the plugins that go with this theme and that must be installed in order for you to be able to achieve a high level news website. So I'm going to click here, Install Plugins, and let me just show you here the plugins that you need to have. All right, so now let me go ahead and show you how you can install plugins for this particular website. Now over here, you'd notice that from the dashboard, you can install plugins. So for instance here, I want you to install the Jnews Essential. Now over here, let's scroll down and see what kind of other plugins you need to install. Now also the Elementor page builder is necessary, but I'm not going to install it from here. And I'm going to show you how you can install that directly from here by using this and by clicking Add New and installing the plugin that way, because I want you to see different ways to install plugins. Now this one is active, so that's pretty good. Now we want the new breadcrumb to appear. Breadcrumbs, by the way, is just what appears here on the post when you're visiting a post. That's basically the category of the post, or the categories of the post, which actually gives a pretty good visual to the post. Not only that, it's good for SEO. Now here, Jnews, JSON LD rich snippet, no need for that. Now here, let's add the views counter. We also want the social share. Okay, so social share, let's install that. As far as meta header, we also want that. That's very interesting. I'm going to explain all of those in detail, so just stay tuned for that. Now here for the Jnews paywall. Now I'm not interested in showing you about the Jnews paywall because this plugin, what it will enable you to do is to put a paywall on your content. Let's say, for example, that after reading the first paragraph, you want to stop people from reading further, and that you want to put a restriction on them to pay so that they can read more, which is something that many big websites are actually doing, and it's really lucrative. But those people, the reason why they're doing that, or those brands are doing that, because they already have a large audience. When starting out, I highly recommend you not to really start with this unless you are offering high quality content that's just not out there on the internet, that they can't just find easily, and that must be paid for, like maybe lawyers' knowledge or something deep, or something about medicine that's special and that people need to pay for. Hey, you can do that. You can even monetize your website that way. I have nothing wrong with that. But because we're building this website as beginners, there's no reason for us to explore anything about the paywall. Now here, Jnews Pay Writer, let's install that. WooCommerce, there's no reason for you to install that because this is not an e-commerce website. We're not going to add any products to our website. And we certainly don't intend to make it a store. Here, Jnews Video, install that as well. Now, BuddyPress is a plugin that is useful if you want to have a forum. Now, since we don't want to create a forum on our website, I'm not going to install it. And plus, this is a pretty huge plugin which really will impact on your website speed. And so that's why I'm not really going to do that. Jnews Podcast, let's add that. Now, Jnews Podcast is useful if you want to add some podcasts to your website. That's very good. PowerPress podcasting plugin, no reason for that. Now here for the classic editor, not interested in it. And on the other hand, I want you to install Gutenberg because we're going to be using Gutenberg. Over here, we have the Jnews front end submit, web stories, no reason for those. Google Web Stories, no reason for that as well. Jnews AMP, let's not install that. Customize detail category, let's install that. Now this one is auto load post. Now let's do that here. Let's install the auto load post because that's useful. And here, extended category option, install that one as well. So just install the ones that I'm installing here. Not to say that I'm putting any restriction on any of you, but you can install whatever you want. But the ones that I'm showing you here are really what you need to create a good looking website. And plus, you don't want to go installing just about any plugin you come across, because that will really make your website very slow, especially as you know, the more you add content to it, the slower it will get. Now over here, the Jnews gallery, let's install that one as well. Now the TikTok, right, no need for that. Like button, let's add the like button. Bookmark, this is also very useful for people that are reading your post. Sometimes they want to bookmark a page, they want to bookmark a post. You want to allow them that feature so that they can click on it and bookmark your post or page for reading, so that they can read it in another time. Now here we want to enable reviews. Food recipe, this is not a food recipe website, so let's not enable that. Jnews social login, let's enable that. WP Supercache is a plugin to speed up a website, but we're not going to be using WP Supercache. I'm going to be showing you how to use WP Fastest Cache, which is a very good plugin that you can use to speed up a website. Auto-Optimize is also a plugin to speed up the website, but I'm not going to be using it. Jnews Split, let's use that. Jnews Weather, actually no reason for that, unless you really want to have it. And One Signal, free web push notifications, no. Jnews push notification, let's install the push notification, that's pretty interesting. Subscribe to download, no reason for that. Our website is not subscription based, it's a blog. People can come in here and they can just do whatever they want. All right, they can read whatever they want over here. Now, remember, I said what's missing is Elementor, a backup plugin, and we also need a plugin to speed up our website. So now that we have installed all of these plugins that are related to the theme Jnews, let's go ahead and scroll down over here, hover over plugins, hover once more actually, and click on add new. Okay. Now once you click on add new here, search for Elementor. Just search for Elementor, and the first result is normally the one we're looking for. Now there's no reason for you to go adding any essential Elementor add-ons or premium add-ons. This one would really suffice. So I'm going to click install now and activate the plugin. You can already see that this plugin was installed by 5 million people, and it was last updated 2 weeks ago and compatible with your version of WordPress. You might be wondering, why are you telling us all of this stuff, dude? We're not really interested to know when it was updated or anything. So, but you have to know that these information are key, because for plugins, you want to make sure that they were updated or last updated very recently. You also want to make sure that they are compatible with your version of WordPress and not incompatible. And you want to also make sure that they have a good rating, because that also means that the plugin is good. Now, for this instance, if a plugin was last updated 6 months ago, that should make you suspicious about the plugin going forward, because you never know if there is a loophole that hackers may use from that plugin to penetrate your website's security or your website's security wall. So a plugin that is updated recently has less risk on a website's security. That's the reason why I've mentioned this. You want to also make sure the plugin's creator is Elementor.com. And you want to really build this habit of checking who built this plugin, because a lot of people out there can create any sort of plugin and say, this is our plugin. And so you might make the mistake. So before clicking activate, make sure that you're installing the right plugin that was developed by the right company. Over here, for some reason, they're asking me to log back in. So I'm just going to log back in. And so I'm logged back in. So right now, if I go to the list of installed plugins, I can see that Elementor is here. It's still not activated, so I'm going to activate it. And over here, they're asking me all this stuff. I'm just going to skip, and skip. So skip everything. It's basically almost like skipping school. Now skip. This is really annoying, but I'm going to work our way around that. And so right now, Elementor is installed. Well, you know that because we are here on the Elementor side view or view. And so I'm going to click on the sandwich button like this and exit to go back to the dashboard. Now, it won't really take me back directly to the dashboard. It will take me back to Gutenberg. But from there, you can click on the W icon over here to go back. All right, so I'm here. Now I'm going to go to add a new plugin. This time, this will be a backup plugin. And for the backup, we're going to be using a very infamous backup plugin known as Updraft Plus. And who doesn't know Updraft Plus? it is mainly used by pretty much everybody in the world. So 3+ million people. The thing that really annoys me about Updraft is that they don't really have that much updated or updates, which really is annoying. But if you don't like Updraft, you can use WP Optimize. There are a bunch of other options there, but since I've been using Updraft for a long time, I'm just going to install it. It's a free plugin, but it has a premium plugin or a premium version to it, so you can decide which one you want. I'm going to go with the free plugin. I don't feel like I need to go premium. And let's go ahead right now and install WP Fastest Cache to wrap up with this. Now, WP Fastest Cache is going to enable us to make our website fast. WP Fastest. And that's it. So click on install. Now, WP Fastest Cache is not the only one out there. There's Lightspeed Cache. There's WP Rocket, which is a paid plugin, but really makes your website very fast. And you might want to consider that option going forward, because you can't just keep optimizing speed by your own. So by using a plugin like WP Rocket, you're pretty much paying, I think, about $50 or something like that, but you're getting a plugin that makes your website faster during every single time of the day. And you don't really have to manipulate or do anything. It takes care of itself. It takes care of the website speed by itself. And if you start to make money from this particular idea of a website from AdSense, and if you start making something like a $500, you may really want to consider investing in software, especially in a plugin that will make your website faster, because the last thing you want is angry visitors that are visiting your website only to find that your website is slow. You don't want to provide a slow website. You want your website to be fast, to make sure that the customer experience is great. Now over here, most of these plugins are not active. So what we're going to do, I'm going to click on all of them by selecting all of them, bulk actions, and activate and apply. Now, right now, what's going to happen is that most of them are going to be activated, right? So all at once, all of them were activated at once. And so once again, I'm going to click on all of them, and I want to click here, and I want to enable auto updates and click apply. The reason why I did this is because I want these plugins to be updated regularly, okay? So when I enabled auto updates, I don't have to come back over here and update them manually, because most of the times when there is an update for a plugin, especially if an auto update is not activated, you have to come here and you have to make sure that every plugin is updated. So with this, you don't really have to do that. They're going to update themselves by themselves, basically, so that you don't really need to do that. Now, right now we have the plugins, so let's go ahead right now, and next I'm going to show you how you can install a demo website, much like this one over here. This is a demo website, and we're going to start building our website very easily. So stay tuned and see you next I'm not going anywhere. I'm staying here. So let's go ahead and install basically the templates. Now to do that, you need to access Jnews and just click on it. Basically, you can click on it or hover over here and you can see the options. I like this, set, and click on import demo and style. All right, so over here, one thing that you need to put in mind is that when you're importing the demo website, you need to make sure that you select the builder content as Elementor, because if you choose the visual composer, when you want to edit the website with Elementor, it's going to display a lot of errors. And so I'm just making that clear to you out here, and you'll also find this very same video in another part of this course where I show you how to install the demo. So I'm just making that clear right now, okay? So make sure that you do that. Well, we're going to repeat the operation of importing the demo. I know that we've already done it, and it was boring as it is, but we're just going to do it back again because I need to import the website here. And so all of the ads that we've imported, well, if you're watching this video or if you're watching this early on, you would not really know what I'm talking about. But if you go to the last parts or the half of the course, you'll know that we have talked about how to create ads and how to put the ads in the blog and in the website. And so you should know that all of that is gone right now, but we're going to keep on going with our tutorial. I want to show you how you can use Elementor, the basic stuff of Elementor, how you can use the elements of this theme, Jnews theme, and also we're going to do something very interesting, which is I'm going to show you how you can write a blog using ChatGPT and a plugin known as Rank Math to optimize for SEO. And the beautiful thing about all of this is that you don't really need to have any whatsoever knowledge on the topic of SEO. You could be a beginner in SEO and you'd still learn how to create an SEO optimized blog from scratch. We're also going to use a very famous website known as Buzzsumo. The reason why we're going to use that is because Buzzsumo enables you to kind of find what is trending in the world, what are the trends that are going on, and that will help you. That will actually help you find out the information that you should display on your website, because you could go and create a blog about anything, but the question is that valuable? Are people going to view that? Are there going to be any views? Because that consequently affects how much you would make from AdSense. And so you need to make sure that the content you put on your website is something juicy, something that people would really want to see, something interesting, right? You don't see the New York Times talking about something normal such as Joe whatever got a job in this corporation. They share news that are shocking, that people can see and just are shocked and they want to learn more. And so that's what I mean by juicy news. And that's what you should adopt. Unfortunately, so many of you are decent people, such as I am. We're all decent people, in other words. But in our decency, we don't play the game as we should. And so you should really play the game as you should. Give the people what they're looking for, the information that they're looking for, and make money from AdSense. There's nothing unethical about that, okay? But it's absolutely unethical to decide only to show what doesn't sell and not to make money from it. So that's something I don't really wish for anyone to do. All right, so right now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead to Jnews, click on Jnews over here, and I want you to go to the option of import demo and style. And right now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and import a ready-to-go demo website. And we're going to use that website and just edit the website basically. So here we have multiple options. I'm going to go with this one. And so here, what this will do, if I click on the import button, it's going to download a ready website. After that, all you need to do is to customize the posts. After that, of course, I'm going to show you how you can create SEO optimized posts inside of this lecture. So don't worry. I'm going to show you how to do that. And it's going to be for free. And the content creation itself, we're not going to do any content creation. ChatGPT will write everything for us. But there are some SEO rules or tactics, white hat tactics, that you need to stick to, right? Because if you want to rank your blog or your articles, you need to make sure that you follow the instructions. So I'm going to click import right now, and it's going to go ahead and start importing the demo website. And so you can see over here that is 1 on 12. So I'm going to pause the video until it installs the entire demo website, and then we're going to go ahead and give it a look. Just so you know, importing a website can actually be a long process, because you're not importing just a page or a post. You're importing an entire website from scratch. So if it takes time for the process to import, don't worry, just be patient and it will just clear off. Okay, so import process is now ready. Our demo website is ready to go. So I can click on OK. And let's go ahead, let's get going. Come on. We've actually reached a pretty good start, or a good level right now. I'm pretty happy about that. And so right now we can go and visit the website by clicking over here. And let me just show you how good this looks. Okay, so this will really shock you, because out of the box, it just looks wonderful. It just, if you ask me, even though still it's not appearing over there, they're not showing it to us, but it really looks awesome, right? So here's how it is. And if you just tell me if this is not what awesome, or the definition of awesome. Now the issue here is that we have this blog post, Hello World, that is overshadowing the view. So I'm going to go ahead and do a cleanup. I'm going to go back to the dashboard, and let me take this horrible Hello World blog post, that we don't really need. Okay, so I thought I actually deleted it, but it's like an ancient spirit that follows me or followed me for some reason. So I don't know. Yeah, so let's just trash this hello world. And right now, if we go back, I'm pretty sure the view is going to be much more cleaned up. So let's go ahead and click hover. Now you can visit the site, open it in a new tab if you want, so that you can keep the dashboard open and have another tab where you can visualize how the website looks, which is better. Now you can see that right now that we've removed the hero blog or hello world out of the way, this looks pretty good. So to explain stuff here, this is what we call the heading. So at the top, the heading. Now the heading here is very interesting because we have three. We have a space in between these two headings. This is the header number 1 and this is the header number 3. Here is the logo, here's the menu, social icons, an RSS feed, and we have a search bar over here. Now the RSS feed, to those of you who might not know what it is, it actually enables people to click on it. Once they click on it, they can start to get your most recent blog. So whenever you post something new, they will be the first to get it. They will be the first ones to get that information that you posted something new, and they can decide whether or not to click on your articles and go and read. But generally speaking, that's a good thing to keep there. Now over here, this is what we call the site feed at the left-hand side. So pretty much for all news articles or news websites, if you go, for instance, and check the New York Times, you can see that they have these kind of site feeds. And generally, the idea behind these websites is that they should be filled with content so that people are befuddled with just how much content is here. And they just, you make it a no-brainer for them to just click on any one of those links. And you make money from basically from ads. And you can also make money from affiliate marketing, because I'll show you later on that you can control these ads. You can display your own ads. For example, if you're an affiliate, in my case, I'm an affiliate with this particular program known as Merge Titans Automation. And over here on my affiliate dashboard, they gave me 2 ads that I can use on any particular website or on my own website. Now, if I take this piece of code and embed it over here instead of this advertisement, if anyone clicks on that ad, they will be taken to the website and I'll make an affiliate commission. Similarly with websites like Bluehost, and I can log into App Impact right now just to show you what I'm talking about. All right, so here I am on the Bluehost dashboard, and you can see that they gave me some assets that I can use. Basically, these are creatives that you can place on a website. Particularly if I go back over here, you can see that this ad's size is 728 by 90, okay? So if I place any banner that's not in this size, it's gonna look awful. So for instance, over here, I'm gonna scroll down and search for something that's 728 by 90. This one here, for instance, if I click on it, this one's dimension is 728 by 90. So this one can be perfectly used over here. And so I can download this and I can modify this ad as an image, because you can either modify an ad through a script code or through an image, or sometimes you can even add video ads. Now, in our case, we're only going to be using the script code and an image to show you how to modify an ad. Basically, this is what a script code is, this one. And you can see that when I hover over it, there's an animation going right there. So that's one of the best things about script code ads, is that they contain animations. When it comes to image ads, image banner ads, there's no animation in there unless it's actually a GIF. Now, but I'm not pretty sure that a GIF would display as a GIF over here. Now, this is how the website looks like. If I scroll down over here, you can see the footer. We have a beautiful sidebar over here, and we can definitely make this much better. But most importantly, you need to learn how to customize your way around this, because this theme enables you this complexity of a design. But at the same time, you need to be able to control your theme or the theme that you're using, because otherwise that is useless that you've bought it or are using it. So let's go ahead right now and let me show you how you can customize your own theme. So we're going to start off. The first thing is with the menu. So let me take you here. And a way that you can customize your theme is either by scrolling down to Appearance, and you can click Customize, or you can actually do this very easily by just clicking on Themes. And once you're there, you can see the theme that is active, which is this one, and you can click Customize from here as well. So you have two ways that you can click Customize a theme. Another way is to open the website or to open the landing page on a different tab like I'm doing here, and to click Customize from here. That's also a way that you can access the customizer. Now, mind you, or you should know that the customizer of a theme can only edit a page. You cannot edit a blog post, or at least you cannot edit the blog post's content, to be more precise. You cannot edit the blog post's content, meaning headings, words, paragraphs, but you can edit some stuff like maybe placing an ad inside of the blog post, maybe placing a related post section inside the blog post, or next and previous, tags inside the blog post. You can do that, but there's generally a bunch of other stuff that you can't do. So here we are on the customizer, and so right now let me go ahead and start off first by showing you the site identity and what exactly is a site identity. Now over here on the site identity in the customizers menu, you can see over here that we have a site title. Now usually the site title should display as the URL of your website, and over here you have what we call a tagline. So for instance, if you want to give your website a tagline, you can do it. I prefer not to, so I'm just going to skip that. And over here, an interesting thing you should know is the site icon. Now, the site icon, as mentioned over here, is this little icon that displays on browsers when people are using or on your website. You can see that this is clearly depicted very easily. And here they're telling you, they're even giving you advice as to which size to use for your site icon. So let me show you right now how you can actually go ahead and design a site icon very briefly. So I'm going to go here, and I want you to go and open up a Canva window. Okay, so go open a Canva window. It's very easy. Okay, so click here on Free Design Tools, Canva. And it also doesn't even require you to pay anything. This is completely for free. So in my case, I have the pro version of Canva, but even if you don't have the pro version of Canva, that wouldn't be necessary. It wouldn't really mean anything, it's not a limitation. So here I'm going to click on Create a Design, and I want you to select a size of 512 by 512, because remember, this is the size that they told us is good for these types of icons. Okay, so I'm going to click Custom Size over here, and I'm going to select, all right, I can see over there that we already have that size, but in order to show you how to do that, this is how you do it. Just write the width and the height and make sure it's in pixels. Now sometimes here you might find another unit selected, so make sure that you select the unit concerned and click on Create a New Design. So right now that we have created our design, this is empty, there's nothing there. So we're still figuring stuff out. So over here, because this is going to be a news website, we have to think of something that has something to do with news, right? So we can go here on Elements, and I can search for something, news icon. Now with Canva, they have a lot of icons out there that we can use. Now over here, if I search on graphics, select graphics, you can see we have a bunch of icons over here. So maybe we should just pick one of those and use it. Now here, some of them are actually GIFs, but they can work because these GIFs, we can download them as PNGs and the animation wouldn't show. But over here, I feel like I need to change this instead of site icon, news icon. Let me look for news site icon or something like that. Right, so we have these kind of icons. Let me just look for something interesting. I think I'm gonna go with this one over here, right? This one. So I'm gonna click this. And we can actually make this bigger because that's exactly what we need to do. And center it a bit, just make it a little bit more big and make sure that it doesn't get out of the border here and it stays here. So that's our icon. Now you can decide to choose whichever icon you like. You can even design your own icon by using Canva. But this is not a lesson about Canva here. And I'm going to name this news website site, not site icon. And by the way, other WordPress developers and in the field, this actually is also known as the fav icon. Okay, so if you hear the term fav icon, that's also an appellation for this type of logo. So here I'm going to download this as a PNG with a transparent background. Now, unfortunately, if you have the free plan of Canva, you can't download images with a transparent background. But I have a solution for you, since that's what I do mostly. I have solutions for people. And here, Remove BG. This is a website you can come to. It's for free. And you can upload your own images there and remove the background from them, right? No problem. So if you log into this website, you just have to upload your image and just take the background off of it. It's as easy as that. Now, because my own image here doesn't have a background, I'm not concerned with this issue. Okay, so this is how the fav icon looks. I'll go back over here and I want to change this image. So I'm going to click Change Image. And over here, click on Upload Files so that you can upload from your media library. And I'm going to go to Downloads over here. Downloads. And there it is. My news website icon or fav icon or whatever you'd like to call it. And I'm just going to go ahead and download that. Okay, so since it has a transparent background, it's not going to affect the environment. And over here, you can give it an alt text. I'm going to say news website fav icon. Alt texts are actually useful for SEO, right? So make sure that you always give an alt text, because Google uses that for people with disabilities. And they kind of translate to people with disabilities what your website is all about. Now, the issue here is I think my image is not completely transparent, if I'm correct. Or I don't know, it doesn't display here as transparent. No, it actually displays. Okay, that's good. Okay, I thought it didn't display, but after I looked here, it is transparent. Okay, so right now we're done with the fav icon or the site icon. Let's go ahead right now to menus, and let me show you how you can customize this website's menu. Right, we have this is what we call the menu, and so we're going to start off by customizing it. But before that, I need to take you, or I feel I need to take you back to the dashboard so that we can have a look on our website over here, because I'm pretty sure that the menu shouldn't display this way. So I'm going to go back. Let's have a view. And I want to show you something over here. Very, very interesting stuff about this theme, just so you know that you're getting a really, really great theme. So over here, you have multiple layouts for home. You have this layout. If you want to choose this, you can see that right now what's going to happen is that the entire layout of the website is going to be changed. Well, it's loading in the backend, so you can see layout is changed now. So if I choose, for instance, layout number 4, there's going to be an entirely different layout applied. Okay, so just wait a second over here. And you can see the layout has changed. And so you have 5 different layouts for this specific demo website. So anytime you get, anytime people log into your website, they can choose whatever displaying or whatever way they want to display your website that best suits them. So that's also a very, very interesting thing about such a website. So I'm going to go back to the customizer by clicking customize from here. And let's go back to our work here to complete customizing the header. So over here, we're going to go back, and I want you to click here on menus. And let's start with main navigation. Right, so the main navigation is this top bar. And so here, it's not displaying as I want it to be for some reason. Let me just check things out for once. Or at least let me just open a new tab over here. To see, because normally the menu that displays here should be the same one that displays here. But here they're displaying a toggle bar, maybe because this is small, or maybe because our screen is small. Let me just check things out. So if I scroll down over here, we have the menu locations, main navigation. If I go back right here, menus. Okay, so here, Jnews, layout and color and theme, layout and background. So I'm going to go ahead and All right, so header option, right? So if I click the header, now over here, I don't know why this doesn't really display like we want. Let's see the displaying for tablet, for desktop, right? Okay, so let me go ahead and solve this issue, layout. If I click on the layout here, right, so I think that the solution around this is just maybe, well, let me try. I think I'm gonna have to change the zoom, right? Okay, so perfect. So when I change the zoom, everything kind of solved itself. Problem solved. So right now we can see the site feed, we can see the advertisements, we can see the menu. So now that we've actually changed the site identity, let's go ahead and click on menus. I'm gonna click on main navigation, and actually I think it's clickable from here. So if I click, right, this is the menu. Well, by the way, we can actually go back. We can go back to the dashboard, and let me show you for 1 second why are these elements displayed here on the menu, so that we can dissect how the menu, or what the menu is composed of. So I'm going to open the dashboard in a new tab, and I'll take you to menus. Now this menu over here came pre-installed, right? So this menu was pre-created. Now in case you want to change this, you can absolutely do that, no problem. And let me show you how. So hover over appearance here on the WordPress dashboard, and then click on menus. Okay. So click on menus, and then over here you can see that this is a menu. Now this is a footer menu. And how do I know that? Well, it's by looking at the menu's name, and also you can see over here that the menu that is selected to edit is the footer menu. Now I'm interested in the main menu, since this is the one that displays over here. So I'm going to select that instead of the footer menu. And over here is our menu. Now this menu, this is how it is composed of. We have a page. This is what we call a front page. And the rest is just categories, okay? So for example here, the news is a category. And the news also has 3 sun categories. For instance, mega menu category is the parent category for mega menu category is news. Well, there's another way that you can actually know this is by going over here to, all right, let me just show you here, to posts, and then here go to categories, and you should be able to see all the categories that exist. So here, entertainment is the parent for the gaming, movie, music, sports, lifestyle, and sports. That's the end of it. But those are the categories that are under the entertainment, right? Entertainment category. So for instance, if I click this one, if I click edit gaming subcategory or category, call it whatever. If I scroll down here, you can see the parent category for it is entertainment. Okay. So in case you want to change that, or in case you want to add a new category, all you have to do is to come here, click on categories, and add a new category, give it a name over here. So for instance, we can give it a category of, let's say, cryptocurrency. So I'm going to name it cryptocurrency. Now here, as far as the slug is concerned, I would like to keep the slug similar to the other one. And I'm not going to give it a parent category. I'm going to make it the own or the father category. So that's why I'm not going to give it any parent category. Now here, you can click add a new category. And once that's added, you can see it over here. And you can click edit. And when you do that, let me show you how you can add an image to this category. So here, when you click edit, you can click media settings, and you can go ahead and add an image to this category. Now let's say, for example, that you want to add a cryptocurrency image. Let's go back first of all to Canva here. And let me go for something that's 512 in width and only about, let's say, 150 pixels in height. And then you can create a design, okay? And so after that, let me go and search for something relevant to cryptocurrency. Now Canva here has a lot of cryptocurrency images. So I'm just going to go with that cryptocurrency and search for it. And over here, I'm going to go to photos, and boom, we have a bunch of images. I think this one is cool. I'm going to pick that up, and I'm going to set this as a background image, and let me download that. First of all, let me give it a name, cryptocurrency image or category image. And let me go ahead and download this right now. Okay, so download. And we'll go back to the WordPress dashboard over here, and then we can add the image. It's as simple as that. So I'm going to add this image, and this will be the image for the category. Now, cryptocurrency has multiple subcategories, and you can add multiple subcategories to it by doing this. Let me show you how. So, right, let me take you back over here to add new, okay? And remember that this is the cryptocurrency category. And let's say, for example, that we want to add Bitcoin under the cryptocurrency category. So all you need to do is to click add a new category, not new post. Well, I'm going to have to go and click here, categories. And over here, we're going to have to wait a bit. All right, so from here, I can add a new category. Now I'm going to name it, well, Bitcoin. Scroll down here to slug Bitcoin as well. And then over here on the parent category, I can name this, or I can give this, put this under the cryptocurrency category. And right now, if I add a new category, you'll notice that this will be under cryptocurrency. Okay, you have this Bitcoin under cryptocurrency. So right now the question is, how can I make this, or how can I get this to display on the menu? Because over here, we only have the home, news, tech, entertainment, and lifestyle. Now we want to display the cryptocurrency here, the cryptocurrency category next to lifestyle. How do we do that? Well, it's very simple. Go to appearance, hover over it, then click on here on menus. Well, let's just hover. Well, sometimes this might suck, so I'm just going to hover back and click on menus over here. Okay, that's pretty good. So right now we are on the menu side. Make sure that you choose the main menu navigation and click on view all over here, or you can search. Now, here we are searching on pages. I'm not going to get anything here. So we're going to have to click on categories. My bad. And I'm going to have to click here on search and search for crypto. All right, cryptocurrency. That's the first word. All right, so I can click it and add to menu. So right now, cryptocurrency was added to menu, except for, I don't know where. All right, so it was added right under the lifestyle category. Now you can take it and place it in between them, in between entertainment and cryptocurrency. But I'm just going to take it and put it down. But here, if I click, you can see that we don't have, or the subcategory, which is Bitcoin, doesn't display over here. So how do we make that display? Well, we search for it over here, Bitcoin. And since we named that so, it should appear no problem. So there you go. And I'll add it to menu. Only this time I need to make it a son or daughter category. So I need to take it and put it here. So right now, this is the proper display for this particular category. So if I go, for instance, save menu, if I go here, and if I refresh my page, we should be able to see this, right? Refresh. And there you go. Right now, we will have the cryptocurrency category right next to the lifestyle category. If nothing wrong happens, and that's it. So if I click, you can see the Bitcoin category over here. And that's it. And since we really don't have any blogs about cryptocurrency, it's not like the other categories. The other categories over here, they have these blogs and trending tags. But for this particular one, I can click on it and I can add to it. First of all, I need to add a mega menu here. It's disabled now, but we don't really have blogs here. So when we have blogs, we can choose this style number 1 and choose the category of blogs to display. Now, just for example here, I'm going to choose the science category. And if I go over here to save menu, if I go back and refresh, you'll notice what I'm talking about here so that you can understand it better. So if I refresh this, for instance, let us just wait for it until it refreshes. And we can just go to the cryptocurrency category, right? And so right now, if I hover over it, boom, there you go. Now these blog posts have nothing to do with the cryptocurrency world, but since we chose this here, right? So if we go back in the mega menu category, I chose the science category. That's why that displayed. And you can even choose the number of posts to display. So if I choose to go back to disabled here and save menu, if I go back right here and refresh, you will notice that those blog posts are going to disappear. Right, so if I go here, refresh, and right now, nothing, or let me just refresh again. So if I go, it doesn't appear here. Okay, so you get the point. So here, for the other ones, for instance, the news category, if I click it, it's loading options. So in a second right now, it's going to show us the options. We have the mega menu category, the menu icon, and the menu badge. Now over here, there is no menu icon for all of these items, but you can add a icon if you want. So for instance, let's say that for the news category, you want to add an icon, okay? Now you can click here on menu icon, click enable icon, and you can come in here and choose the icon or use an image for an icon for which you have to add the image from your own computer. Now I'm not going to do that. I'm going to disable this option. And I'm just going to choose an icon from these icons that they have over here. Now, let's search for something that's relevant to news. For instance, this one here is relevant. And you can choose the color. That's also a beautiful thing. Let's say you want to choose the red color. If I save menu right now, and if I go back, of course, we need to go ahead and just refresh this. Okay, so I'm going to do that in a second. So if I refresh, boom, look at what's going to happen right now. News has a pretty good looking tag here, or I would say icon next to it on the left, which is pretty awesome if you ask me. And you can do that for pretty much all of the rest of the categories here. So for instance, let's stay on the news category. Right now that we have added this icon, let's explore more about what the options here offer. Mega menu category. So for instance here, if I hover over this, you can see the mega menu. Here it displays the subcategories of the news category. And not only that, it displays blog posts relevant to this category, which is news, and it displays trending tags. So let's go back over here and you can see how this works. Now, for example here, if I come, the trending tags are Donald Trump, future of news, climate change, market stories, election results, flat earth. Now let's say, for example, I want to remove flat earth and replace it maybe with Mr. Robot, okay? I can do that. I can click Save Menu. And right now I can go here. I can refresh this like this. And you'll notice that right now if we hover over the news, right, let's just wait for it to refresh because it takes a little bit of time to refresh. So if I hover over it, you can see that instead of the flat earth, you can see Mr. Robot over there, which is exactly what we wanted. So if I click back here on the news category, you'll notice that options always take time to load. And right here, interestingly, we have this menu badge. Now, for instance here, the menu badge is disabled, but you can enable it. Let's say that you want to enable this floating menu badge. The color here is set for red. You can set it up for a different color. But here I'm just going to prefer to leave it as red. And you can even add the text to the badge. Now I'm not going to add a text. I just want to show you how this will look. And right on the left-hand side of the news category right now, it's going to display a badge, a red badge, pretty much similar to this little dot over here. Now notice we still haven't changed the logo, but we can do that. Now, let me just refresh because normally that should appear after I refresh. Right, it doesn't appear for some reason, so let me go back to the news category here. Let me refresh again. And here on the menu badge, it's actually select color. Well, we've actually chosen the color. It still doesn't display for some reason. Maybe there's a bug. Maybe we have to zoom out a bit. Right? No. There's something wrong here. Well, I'm not going to stick around to see exactly why that is wrong, but there's something quite not going really well here. And that's why I'm going to go to another category and try this maybe on the category of tech. All right, so let's try on the category of tech, maybe like work. So here I'm going to go to menu badge, floating. I'm going to leave it as red and just save menu. The color is red here, so the tech category now. So it should display if we refresh the page. If it doesn't, then we would know this is just a glitch or a bug on the theme, which could really happen. Yeah. So I've refreshed the page one more time and still it does not really appear. Okay. Yeah. So I think that may be just a glitch, right? I'm not going to pay any attention to it because we need to move on. And so this is how you customize your menu. Now, for instance, let's say you don't like this layout here of these posts. You don't like them to be displayed like this. You can come back, click on the news category, wait for the options to load. And then very, very simply, what you can do, you can click here on the mega menu category and you have another option, which is style number 1. Now, unfortunately here, you only have 2 options, but you have another option, which is custom menu. So in case you want to customize this to your own taste, you can do that. You can click custom menu, but this will mean that you have to customize it to your own taste. Now, in my case, I'll choose style number 1 just to show you the difference. Now, right now, this is what happens when we hover over this, but just watch this. When I just refresh the page right now, if I refresh the page, another thing is going to happen. So here, let's just refresh the page. And so right now, if I hover over news, you can see that layout changed. So this is pretty interesting, isn't it? Now, this will be all for the menu. I've actually shown you pretty much everything you need to know about it. Now, in case you also want to edit the footer menu, for example, make sure that you select it. And make sure here that you add the pages that you want to add to it. For example, here we have 4 pages, or at least these are custom links. These are not pages. These are just custom links. Now, here, the privacy policy, there is no trace of the privacy policy. We'll add that later, but you can go to pages, okay, like this. I can go to pages, add new specifically, and I can add a page, maybe let's name it terms and conditions, okay? Terms and conditions is also a useful page that you can add. Now there is a bug here, right? Let's just wait around that. Let's go back. All right, so here, let's just go back. Now I'm going to go to pages, click add new, all right? And so I'm going to add the page. I'm just going to give it a title of terms and conditions, okay? All right, so here, like I said, I'm going to name it terms and conditions. And I'm going to publish again. So right now we have a page. So now I'm going to click. Now you can see that this is a very, very handy trick. Once we've changed the fav icon, our fav icon displays instead of WordPress's icon, which is important. Okay, so that pretty much gives us a better working environment. So I'm going to go back, and I'm going to go back here to menus by clicking appearance, clicking on menus, and simply what we're going to do here is a very simple operation. I'm going to go to footer navigation. It's already selected. And I'm going to stay here on pages. I'm going to click view all. So here it shows me all the pages on the website. We only have 7 pages. And so this page was the one that I've added right now. And I can click add to menu. And boom, we have a terms and conditions page that was successfully added here. So I can click save menu. And so right now, if I go back to my website, I still didn't refresh this. So here on the footer menu, the only things that appear is the about, advertise, privacy policy, and contact. Now that we saved the menu, if I go back here and refresh, we should be able to see the terms and conditions page here added, right? So you can see it right there. Later on, I'm going to show you how to add content to terms and conditions. And we're also going to have to remove the privacy policy. We're going to have to remove the contact, advertise, and about, because these are not actual pages. These are just custom links. Okay, so we're going to have to go ahead and create pages about these. We're going to name the first one about, the second one advertise, this one here privacy policy, and the contact. Maybe we don't really need to have the advertise page, but I'm just telling you up front what we're going to do. So here, I've given you everything you need to know about how to modify the menus, the footer, and the header. And so we're going to go back over here to customizing our website by clicking here on the home page. I'm going to click on customize. Now, unfortunately here, we're not on the home page. We're on the cryptocurrency category, but no problem. I'll show you how to get to the home page from the customizer even. So you can do that from there as well. No issues. And how do you do that? Well, you click on the logo. All right, so I'm going to go ahead right now and show you how to click on the logo. Well, that's obvious, isn't it? So I'm going to click here on Jnews, and it will take me back to the home page, or to the landing page, more specifically home number 1 layout. Takes a little bit of time for the site to load, but there you go, boom. So right now we've wrapped up with the menus. Let's go ahead to widgets. Now, widgets actually are the stuff that shows usually on the right sidebar, the left sidebar. That's what happens. So for instance here, if I scroll down to the bottom, over here we have widgets on the side. And generally speaking, widgets are what enable you to add advertisements on the right. They enable you to add related posts on the right hand side, and you can actually make them stick or make them sticky. So in order to access widgets, you can go to the dashboard, and over here on appearance, click on widgets, and you'll be able to access all the widgets that are present in this website. Now here we are on widgets. Now the widgets that are displayed in white are WordPress related widgets, and the widgets that are displayed in this light blue color are related to Jnews. Now here you can see that we have some widgets over here as well. This widget, or these widgets, appear for Home 3 Loop. We're going to talk about Loop later, but generally speaking here, this is the default sidebar's widgets. Now normally here on the default sidebar, if I take you to the website, the sidebar shows this tab post widget, which is exactly this, all right? So this is a tab post widget, and it also shows the Jnews ad block. So for instance, this is the ad block, and it also shows a Mailchimp sign up form. Now, unfortunately here, the Mailchimp sign up form is not displayed, but I can show you how to do that in a bonus part of this course. I can show you how to link Mailchimp to your own website very easily in some steps. So stay tuned for that as well. Now here for the footer widgets, you can see what widgets are used for footer widget number 1, number 2, number 3, but I'm more interested in the default sidebar widgets, or the widgets that are present in the default sidebar. So enough with widgets right now. Let's go ahead back to the customizer. Right, so go back to the customizer and let's have a quick look at homepage settings. Now you can access homepage settings either from here, or you can go back to the dashboard and you can go to settings, reading, and over here normally we should be able to see these home settings, right? Reading settings, your home page displays as a static page, and the blog or posts page is displayed as the blog page. Now over here, we don't have a blog page. The way the website is set up is not to have a blog page, okay? We have posts, categories, and custom links, which is, if you ask me, is better. So that's why here, it's not really necessary for you to create a blog page and post your blogs in there, because that would be counterproductive, and you would just break everything that was done in here. So the website here is beautiful. Keep the home page as home number 1. Post page, just keep it blank, don't select anything, and make sure that the home page displays as a static page or a landing page. So let's go out of the homepage settings into the layout, color, and scheme. So I'm going to click over here. And right here, you have the layout and background. So here we can manipulate the layout section. Now, you can click Enable Boxed Layout if you want. Now, if I choose the background color here, let's choose the black background color, dark. If I scroll down, you can see right here, well, you could see, I'm pretty sure you could see a dark color, but it just faded away because of this. So if I were to go and take away this site feed, so let me keep this color as it is, and let me go to site feed settings, okay? And I'm just going to remove the site feed by disabling it. You'll be able to see what I'm talking about. So if I disable the site feed, all right, so site feed disabled. And the site feed basically is this little section that's displayed on the left-hand side. Now, it's taking some time for the changes to propagate here. Let's just publish. And I'm going to refresh. All right, so now you can see that we have a background color and it's black. Now, that's because we have removed the site feed. Now we can see the color of the background. Now over here, if we go back to layout, you can change this background color to any color you like. All right, so you can change it to this color if you want, or maybe you can change this to this. Whatever color you want, you can change it to. Now, it's pretty useful, stuff like this. Now, another interesting thing you can do is that you can add a background image to your background. So for instance, if I go and select this, I can select an image either from my media library or go to my computer. So for instance, let's just select an image from here. This one maybe. Let's choose it. And so now you can see that that image displays in the background. Now it displays in repetition. So here if I scroll down, the background repeats horizontally. So if I set it up to no repeat, if I scroll up, I can see the background, but I can only see it on this particular size because the image is not that huge. That is why if you're going to add an image, you need to make sure that that image is just a pattern, or maybe just I would say an image that can be repeated without really showing a bad effect or bad look. So in our case here, I'm going to remove this background image because we don't want a background image. And over here, if we scroll down, let me click here on Jnews. And so if I click Enable Boxed Container, we're going to have our content, or our content is going to be boxed. So Enable Boxed Container. Now let's enable Boxed Container Shadow. But we can disable them, are really useless. Now here, the container background color is set for this. So maybe if we set it for black, you can see right now what I'm talking about. Now if we set it maybe for this particular color, you can see this, but I prefer the white color, so I'm going to take it back to white. The container is basically where the content is hosted, or the content is put. Now, you can click here to override container width, and you'll scroll down and see more options. So you can make the container width as you want. You can customize it like so. You can see that it doesn't really do much difference. So I'm not going to override the container width. I'm going to keep it as it was. And I'm going to scroll to the top over here, and I'm going to get back to the white color like this. And so this is how you manipulate the layout and background. Now I'm going to get back the site feed because I think the site feed is extremely important. And so right now the site feed will be enabled here on the left-hand side, but we can also enable the site feed on the right-hand side. You see that after we disable the site feed, we can only see this widget, which is the ad. So I can enable it as sidebar. And so now it's going to enable the site feed as sidebar. But first off, we have to select which sidebar we're talking about here. So I'm going to select the default sidebar. And so right now this should display. Okay, so, all right, my bad. Actually, the default sidebar is the one with the widgets. So if I choose Home 3 Loop, this might be more useful. I think this should work as it was at the beginning. And here you can even add the sidebar. You can even add the sidebar to the footer. Now here, if I scroll down, you can see that we have our sidebar over here, except for enable site feed as sidebar. Let's disable this. Enable Ajax load site feed post. Disable site feed on page. No, we don't want to disable site feed on page. And so right here, you can see disable site feed on page, enable site feed sidebar. So I have to enable it, but over here, content align left, content align center. Well, just keep the content where it is actually. There's no need for us to change anything. I think this is pretty good, right? We have an advertisement that follows up, except for here. When we enable site feed as sidebar, the problem that happens is that the site feed acts as the sidebar, and as you know, the sidebar has widgets. So maybe if we go change something somewhere, right? So I think I'm satisfied with this, so I'm going to publish, go back. Over here we have the scheme and website color. So here is where we can come to change the color and the scheme of the website, the color of the text, the color of the titles, the base color, the accent color. So for instance here, my name is set for red color. You can change that, make it maybe green, and you'll notice that right away the color changes. Now I prefer the blue color, so I'm going to set it to that. This is an alternate color. Now here, this will be an alternate color to post meta icons and floated social share. I'm going to keep it as it is. And over here, we can change the base text color. Now the base text color is this. You can see that it has a touch of gray. You can make it completely black by doing this. And you can see that right away, the color went to completely black. You can make it grayish like this. You see that changes it a bit. So I'm going to just get it back to whatever color it was at the beginning. I think this one is cool. And here, the heading color. Now, if you don't like the heading color to be black, you can maybe make it like this. Now, this color is not bad, but trust me, it doesn't have that appeal. So I'm going to just get it back to a color that's close to black. Not black, but close. Now here, entry color content. So if I click on the content here, right, let me click on the content. You can see a hover effect over there, which is basically for this particular one. So the hover effect kind of shows the title in blue, which is a pretty good animation there. So right now I've accessed the article, and you can see inside the article. So this is how it looks inside the article. Now entry color content, we can select a different color just to test with this. Let's select the red color. So when people are going to enter a blog post, this is what they're going to be able to see. But if they go out, if they go out to the home page, the color should display differently. And that's because we have changed the entry color or the entry content color. So here, the color displays as black because we have changed it from here, the base text color. And here, if we want the entry color to be also black and not red, we have to change it from here. So what do you think? Should we keep it red? Now I'm gonna change it to black. I mean, we don't really like the red color. All right, so here I'm gonna go back, click black, and it changed. All right. Now over here, entry link color. So here, the link color is set for this particular color. Now, if I scroll up, let's change this maybe to red. And you can see that right now the links changed to red. Now we can get it back to blue, and the color will change to blue. Now here you can enable an underline under the link, which is also a very good thing. So I'm going to enable it. That kind of adds that extra layer of definition. And here you can choose your scheme color. Now, everything we've done right now was under the scheme color type normal, but you can make it dark, right, if you want to. And you can see that right now things have changed. Well, actually dark, because dark color, sometimes people choose the dark resolution. And so it serves well to kind of change that for the dark color as well. But I'm not going to work based on that. So I'm just going to get it back to normal, go back, and publish. So right now you can also manipulate the browser or mobile browser color. So if I click mobile browser color, let's go and have a walk there. And here you can change color of Chrome, Firefox, or any type of browser. Here the color is set for this. You can set it up for a different one. I don't want to mess around, so I'm just going to go out and go out. So right now we have entirely explored the layout, color, and scheme. So let's go ahead right now and explore how to modify the header of a website. The header is this particular part, which is constituted of the top part or the top bar, the mid bar, and the bottom bar. So let me show you how you can go ahead and manipulate that. Now you have elements over here that you can add from here to your headers, but this actually requires help. So I'm going to show you how to do that. All right, so let's get down to business right now, and let me show you how to modify your way around the header. So over here, we have what we call the top bar. The top bar is this one right here. Now, the thing is, because we have this site feed, this might obstruct the view a little bit. It might take away the experience of what I'm explaining. So I'm going to go out here. I'm going to go to home settings, not home settings, well, I'm going to go to layout, color, and scheme, click on site feed setting, and I'm just going to disable the sidebar for now, just for now, because I'm explaining to you about the header. So I'm going to disable the site feed just so I can have enough space so that the header can take all the space in here to make sure that you learn everything as you should. So now we can see the entire header. I'm going to go out right now and go to Jnews header options. So if I click the header builder layout, right here, let's just wait for this to load. You can see the layout of your header. Now over here, I don't think there's a style that's selected, but you can select a different style. Let's say, for example, you want to select this particular style over here. Now, let's click on this one. Let's click. So each time I click on a style, you can see that my header changes to that style, right? So now it's loading, so it's going to take a little bit of time to load, but it's generally going to change every time, right? So let's just wait for a second here. Okay, so just as this style dictates, the logo will be in the center and the top bar will be in this position, and this lower bar or bottom bar would be at this position. Now, I'd like it to be style number 1, which was the normal or the default header type. I think that one is pretty cool. And so that's that, and that's how you manipulate the header builder layout. Now over here, we have desktop option, desktop sticky option. So I'm going to click on the desktop option here. And right here, you can manipulate the top bar height. Notice that this is just the top bar. But as we scroll down, you can see options for the middle bar and options for the bottom bar. So let's go up to the top bar here. And let's suppose, for example, that you don't like this top bar to be this size. You want it to be bigger. You're kind of disappointed in the size of this. So maybe we can move it to 80. And as we move it, you see that it doesn't really look that cool, isn't it? So I'm just going to get it back to maybe 40. And we can see why they put it to be 36. Right, so maybe this configuration is better. Now over here, the top bar scheme is dark, but you can choose a different one, maybe normal style. Now if you choose it to be normal style, it doesn't look that appealing. So I'm going to get it back to dark style. And here you can even manipulate the background color of the top bar. Right now it is set for black, but you can set it up for red if you want, right? You can make it different. Now I'm going to get it back to black. Now, colors of the website depend on what we call your brand guidelines. And if you've never heard of brand guidelines, you can design them using Canva. Basically, brand guidelines is what is the font of your website or the fonts that you're going to use for your website. What colors are you using for your website? And when we speak about colors, it's what is the color of the heading, what is the color of the text, the entry text color, the menu text color, hover text color. All of those colors are what makes your brand. And in a way, they should also flow well with your logo. So if you have a look at this particular website over here, you'll notice that the logo perfectly matches the color of the content inside of the website, right? So, and the content actually flows really well because there's an overflow or a decent flow of colors, okay? That's an interesting thing to know. So over here, we have a background color that's red, that's black. I'm going to keep it. And you can even, if you want to enable gradient. So to those of you who don't know what gradient is, it's basically a separate color for a part of the layer. So let me just give you an example here by clicking enable. And you can see that right now, this is what we call gradient. On one side, we have a different color. On the other side, we have different colors, right? So it's a gradients of colors and a flow of colors. Now, and also here, if I enable, you can see that these colors are what we're using. So we can mix, maybe we can mix the blue color along with the red color. And this is what they give, right? Now, I'm not interested in gradient, but if you're interested in making your top background gradient, hey, you can do that. You have the perfect option to do it. Now here, there is no border at the bottom, but you can choose a border. Now, I'm not going to, but you can choose a border, because the reason why I don't want a border, because that's gonna destroy the flow of our top bar, right? It's not gonna make it look as appealing as we want it to be. Now here, you can change the border size. You can change the default text color. Now over here, the default text color of the top bar is set for black, right? So we can change it, right? Maybe let's change it to, well, actually it's not set to black, it's set to white. So if I change it to another color, you can see that right now it changed to blue. And that's the reason why I'm gonna get it back to white, right? So over here, default link color. So when you hover over this, this kind of looks white, but you can change that here. So let's make it blue. Let's hover. Let's go back here. Doesn't work for some reason, so I'm just gonna get it back to what it was. Transparent. And link color is basically when you click. So if I click here, right, let me click on the about. Right now, this element was clicked. So when an element is clicked, the color should be different. But over here, we've set this up to be transparent. So let's just go over that. The top bar border color, let's not, like we said, let's not have a border color for the top bar. Let's just leave it as it is. And here, desktop header, middle bar. Now, the middle bar is this, or as called mid bar. And here it's set for 130 pixels. You can set it up to be more if you want to. Sometimes you might have an advertisement that's big. For example, here, if I take you back to this website, which I'm an affiliate of, they have these ads. And this type of ad here is actually pretty large. So if I place it here, it's going to take some space. So that's why I have to make sure that the space here, that the bar height has the required space. In this case, I think 139 or 140 would do. Unfortunately, you can't get a fixed value here, so you just have to do like this. Now, mid-bar scheme, you can change it to dark style if you want. But as you can see, the dark style doesn't really look that good for it. So I'm just going to let it get it back to normal style. Now here, middle background bar background color is pretty much similar. So right now, I'm just going to explain the same stuff that we've explained for the earlier bar. Now the same stuff applies to them. Everything is similar. So except for this one, of course, which in here, this is the bottom bar and this is where your menu displays. Here, the options are different because you can enable a boxed nav bar, and you can see that this is what a boxed nav bar looked like. If I disable it, it looks pretty better. Now here, you can fit the width. And if you click fit the width, you can see that the elements kind of separate from each other to kind of fit the nav bar. So I'm just going to disable that because it looks awful. And over here, nav bar border, you can enable it. You can disable it. You can even control the color of the nav bar border if you want. Now here, nav bar shadow. I think a nav bar shadow would be interesting, so I'm going to enable that. And here, menu scheme, I'm just going to leave it back at normal. Bottom background color, no need for that. And I think the rest of the stuff is just the usual. The same stuff that we've explained for the top bar and the middle bar. So I'm going to publish. I'm pretty satisfied with how my menu looks like. And I'm going to go back over here. Now, let us enable the sticky header option. And the sticky header is basically what the menu that follows you follows you when you're scrolling down and up the website. So if I scroll down, for instance, like this, you can see that no menu follows me. I have to go way to the top to see the menu again. And we don't want that. We want people to be able to see the menu. We want the menu to follow them so that it simplifies the task for them to go to a specific category if they want to. Now, the sticky menu or sticky header actually really makes the experience on a website great and very user-friendly. So click on sticky bar settings. And right here, all you have to do is to click here. Click on always follow. Or you can choose another option, which is follow when scroll up, which means that the menu will only follow you if you scroll up. All right, so here I'm going to choose always follow because I want the menu to follow me when I'm scrolling down and also when I'm scrolling up. You can see that this is how it looks like. When I'm scrolling down, the menu is with me. When I'm scrolling up, the menu is with me as well. But if I disable that, if I make it no follow, the menu will disappear. Right? You can see here that the menu will clearly just disappear and vanish. Right? So I want to go back here and click always follow. Now over here, the sticky bar or the sticky bar's height is different from the height of the menu, right? Because it's just a sticky bar. It's very small, right? And sometimes people won't really know it's there. That's why I think it's very useful to make it a little higher. Kind of like this. I think this, or maybe 100. Let's change it to 100. So now it's a respectable size. Let's just wait for changes to propagate here. It may take some time. Okay. So right now you can see that when we scroll down, the sidebar doesn't look that small. Now over here you can choose to make your sidebar boxed, which is not really cool for a following mode sticky sidebar. And you can actually fit the width, which is pretty much similar to the other one, but it's not good. You can add a nav border, which is not really cool as well. And you can add a nav shadow. Shadow, on the other hand, is awesome, right? So I'm going to keep it. Now over here, these are just the same option that we saw earlier. So there's no reason for us to go through them back again. Now, for instance, here, if I change the border bottom height to something else, it's just going to make it look weird, right? Right, so doesn't really look that cool. The shadow is pretty huge. So if I get it back to 1, it'll look decent. All right, so right now it looks decent. I'm going to click on publish. And let me go back over here. So let's go back. Now over here we have the header mobile option. If you click it, you'll access the mobile option of the header. And by the way, you can at all times see what the view looks like on tablet by clicking here and on mobile by clicking here. Now you'll notice that for tablet and for mobile, the background color is different. The background color for tablet and mobile is set for this particular color, right? We can change that. But first of all, we have to go and find a logo for our website. Now, let me go out here. And I want to click header logo. And I want to click the header logo here because I want to get the correct size of the logo. Because right now, enough of this, and let's go and design our logo using Canva. So let me click here on this one. We can see that the logo size is 140 by 32 pixels. So let's go back to Canva and design our logo from there. Now here, it's also important to note that there is a header logo and a header logo retina. Now the logo retina is usually bigger in size than the normal logo. It's usually twice the size. So for example here, this one is 280 by 64, which is the logo retina. And for the normal logo, it's 140 by 32. And if you juxtapose them, the retina logo is exactly twice the size of the normal logo, right? So let's go ahead and design the logo right now. No need for design skills, just Canva. And we'll use what's there and create a perfect logo. All right, so let's go ahead right now and design the logo for our website. Now over here, I'm on Canva, and I want you to click Create a New Design. Over here, let's choose Custom Size, and I want the size to be 140 by 32, okay? So now here it says it should be 40 at the most, or at the very least, so I'm gonna choose 40. And let's go. So right now, let's go ahead. And since our website is around the topic of news and information, we need something similar. I'm very interested in the red color because, in my opinion, that's exactly the color that should be for a news website. And so here, I'm going to go to Elements and let me search for News Logo. Now we'll have a bunch of logos on here. So let me first of all go to Graphics, Graphic View, and we have some logos. Now we have this one, Most of these are actually GIFs, but we can still use those. Because so long as we download these as PNGs, pretty much the animation is not going to show up. So here, I just happen to like this one right here. I don't know about you guys, but I like it. It has the colors, it has the red color, and it also has a blue color. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go ahead and just put it down here a little bit in the middle and download it. Okay, so I'm going to download it as a PNG, not an MP4, as a PNG, and with a transparent background, and then download. You should note that I have informed you that you can't use Canva to remove backgrounds, because if you have the free version, you just can't do that. Now over here, let's come back to our logo editor. The header logo is set for this one. Now this is the header logo for the normal header logo, and this one is actually what displays in dark mode. Right, so let me go back over here. I just want to check something, and so I'm just going to go back. Header logo. Now here, let me take this one, and instead of this, we're going to remove it and add our own logo, which we've just created right now. Okay, so this is the logo. I failed to give it a name, but no problem. It should be here. All right, so it should be here somewhere. This is the one. Okay, good, good. So the logo is here. I'm just going to go ahead and add it. Now you can give it an alt text of news website logo, and it's with a transparent background, so it's not going to affect anything. Now you can see that the logo is pretty small. So if I publish, and if I go back to desktop view, right now the logo is being processed over here, you can see, but still we can see this. And the reason is because we didn't change the retina logo. And so I'm going to go back to Canva. I'm going to go and resize this. And this time I'm going to make it 280 by 80 pixels. Copy and resize. All right. So we said that the retina logo size should actually be double the size or double that of the normal logo. Okay. And so here we're going to come and I'm going to name this retina logo. All right, so let me download this. As usual, I'm going to download this as a PNG, transparent background, and then just download. Now here, I think we could have done a better job, but I'm just going to leave it as it is. Right. So let's go back. I'm going to click on my retina logo, upload file, select file, and I'm just going to go ahead and upload the file which I've just downloaded right now from Canva. Okay, so that seems pretty awesome. So retina logo, let's just upload that. And there you go. You can give it an alt text. For this one, I'm just going to skip and choose an image. So right now, the image should change over here. Right, let's just wait. Right, you can see that the image changed. Well, it's pretty small, but I'm pretty sure we can modify that later. But over here, the header logo in dark mode. Now, for instance, here, you can see that the logo that is displayed on mobile is white. And the reason why it is shown like this is because they've made it so. Now, in our case, I'm not pretty sure what we can do to make this logo different. Right? So I'm just going to leave it as it is. But because this is a GIF, we can't really control it. We can't really make it white. Right? If it was just an element, like, for example, something like this, for instance, this particular element, if it was just something like this, we could have just changed its color to white and kept the transparent background, and then everything would be fine. But here, we can't really do that. But I have a way around that, okay? So the way around that would be to just delete this particular logo or create something similar to it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to text, and I'm going to go ahead and try to find a heading, okay? And in this heading, I'm going to say latest. Now I'm going to make it smaller. Right, so let's just make it smaller here. Grammarly kind of annoys the view, and I'm going to juxtapose it with this, kind of like to maybe get it in the same size as this. Right, I think just a little bit of a touch would make them the same size, except for here we need to find a different font than this one. Now, perhaps if we use Mont Bold. I think Mont Bold is pretty good. And so I'm going to put that here. And for news, I'm just going to duplicate this one right here, put it down here, and give it a name of news. Okay? So right now we have these two elements. All that's left is to go to elements over here. I'm going to go to shapes. Now when it comes to the shapes, I'm going to click see all shapes. And we need to find a shape that looks like this, like the first one. Right, so let me just keep scrolling down. I think I found it. There it is. I can just make it bigger, put it here, make it a little bit like this. Now, I'm pretty sure I can make it just a little bit big like this. So I'm going to try to get it the same size as the other one. And I'm going to put it, all right. So I'm going to click over here, change this color to white instead of the color that it is. And I want to do something here. I'm going to click this background, click here, then click here, then click on my element, and I want to spy on this particular color. All right, so now I have the perfect color. I can go and get the exact same color, copy. I can click here on my shape, go here, and I can just change that to this particular color. Now I'm going to go to the background now and change it to white. Now, not this. Go back. I want to click, right, just delete this. I want to click this background, click here, then click here, or just from here, change it. All right, so you can see now we're getting there. So for the news, I'm going to go and find a shape that looks like this. Let me just keep scrolling down so that we can find something similar. I think we could really find it. Let me just keep scrolling down. Right, so I think that would be a little bit hard to find, but I think I could do something here. So let me just have a moment here, a moment of silence. Right, so I think elements, right? Elements, shapes. I don't think we can see any shape that looks like what we want here. So I'm gonna go and just try to find something in the graphics. So graphics. If we don't find it, we will create it. Okay. So that's the deal. Right, so I think we're never gonna find it here. So what I'm going to do is I'm gonna click this, duplicate, take it here. I'm gonna make it the same size like this. Put it here, and since it's red, so we can actually spy on that color, but I don't see why, so I'm just going to go for this red color here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to put it backward, position backward. The text, I'm going to make it white and center it around the shape. And I can just go ahead right now and delete this menu or delete that logo. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to take these two elements, I'm going to group them, and I'm going to do the same thing with this particular one over here as well. I'm going to group these two as well. And I can take this one here, place one on top of it. Now you might be wondering, well, why did you do all of this stuff? Well, because I want to. Just kidding, because I want to display a different menu for my devices, right? So here, put this in the middle. Now this is a Retina logo, so I'm going to download this. Of course, PNG, transparent background, so we can download this and I can go back over here. And instead of this particular logo, I can remove this one. All right, so I'm going to go to Files, Upload Files. And over here, Retina logo number 1, put it here. Now it's a little bit different than the other logo, but it's still going to be better in my opinion. And for the header logo here, I'm just going to go back to Canva. And this logo, I'm going to resize it to half the size, right? I want it to be 140 by 40 pixels. Copy and resize. And I'll just download it and use it. All right, so let me just wait for a second here. You can click over here on share, download, transparent background, download, and let me come back over here. And I can just click upload files, select files, and come back over here. I can just choose Retina logo 140 by 40, and that's it. Choose image, and boom, right? So if I scroll down here, we have some header logo alt text. Now that's not really interesting. Now choose your sticky header logo. Now for the sticky header, we can choose a particular logo for the sticky header as well. So let me go back first of all to desktop view and let me scroll down. And so for the sticky header, I have to choose my logo, right? So it doesn't have to be different from the logo that I'm using. So I'll choose this one because I think it is better. And for the Retina logo for the sticky header, I'll choose this one. And the beautiful thing about this logo that we created is that it can be used for both the dark mode and normal mode. So here we have the dark mode. I can use it for the dark mode as well. It's completely transparent. The colors are great. So I'm going to pick and put this one here. And for this one here, I'm also going to do the same thing. And that's it. So if I scroll down over here, choose your mobile header type. Now mobile device logo. So let me click here on mobile view. Now the mobile logo is this. I want to change that. So I'm going to change it to the logo that we've been taking the freedom of creating using Canva, and it will display. Let's have a look, shall we? And it still displays because the Retina logo is the same. So I'm going to change the Retina logo, and after that, you'll be able to see a change. Okay, so place this here, and now it should display a change. Now mobile device dark mode. Now also on the dark mode, we need to change our logo. We don't want it to be different. And let's go for the Retina logo on dark mode for mobile. And also change that to this. All right, so now we have our logo, publish. All our logos are now modified. Now I think we can just, at this particular time, just remove these ones. They're not really cool. And we'll just replace them with the other ones, or the other one that we've created. And similarly with this one here, I'm going to change it to this one, right? And I think this will be better, right? Same logo for particularly all of them. And the beautiful thing is that we have created this logo by our own self. So there is no copyright there. Nobody can sue us. Now here, header top bar menu. Let's click on it. Now this is the top bar menu. You've already seen this, just the colors. Main menu. Now as far as the social icons, let's explore that. Now the social icons here that are displayed in white color. So we can display them in a different color if you like. For instance, if you want to display them in blue, you can do that. But I think the white color matches exactly the look and the feel. So I'm just going to keep it. And you can change the background color for the social icons. So for example, if you want to make it white, you can do that. Now I'm just going to get it back to what it was, dark, like this. And icon color here for mobile, it's set for black. Right, let's have a look at mobile view here. If you click on the menu, now there is no icons here showing on the menu, so let's just leave here. And header date, not really important. Header search icon. Now the header search icon is this search icon that we see over here. I know it's pretty obvious. I'm just stating the facts out there. So I'll go back to desktop view, and on desktop view, the search icon has two styles, pop-up and modal. Now the pop-up is this one. When I click, this will pop up. Now if I go back here and change this to modal expand, this is how it looks like. Really ugly, right? So I'm going to get it back to pop-up instead. And the search icon color is set for black. Now if you change this to blue, you can see it doesn't really hurt the design. It actually even makes it better. So I'm going to make it more bluish, and I'll leave it like that. Now here, the search background color, let's keep this activated. Now right here, the search background color is set for this. So it's actually set for black. Now, if we search for something, let's search, for example, for crypto. Normally, we should get something related to cryptocurrency since we went and added an entire category about crypto. So let's just search for it and see what it gives us. And then we'll be able to make more sense of these elements over here. Let's just wait for a second over here for the results to show up. And I wonder why they're taking so long. All right, so here we have the results. Now the search background color, let's search. Let's click crypto. Let's maybe look for something else. Maybe look for woman. Okay, so normally at the below, they should display options to us. All right, so this is one option. All right, so they're only displaying one option. Now search border color, you can change this as well. It's set for black. Search input background, now here it is set for black as well. Search input border color, now all of these are just stuff that you can modify. It doesn't really affect the overall design of the website. Desktop live results, this is for this result over here. If you want to change the background color, the border color, the text color itself. Now for the modal style, now here we don't really have the modal style, so we're not touched by that. We can need to scroll down here, and you can see that you can also edit this stuff for mobile as well. So to me, I think this looks cool, so I'm just going to keep it. Publish, go back. Now here, the search form, you can also manipulate the search form, and the search form is basically this form that pops out. Now the form width is 60. Now maybe I can just do one thing. If I scroll down here, let me see if I can display more results than these results that are displaying. I'm afraid I can't from here at least. So let's go back, let's go out, and let me see if I can do some other interesting stuff. Here we have the header navigation icon. Now, not important. All of this stuff over here is not important because it's not really present here. And you can see that below we have these elements that they're talking about. Dark mode, nav icon, search form. Over here we don't have these elements. These are the elements that we have displayed. So there's no reason for us to go through them. Now, if you want to add stuff to your menu, for example, let's say you want to add, next to the search icon, you want to add a search form. You can come and take the search form, drag and drop it. And interestingly enough, it should display over here. Right, you can see that it displays. Now, we're not interested in that. I'm going to delete it. You can even add buttons. So for instance, here you can add a button with a call to action. Maybe the call to action that tells people to go somewhere or to subscribe. Or now here you can see that it's a little bit cramped up. Now maybe we can take it here, put it here. Let's see how it looks. And you can manipulate the button. You can add text to it. For example, here I can say subscribe. And I can add a URL or something. So you can see that this is also an interesting thing to add, but I'm not going to do it. I'm just going to remove it. And I don't really need a button. I think this looks good as it is. Now over here, all of that stuff, I'm just going to go through it. And right now, let's go to the footer options. All right, so let's go ahead through the footer option right now. So let's click the Jnews footer option. Now we have different footer layouts. Well, not that much. I don't think they have a lot of options over here, except for, of course, these ones. But the thing here is when I, for example, let me just scroll down. I can't see the footer from here. So this is the search results. Let me click on the logo and go back to the home page because I think that's where we could see our footer. And maybe we need to close this one as well, right? So let's close this one. Okay, so I can see the footer now. And so this is the layout that is chosen, style number 7. Let's change this style and see how the footer will look like maybe with style number 3, right? So let's just try style number 3, see how it looks. That's what I'm talking about, right? Style number 3, it just displays weirdly. And if I choose style number 1, it also will display a little bit weird. So it kind of, I think we can only use style number 7 at least for now. Maybe there is some sort of an issue with this footer layout, but I think this footer is good just the way it is. Now let's click on footer option. Footer option. Now don't forget to publish because we don't want to lose all the changes that we've been doing since the morning. And so here on the footer, we need to change our logo to the logo that we've created using Canva, which is the logo for our brand. We've kept the red color in there because for news, this would really do well. So here for the retina logo, let's go ahead fast. And let's just change the retina logo to the retina logo here. Choose. If we scroll down, we're going to do the same thing for dark mode. Unfortunately, we're going to have to do the same thing for all of them. So you can imagine that. So here, let's just change this as well. And let me scroll down here to this one here as well. Also going to need to change it. That's also going to take a little bit of time. Choose. Let me just scroll down here and you can see that we finally added that. Now here, force footer into full width. Now, if you want to force it to full width, this is how it's going to look like. At least, don't really see it, but I'm just going to disable that because I don't see the effects of it. Now, footer scheme, normal to me is good, but you can change it to dark if you want. I'm just going to get it back to normal. And here, the background color, you can change the background color to a background that you like. Now, for instance, I think because the top is black, maybe if we change this a little bit to kind of darkish, that will do well. But the thing here is that we will have to go ahead first of all and modify these other things, right? The other elements. Now here, let me go down. The copyright color. Copyright color, I'm going to make it white. It's going to disappear for some time, but I'm going to change the background color later. Now copyright link color. The copyright link color, just keep it like that. Navigation text color. Let's change this to maybe blue, right? Now navigation line color, let's make it white. And menu text color, so the menu text color, we'll change it to white also. The menu separator color, we'll also change it to white. Scroll down, the social text color, we'll change it to white as well. No, we're actually, this one, we need to make it blue, like this one here. Right. So social line color, white. Right. Go back, social text, social line. Social line should be white. Scroll down. And so I think the social colors, this one here, we need to change them. Let's just, let me just scroll down. Social text color, social line color. Now we can maybe change that later from somewhere else. And so over here, I'm going to change the background. Like I said, I want it to be a little bit darker. Right. Maybe if we try the black, complete black, the copyright color. Let's try with the complete black. I don't know, but I kind of like this one. So I'm just going to go with it. Publish. And to me, this one is good because at the top bar is also black. So it will only make sense if we finish with black, right? So I'm going to go back by clicking this, go back. And I think right now we've finished the footer. So let's go ahead to the single post option. And what do we mean by single post first is when you click on the post. So for example, if I click on the post, at this particular time, we will be viewing the post from single post view, right? And so I'm going to go to the post first of all, then I'm going to go to the single post option, right? So click on the single post option and let's start to modify this stuff over here. First of all, this stuff needs a little bit of explaining. So I'm going to go through explaining what everything here means, and we're going to customize that. All right, so here, what is a breadcrumb? Breadcrumb is this, right? To put it simply. So the breadcrumb is this. It actually displays where this comes from. So this post is categorized in the fashion category, and the fashion category is in the lifestyle, or the parent category for fashion is the lifestyle category. So that's what the explanation to it. Now here, you can click on breadcrumb and you can choose to enable it or disable it. Now here, it is already enabled, and it's basically enabled on all pages. So on single post, on the category page, on search page. I would just like to keep it like that, because as we disclosed earlier, breadcrumbs are good for SEO. Now here's single post option. Now the option that is displayed over here is template number 2, which is basically the post with the right sidebar. Now let's suppose that you don't want this option. You want this option. Well, you can change it, and right now the option is going to be different. Not a whole lot, but it's going to be different. With the image is going to be placed differently, right? I think, well, there's not much of a change here, but normally here, according to this picture, there should have been a change. So I'm just going to go back to template number 2. So it's just a template thing, you know, what you like or how you like your blog to be displayed. Here, related posts option. So for instance, if we scroll down, inside of the content, right? So inside the content, there is no related post right here. So there is nothing. But we can show that. We can show related posts inside of the content. So here we have post related. This one, if we enable it, if I scroll down, they've chosen style number 5. So if I scroll down over here, you can see that right now we have related posts. And this is the template. We can change the template. Maybe let's change it to this one. And so right now you can see that this will change. So it became like this. So let's maybe just go for something a little bit different. Let's go for this one, see how it looks. And if not, I'm just going to go back to style number 3. All right, so I'm just going to go back to style number 3 because I think that captures the essence and also one major color of the website, which is the blue color, which is one of the colors of the logo. So over here, let me go inside the content, go out of this, and related post option, click. And over here, override header text, well, no. Related post filter, now here you can filter by category. And if I scroll down here, the number of related posts that are displayed over here are no more than 4. We can make them more. We can make them 6, for example. And here, you can include into unique content group. Well, I'm just going to scroll down here. Related post template. Now, for instance, here, we have this module. Let's choose a different module, maybe this one. This one will do because we don't really want to see the text. We want instead to see the images, or more emphasis on the images, okay? And 6 posts are displayed. So let me scroll down and keep exploring more about this. There are a lot of modules here. And here for the excerpt, 20 is the limit. Related post, date format, nothing interesting. And so here, this is where it's going to get interesting. So I'm going to get inside the content, and I'm going to activate the inline post related. So right now that we activated this, we have more options showing up. So let me scroll up and see. Right now you can see that related posts are integrated inside the content, except for they're overriding or they're invading the content space, and we don't really want that. Now I'm going to scroll down and I'm going to display this as full width related post. That way it will take a entire line or column, call it whatever you want. Now here, show after paragraph. Now here it shows after paragraph number 2, first paragraph, second paragraph. This one doesn't count as a paragraph, okay? So these are the 2 paragraphs, and you can see that they both have the same font size. And so here I can choose when to display the related posts. Now to me, displaying it on the second paragraph is really a bad way to do it. That is why I'm going to display this here. So on the fifth, or after the fifth paragraph. 5. Okay. So right now, the related post, inline related post, is going to be displayed after paragraph number 5. Now, here you can select random related position if you don't want, or if you don't know when to display the related post. This is useful, especially for posts that don't have more than five paragraphs. But I would assume that most posts would have really more than just 5 paragraphs. Overflow related position at the top. Here we can manipulate the related post module, the inline related post module's style. We have different styles over here. So for example, if I change to this style, have a look at how this is going to look like. So it's a little bit different, right? So if I change, for example, to this one as well, it's also different. Right, so it's pretty much different over here. And so we can keep doing this. Now I'm just gonna, for example here, or I think I'm gonna go to this one because it puts more emphasis, right? So I think this one is much better. And yeah, I think I'm gonna keep it because people can see that this is for related posts. Or maybe not this one. Let's try this one. I don't know, sometimes when you have a lot of choices, you just kind of tend to want to use more. All right, this one is cool. So if I scroll down here, related pagination style, you can show it as next previous. So I'm just going to keep it as that. If you don't want that, you can click load more. And here it will change this to load more. And over here, number of posts, it is set to 3. So for example, here you can set it to more. You can set it to 5. You can set it to 4. I'd like this to go in pairs, so 4, 6, 8 instead of 5, 7, 9. To me, this is much better. Now include into unique content group, choose unique content option, right? So here we have these types. So for example, if you don't like this, you can display images, right? So I'm going to choose module number 21 and it's going to display images inside, which is pretty cool. Now, if you don't like this, how it displays, you can display it in this way. Right, so you can see that now it's a little bit different, but I'm just going to go back here. I think this one is pretty cool, right? So if I scroll down here, related post format, all of this stuff is not interesting. And by the way, this will actually be applied not only to this post, but to all posts. So cheer up. Right? That's a very interesting thing. Now here, when it comes to comment settings and other stuff, this is not really very important. So I'm just going to publish. And to me, and to you as well, this should be enough. Okay. Now let's go out and let me take you to the Jnews image and gallery option. So over here, we have these elements. Let's just explore one of them very quickly because the rest of them are not very important. And so for here, make sure that this is set to lazy load because this will make your website a little faster. Lazy loading images is a good practice to make your website fast. That's the only thing I wanted to check out. And so I'm just going to leave. And let's go right now and explore about the social like and view stuff. This is where it gets a little interesting because you can actually lie about these information. So for instance, here, if I scroll down, you can see that this post has 492 shares, 1,500 views. But in reality, is that true? And the answer is absolutely not. These are just numbers that were added. And the beautiful thing is that you can add any number you like. You can add that this post was viewed by 20,000 people and shared 5,000 times. Because believe me, the reaction that people are going to have to that is going to be much better than the reaction they will have if you just say or stay humble and say, hey, this post was just shared 2 times and viewed 10 times. Then they're just not going to give anything. They're just not going to care about the post. So this is a very intelligent move on the part of people that developed this theme. They gave us this opportunity to lie. Well, if you want to believe in such thing, I don't really call it lie, I call it marketing. And that's one of the advantages of the internet, is that people believe whatever they see on the internet. So you can use that. You can use that to your own advantage. But if you're a decent person, if you don't want to inflate the numbers and show something not real, then you can absolutely abstain and just not do that. In my case, I'm not going to tell you what I'm going to do if I were you, because that's my personal liberty, but you can do whatever you want, right? As long as you're not displaying stuff to sell something, sell a product, or sell something that is valuable and that people need to see the true reviews, right? I'm not an advocate of faking course reviews or faking video reviews, but in this case, I don't know. Like I said, I'm not going to tell you my own opinion, but I'm going to show you how you can modify this stuff. All right, so let's go ahead right now. Social bar and view, or view and likes. So here, let's see the settings and how to change them, okay? This is going to get really interesting. Now here, Jnews view counter, let's scroll down, main share button. So if we click here, Facebook, so we have Facebook, we have Twitter as the number 2, and we also have Google+. Now you can add another one to them, and here you can choose the network. For example, if you want to add Pinterest, you'll notice that Pinterest is going to be added in line. It's not going to be as big or as large as Facebook, but it's going to be added over here. Now, if I scroll down, secondary share network is, we have LinkedIn and we have Pinterest. So if I scroll up, if I click this, now this is where people can actually click. And if they click on this, well, let me go back and take you to a blog page, because I can't click that from here. First of all, let me just publish. I don't want to lose changes. And let's go, for instance, to any blog. Let's just pick any blog, and I'll show you what I'm talking about here. So for example, here, if I click on this particular blog, right, click on it, and let me just scroll down to these social icons. Right, scroll down. If I click here, you'll notice that LinkedIn plus Pinterest was added. Now, we've already added Pinterest here, so we can go here. I can just click this one, delete it. We can only have one Pinterest. And there you go. So right now, if I scroll down, the social bar or social share threshold. Now here, we're telling our theme that, or we're programming our website that if the social shares are above 0, show them, okay? Now, but you can do something different. You can decide not to show the social share number if it's under a number that you consider as not decent. For example, if you have 50 shares and you consider that not to be attractive or decent, you can decide not to show your shares. So for example, if I set this up to 500, have a look. Because our own, or the first social share number that was displayed before was 492, and since 492 is less than 500, you can see that that is not there anymore. But if I change this to 491, you'll notice that it's going to appear back, okay? Because 492 is more, or is higher than 492. Right, so let's scroll down here, Twitter account. Now over here, you can add your own Twitter account, Facebook app ID. This is just some stuff there. Initial view count. Now here is where the lies can start. Here's where you can just start bombarding this and inflating numbers. So for example, I can say that this was viewed not only by 1,402, but by 14,000 people. And there you go. Right now, it's going to be 14K. And even the number of social shares is going to expand, because the social share value based on view is 35%. So they're always going to multiply the number of views by 35% and assume that that is the number of shares, right? So you can see, but I can also make this 0, which will also look very attractive, by the way. Just kidding. I don't really think that people would be like, this is really awesome. But here they're displaying 5 because maybe this is set to in the minimum of 5, but I'm just going to display it back at 14,000. Let's be optimistic here. Our post was viewed by 14,000 people. Now the like percentage is 18% and is displayed over here. Now I don't know why this is not 2,500, but normally it should be, because the like percentage based on view should be 18% of the view. There's something going on in here that I don't know. So maybe if I manipulate this will change it. Now we changed it to 21%. Maybe now. All right, so yeah, after we changed it, right now you can see that this was like 2,800 times. So let's publish. So here is the promised stuff that I promised you, that you can actually modify that. Now here are social icons. Let's click on social icons quickly. Now we have all these social icons: Facebook, Twitter, Google+, Pinterest, VQ or VK, and we have another one here, which is RSS. And these ones are the ones that are displayed over here, right? So you can add to them. Maybe let's say you want to add something. Let's choose an icon. Let's choose maybe the Behance. And so right now Behance is going to be added along with them. So now we had 6. Right now we're going to have 7. And you can publish. Okay. Now over here, Instagram feed settings, not interesting. Social meta settings. Let's click on it. Click on the social meta settings. And over here, there's not much to do. Let's go back. Social logging settings, like button settings. Let's click on the like button settings. See what we can do there. Like plus dislike. Now you can only decide to show the likes, or only enable people to like your stuff, which would be dictatorial, but you can do that. Now here, let's move on to the search option. Search content. Only search post, right? Which is fine by me. I don't want people going around searching for pages. This is a website that displays posts. And here, if I click on live search settings, just out of curiosity, let's go and see what's going on in there. Now here, live search number of posts. So for example, if I click, and if I just add anything, if I add an L, now this, or look at what's going to happen over here. Naturally, we should see something. If I add a space, I don't know why this is not displaying, but normally it should display some propositions over there. Let me try with a phrase, woman, space. Still nothing. All right, so normally what happens here is they will show you some propositions. Here it is set to 4. Let's maybe change this to maybe 6. And just add a space again. It's not displaying for some reason. Okay, so, all right, so let's just go back. Sometimes things might not work out as we want them to be. Now here, the category template. Now, there's not much to do here because you can manipulate that from your WordPress dashboard. Other templates, not really interesting, apart from the 401, because these pages are actually useful, because sometimes you might remove a post, but the link will still be there on Google. And so people can click it, but when they come to your website, they will be redirected to a 404 page, and that might make them frustrated. And so what you want to do, instead of just sending people to a 404 page, you want to redirect them to a page where the content is pretty similar, or to just about any page or any post on your website. Now here, 4004 sidebar, page sticky sidebar. Let's just not found content layout. Right. Enable boxed. I think this was set pretty good. I'm just looking for something here, maybe to redirect people somewhere. Okay, so I'm just going to go with this one. And let me go to see how this will look in real time when people jump, or when people land on a 404 page. And by the way, just don't delete posts, okay? Don't delete posts, don't delete pages. Make sure that you get your stuff right from the beginning, because once your website is indexed by Google, it's really, really hard. You know, when you get all these 404 pages and posts, they really, really affect your search engine optimization score. Now over here on Jnews font option, let's click on the font option, and here you can see the global fonts that are used for this particular website. Let me click on publish. And over here you can see that the font family for the body font is basically, if you go back, is the text font, right? Roboto, you can see that most of them are Roboto, post title, Roboto. And here we have the sizes. So I think everything is pretty good, unless you want to modify that. Now here, for example, let's say that you want to modify the menus font. You can come in here, you can click, you can select a sans serif font, and you can see that the menu was changed. Now if I choose, for example, something funny, let's go down, right, maybe this, and you can see that it changed, right? So I'm just going to go back here, choose Roboto font, so I'm just going to delete all of this. Roboto, because I want stuff to be consistent all along. Roboto, come on, Roboto, right, that's it. Not Roboter, Roboto, okay. So this will keep things consistent, and you can even modify the size, which I do not advise you to do because you'd be just messing around. Paragraph font, so you can modify all the fonts and all the sizes of stuff, of anything written on your website. Now here you can connect Google Font with your website so that you get Google Fonts as well. But you have to click here, and you have to go to Google Fonts and get the API key, which is, I'm going to click here. Let me just show you how to do that. Let's open this one up in a new tab. Right, it says bad request. Well, I'm pretty sure if I just open this one in a new tab, it should work. All right, let me just see, because I need to access the Google Fonts Developer API key, and I'll get the key, paste it back here. But if it doesn't work, then it doesn't work. All right, so I think it didn't work. But in case it worked for you, then hey, go with it. Now for me, in this case, it didn't work, maybe because of some sort of an error or something, but I'm just going to go on. So here I'm going to go back, publish, and for the additional options, let's click on the view counter settings. I'm interested in that. And you can manipulate stuff over here, right? So strict count prevents counting the same visitor. So for example, if a visitor lands on your website and reads a post, then goes on to read another post and read another post, in this case, this visitor will only be counted as one visitor. It will not be counted as two visits or 3 visits if that visitor read more than just one post. In here, you can override that by clicking here. And so right now, or in other words, I got it wrong. Normally, if you enable this, this will enable strict count, right? Which is what I was explaining. But if you disable it, a visitor or a view would be counted as a visitor. So if a visitor viewed 10 blogs, he would be counted as 10 visitors, not just one visitor, right? So that's that. So over here on advertisement option, header ads. So you can decide to display ads on the header. So I'll be more interested to display a header ad over here on top of the top bar, because now to you that might not really seem that appealing, but I'm just going to enable it because, hey, we want to make money from ads. And so enable that, and you can see right at the top there is a space that was added. Click on image ads, and I'm going to select an image from my library. Now remember, if I go to App Impact, and if I go to this particular website over here, I already have the creatives. So for example, let's say that I want to copy this code and I want to display that as an ad. I'm going to close this, But this time we're going to have to use the script code. So click the script code, add your code. And so now have a look. Normally, if everything goes right, we should have an ad, and you can see that we do, right? So we have an ad above the fold. Show above header advertisement text. Let's click. See what that does. And right here, you can see this advertisement text. If you want to disable it, you can disable it. Now, in my eyes, or in my opinion, you should just enable it because people can make a sense, or they can make sense of what's going on. They can see that that's an advertisement, even though they know that it is, but it serves a purpose to just add that because also it adds a little bit of a good space here and makes the website flow better. All right, so the thing here is that we have placed this advertisement here, but let's suppose that you want to make affiliate commissions. You can't just place an image or a script and expect to make money from it. So what you need to do is you need to add a link. But the thing here is that with script code, normally you don't have to add a link because if you analyze the code in here, we have the A rel, which means that there is a link in here and we can actually make money. People are just going to have to click on this link and we can make money. So for example, if I go back, let me go back to the home page and let me just click, right? Let me just click on the ad at the top. But first of all, let me just refresh this because I need to refresh to be able to see the ad. And so if I click, I'll be taken to Merge Titan's automation. Now this is because I've added a script code. Now in case you don't have a script code or in case you add an image ad, you are forced to add your own affiliate link. So for example here, we have this advertisement and I can change it from here. I can click it and I can just add my own advertisement by clicking here. I can upload files, select files, and I can just go over here and add, for instance, right? I think I have one in my media library, so I'm just going to have to go back to the media library over here. And, I'm not really sure. Okay, so let me go back, upload files. I thought I had one in my media library, but I don't. And so I have this one. I'm going to add it. All right, so let me just wait here. I'm hoping that this is the image. All right, it is the one. Choose. And so right now it will display, okay? But I need to add my affiliate link. So I'm going to go ahead and get my affiliate link from App Impact and come back over here and place it here. All right, so right now I have my link. All I have to do is to scroll down here, remove this hashtag, which is good for nothing, and paste my link. So right now if I publish, right, publish, and let me come back here, but just wait a second until changes are going to propagate. Let me refresh. And normally we should be able to see our Bluehost ad or banner ad over here in the exact same size as the other one. And so now if I click, it will take me to Bluehost. And so if someone accidentally clicks or lands on this page and then makes a purchase, I make an affiliate commission. The thing here is, I want people to be able to open the link in a new tab, not in the same tab. So I'm going to click open in a new tab. And so now when people click on this link, they will be redirected to a new tab. Now over here, if I scroll down, enable below header advertisement. So for instance here, you can enable below header advertisements as well. So I might click this and I want to display this ad as well, right? Image ads. I want to select an ad. You can see that there is a lot of ads, but if you want to make money, this is how you do it. You just have to display, you need to display a lot of ads, but just make sure that the content is great, okay? If you make sure that the content is great, people aren't going to really complain. Now here we have added our ad over there, but we need to add the link, right? So we've added the link. Below header, advertisement image. Now, the thing here is that the below header advertisement image that we added is only for computer. Now, if you want to add it for tablet, you can add it for tablet, you can add it for phone. And if you're wondering why is it different from phone to tablet to desktop, well, it's because of the size. The phone size is not the same as the desktop size, not the same as the tablet size, so they're all different. So I think this is pretty cool. I'll go back, publish. Now let's go to article ads. Article ads are the ads that are displayed inside of an article. First of all, let me click on an article while this is loading at the same time. So we want to display some ads, mainly 2 ads in every article. How do we do that? Well, the answer is very simple. Now, let me first of all wait until the article is shown over here because we need to be able to see the changes in real time. And so here we are. Now, for instance, let's say that you want to enable the ads above the article, right? If you click here, notice an ad will be displayed, which will really be ugly because, in other words, we have an ad on top of an ad on top of an ad, and this will really look ugly. So let's disable it because we already have an ad over here. And the good thing about this ad is that it will stay along the website, right? Across all the content. Enable top content advertisement. So if I enable top content advertisement, if I scroll down, this makes more sense, okay? Displaying an ad here makes more sense. So I can go get my script code. Let me go back over here. Let me go here. Let me take this. I'm going to take my script code, come back, scroll down, and paste my script code over here. This makes more sense. Don't you agree? So if I publish it right now, this is much, much better. Show top content advertisement header. So if I click show top content advertisement header, now I've already done that. So I'm just going to disable it. And over here, enable inline content 1, content 2, content 3. So here we're limited to only show about 3 ads inside the blog. So I'm going to enable number 1, but I'm going to have to choose image ads for this time because I don't want this same ad. And I want to choose the ad to be displayed after paragraph number 5 or maybe 6. But first off here, we're going to have to select the ad image or the banner ad image because we can't just show emptiness. We need to show something and choose. And of course, I'm going to have to go and get the link, copy to clipboard, come back, scroll down. I'm going to have to paste the advertisement link. So now if I click publish, if I scroll down, you can see my ad over here. And it's a clickable ad. So people can click this and they will go and see what the ad is all about. So if you want to place another ad, you have to activate or enable inline content 2. If you want to enable a third ad, you have to enable inline content 3 and so on and so forth. Now here, let's say you want to enable an inline content parallax advertisement. If you do that, this will really look ugly because this is going to take a huge space. It's going to be a huge gap, and you can see. And so here you need to go and find an ad of this magnitude. For example, this is the one we're talking about here. So I'm going to go and get the link for it. Scroll down, script code, and I'll paste the code. This is the ad code. And so right now, look, or just wait for it to display, right? This is what we call parallax ads, right? But I'm just going to go back and disable it because it sucks. So if I keep scrolling down over here, enable bottom content advertisement. So if I scroll down to the bottom, there's an ad, but it displays this. So we can change that. We can maybe go to script code, and I can take this particular code over here of an ad which I'm an affiliate of, or a program that I'm an affiliate of, and I can put that there, and boom. If anyone clicks, makes a purchase, I make an affiliate commission. But you might be wondering, but how are people going to ever make affiliate, or how are you going to make affiliate commissions? Well, the answer to that is, let's say that you are promoting Bluehost, for example. Then if you're promoting Bluehost, you need to learn how to write SEO-optimized content around the topic of Bluehost. Okay? So for instance, you need to be a WordPress developer, you need to have developed some websites, you need to know what kind of plugins exist, what the themes that exist in the world. And so you can go ahead and make a blog about this, about plugins, about themes, about hosting, and you put content in there, you put comparison content, review content, and you put all these ads there, which, by the way, are going to be relevant to the kind of content that you're posting. And so anytime people click that content or click that ad and go and make a purchase, you make a commission. Enable below article advertisements. So I'm going to enable it. So below the article here, there's going to be an advertisement. Now image ads. And by the way, you can also display Google ads, but you just have to go and get the code. So if you have Google AdSense or Google AdSense approval, you can go and get your link and place it here, right? Make sure you place the publisher's ID and everything they're requiring from you here. But in our case, we don't have links, so I'm just going to use an image ad. And I'm just going to go for this one right here. Even though I think I can go and find some more interesting ads. If I view ads, normally we need something larger than this, because if I choose this is not going to cover the entire bottom. It's just going to cover a particular small size here. Let me go and try to find something longer, maybe 1,000 pixels in width. Let me just keep scrolling down here. Hopefully we can find something. Or if we don't, then we're just going to move. So I think this one here is 760. So 760 is larger than the one we have, so we'll go with it. And I'm going to come back here and change this image to the 760 pixels one that I've just downloaded right now from App Impact. And I can just put it here. 760, 82, right. And so that we can also diversify a little bit. We don't want to show the same stuff. It's like eating bread every single minute of the day. All right, so choose the image. And so now the image displayed at the bottom is going to be different. Don't forget to always add your link, because otherwise if people click, they'll go nowhere and you'll make no commission. Now, another beautiful thing is that you can make some money from cost per click, CPA advertising. So you can join these CPA networks and they'll give you banner ads, they'll give you affiliate link or links, and you can put those, and every time you get a click, you get paid for your click. All right, so I don't know the formula that they're gonna do with you, but some programs pay you per 1,000 clicks, some programs will pay you per 100 clicks, and that's what we call CPA advertising, right? So I think we've kind of resumed everything about the topic of advertising and placing ads, or ad spots or slots. Let me go out. And here, I think there's no need for us to go more. I think this is more than enough. So let's go out. And right now, let's go ahead and have an Elementor tutorial. After that, I'm going to take you, and show you how to create an SEO-optimized article using ChatGPT and a plugin known as Rank Math to optimize the SEO of your blog. So let me just close this one. And let's go back to our page. And I want you to click Edit Post. Not Post, well, sorry, click X. Let me go to the home page. And I want to use Edit with Elementor, right? Now, making sure that the Elementor plugin was successfully activated. So I hope I can see Edit with Elementor here. All right, so I can see it. Now you can also see Edit with WP Bakery Page Builder. The reason why you can see that is because the demo website that we have installed was actually built using this. And they've told us that in the beginning. They've told us that if you're going to import this website, you're going to import it with the plugin that was used to develop the website. So here, I don't see the site feed anymore for some reason. We've kind of disabled it. Yeah, I remember now. We disabled it because the tutorial for the menu. So I'm going to go back and I'm going to enable it back because I want my site feed. Come on. All right, so let's go back here and click on Customize. Enabling the site feed is a very easy process, and you just remember what we've seen together. Taught you everything about this theme. And so you shouldn't really find any issues with using it, not only for creating news websites, but also creating all sorts of websites, like I've shown at the beginning of the course. Now over here, let me go to normally here, homepage settings, not this one, widgets, or not widgets, all right. Jnews layout color, site feed setting, and let us enable the site feed. Enable, right? And so right now it was enabled. Now here, enable site feed as sidebar. I don't think so. Let's see how this is going to look. Right. Right. You can see if I scroll down, this doesn't look that bad. Okay. So I think this is pretty good. Publish. If I go back right now, let's just wait for this to be published and let's refresh this page. And normally I should be able to see my site feed right here, which is great. And you can see that we have ads all around the place. So it's almost like we've set a lot of hooks to hunt people for the click, right? So that's almost what it seems like. But if you want to make money, you got to make money. So here, click Edit with Elementor. This is not a tutorial about the WP Bakery page builder because I think Elementor is loads better. But maybe I can create a tutorial about it in the future, who knows. So I'm going to click Edit with Elementor. And let's just start editing the website. All right, so over here, one thing that you need to put in mind is that when you're importing the demo website, you need to make sure that you select the builder content as Elementor, because if you choose the Visual Composer, when you want to edit the website with Elementor, it's going to display a lot of errors. And so I'm just making that clear to you out here, and you'll also find this very same video in another part of this course where I show you how to install the demo. So I'm just making that clear right now. Okay, so make sure that you do that. Well, we're going to repeat the operation of importing the demo. I know that we've already done it and it was boring as it is, but we're just going to do it back again because I need to import the website here. And so all of the ads that we've imported, well, if you're watching this video or if you're watching this early on, you would not really know what I'm talking about. But if you go to the last parts or the half of the course, you'll know that we have talked about how to create ads and how to put the ads in the blog and in the website. And so you should know that all of that is gone right now, but we're going to keep on going with our tutorial. I want to show you how you can use Elementor, the basic stuff of Elementor, how you can use the elements of this theme, Jnews theme, and also we're going to do something very interesting, which is I'm going to show you how you can write a blog using ChatGPT and a plugin known as Rank Math to optimize for SEO. And the beautiful thing about all of this is that you don't really need to have any whatsoever knowledge on the topic of SEO. You could be a beginner in SEO and you'd still learn how to create an SEO optimized blog from scratch. We're also going to use a very famous website known as Buzzsumo. The reason why we're going to use that is because Buzzsumo enables you to kind of find what is trending in the world, what are the trends that are going on, and that will help you. That will actually help you find out the information that you should display on your website, because you could go and create a blog about anything, but the question is that valuable? Are people going to view that? Are there going to be any views? Because that consequently affects how much you would make from AdSense. And so you need to make sure that the content you put on your website is something juicy, something that people would really want to see, something interesting, right? You don't see the New York Times talking about something normal such as Joe whatever got a job in this corporation. You know, they share news that are shocking, that people can see and just are shocked and they want to learn more. And so that's what I mean by juicy news. And that's what you should adopt. Unfortunately, so many of you are decent people, such as I am. We're all decent people, in other words. But in our decency, we don't play the game as we should. And so you should really play the game as you should. Give the people what they're looking for, the information that they're looking for, and make money from AdSense. There's nothing unethical about that, okay? But it's absolutely unethical to decide only to show what doesn't sell and not to make money from it. So that's something I don't really wish for anyone to do. All right, so let's start the Elementor customization right now. But one thing you need to put in mind is that If you want to edit a website with Elementor or the homepage, you need to go to that page and click Edit with Elementor right here. Now you'll notice that we have another builder, WP Bakery. Now this is not a bakery kind of plugin to bake bread. This is a plugin that is also equally good. I'm not going to say it's awful or bad, but it's not as good as Elementor, okay? It's also a good plugin to have, but like I said, not as good as Elementor. And so let's click Edit with Elementor to go to Elementor right now and edit the page. Notice that previously I've actually mentioned to you that when you import the website, make sure that you don't install the Visual Composer plugin, right? And click on Elementor instead. So you've been fairly warned, right? Just in case something happens and you don't see Elementor as you should see it. If something happens, don't blame me, blame yourselves, okay? So here we are on Elementor, and let's go on settings. And I don't like this. I don't like how this looks, okay? I don't like this. So I'm going to click the sandwich buttons. I'm going to click on user preferences, and here I prefer the dark theme, okay? Now this will only darken the Elementor, all right, Elementor sidebar, left sidebar, if you want to call it that. And yeah, so this is cool, right? It's good for the eyes, healthy. If I go to my doctor, tell me you're taking care of yourself. That's pretty good. All right, so here, click on these 9 dots, and you will be able to access what we call the widgets or Elementor widgets. Now, or elements, okay, they are called elements to be more precise. Now here, for instance, this is what we call a block. Now this is not an Elementor block, this is a Jnews block, as you can see, because when I clicked, now this is a column, but this is an element, and it's a Jnews module. Now these come in with the Jnews theme. And so there are Elementor elements and Jnews elements. When it comes to Elementor, here's the basic elements that you get with the free version of Elementor. Inner section, heading, image, text, video, button, divider, spicer, or spacer, not spicer, Google Maps, icon. So for instance, let's say you want to add an image over here. You can take that image and drag and drop it, and you'll put it here. So all you have to do is to choose an image from your library, import an image, and boom, there you go, you have an image. So I'm going to just choose this image to show you. And so right now we've added an image here. If you want to delete that image, you can click delete. The image is gone, right? Now, in case you don't like to navigate this like this, and in case you want to have more visibility about what's going on this page, you can do a very simple thing, which is you can right click, click on navigator, and this will actually display this little navigator over here that doesn't really show as it should. So I can take it, put it like this, and it grows. And so here it shows you all of the sections that are in this page. Now on this page, we have 5 sections. Section number 1 contains a column. Inside that column, we have an ad block. Section number 2 contains a column. Inside that column, we have 6 modules. Module 16, module 22, 3. So for instance, let's say that you want to know which is which. You can click, for example, if you want to know where exactly is module 16 here, you can click and it will take you right to it, right? And if I scroll down, I should see, right? Well, normally this is it, right? And you can actually change the settings of module number 16 from here. Let's say, for example, that you don't like this style. You want a different style from module 16. Now here's what you can do. You can click, change the style. Notice it's being changed in real time. And so there's a perfect combination that goes with Elementor and Jnews. It's absolutely perfect. All right. So I'm going to close this navigator. And let me just take you back over here to the elements. Now the basic elements are these, but still we have what we call the Pro elements. Now these are only available under the Pro subscription of Elementor. These are very advanced and they really will make your website look awesome. But still, some people out there might be thinking, well, why did they just give us these 10 elements? We want something else. Can we download more? Well, the answer to that is yes. There are more elements to the Elementor free version. If you scroll down enough, you can see over here the general elements. And these are the general elements: image box, image or icon box, star rating, image carousel, counter, progress bar, testimonial. All of that stuff is absolutely gorgeous. Now there are also plugins that you can find. So let me take you to the dashboard here. And if you're so keen on not buying the Elementor Pro plugin, if you don't want to buy it, there's a workaround here. Go to plugins. Where are the plugins anyways? Okay, so here, plugins. Let me just hover over once more. Hover over once more. All right, let me just click on add new. And let me show you that there are what we call Elementor add-ons. These add-ons are not the Elementor plugin, but they complement the Elementor plugin. They give you access to more functionality. So if you search for Elementor, this will give you some features or some plugins over here that are very, very good. I'll show you the one that I use. Now, you have this Elementor Essential add-ons. You can see that it was downloaded by 1+ million people. We have this other one, which is Premium add-ons. And so what these will do is they will give you some premium Elementor features that are only available under the Pro version. So cheer up. If you want to install it, click on Install. Now, as a matter of fact, let's go and install this one, for example, here, just to show you. Because right now, nothing displays here. But if I install this plugin, I'm going to have a whole lot of functionality added that I can use from. Okay, so let me just wait for it to install, after which I'm just going to go ahead and click Activate. It's taking a little bit of time here. Okay, so let's just wait for it. All right, so plugin installed. Let's click on Activate. And there you go. Right now we have the plugin installed. And let's just go for a second here. Let me just wait for another second, and I would like you to do that as well. All right, so here, let's configure this. Now right here, they're asking you which elements do you want to display. So for instance here, they are displaying these elements by default, but you can display or enable or disable some of them as you wish. So for example, if you don't like the sticky video element, you can disable it from here and it will not show on Elementor. But if you want to enable it, you have to click. Let's say, for example, you want to enable the event calendar. You can click enable it. If I click view all, you can see all of the other elements that we can also enable, which is interesting. So enable all the stuff that you want and disable the stuff that you don't want to see, right? So for instance, I'm satisfied with this. I'm just going to click on next. And they also have a Pro version, which enables you to unlock, like they say here, 30+ advanced Pro elements. Well, the thing here is we're not interested in the Pro version. We don't want to pay anything. Here, this is Templately. This is another plugin that enables you to access templates, page templates. Now, page templates are ready-to-go pages that you can just install on your website and just basically edit. Now, it's almost like a demo website, but it's just pages, okay? Now, I'm just going to click Next. And over here, they're asking you to maybe if you want to install some integrations that go well with this plugin. I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to click Next. And here, no thanks, all right? It's always good to say no, right? And so now, congratulations, the plugin was installed. So if we go back, and if I refresh this page, now they're going to ask me, do you really want to refresh? Yes, I do, because I didn't update the page. That's why they asked me that. So normally, if you update the page, they won't ask you for anything. You can refresh, no problem. So this is the essential add-ons, but still, there are other plugins, other Elementor-related plugins. For instance, there is a plugin for header and footer builder, right? Because under the free version of Elementor, you don't get access to building the header and the footer. So you can install a header and a footer builder called the Elementor Header and Footer Builder. And you can actually use that to build your own header and footer. So there's a bunch of workarounds out there, and you don't necessarily have to pay for the Pro version unless you really, really need it. Okay, because let me tell you, the reason why people install the Pro version is not just because of the availability of these elements. That's one thing, but another thing is because when you install multiple plugins, that makes your website slower, as opposed to centralizing all your needs in one plugin. That optimizes not only your work, but it also optimizes your website speed. That is the reason why most people would prefer to buy the Elementor Pro rather than install 5 Elementor plugins. All of them, each of them does something, and combine them just because they don't want to pay $50. So that's that. So here, if we search for header, normally the name of the plugin, if I can remember correctly, is Header and Footer Builder. But in this case, it should display, right? So Header and Footer Builder, yes. Elementor Header and Footer Builder. So you can install this as well if you'd like, but I would not like to. So here, you can see the basic elements now, the pro elements. And if I scroll down, I should see other elements. Let me keep scrolling down. And at the bottom, we have essential add-ons. So I'm going to go there. Right? Let me just click somewhere here. And I can click on the essential add-ons. And you can see these are the essential add-ons. I can now add any one of those, no problem, free, right? For free. So for instance, let's say you want to add a testimonial one. You can take it, drag and drop it, put it whatever you want. There you go. Now we have a testimonial add-on, and I can delete it anytime. Well, the thing here is I can click this and delete. Now, Elementor is a pretty good plugin to edit websites, but nonetheless, it requires its own tutorial, because I could go for 8 hours on Elementor and showing you the stuff on how to use it. And I feel like that would really ruin what this course is all about. But the thing that you should note here is that you can edit any element of those, except for the site feed, of course. You can't edit that. But you can edit these elements that have this little pencil in blue, right? You can see these pencils in blue. If you click on any of them, that means that you can edit these elements. So for instance, I can click on this. This is a Jnews element, Jnews module 16. And you can edit this to your own desires. You can make it whatever you want. So here you have multiple options here. You can add pagination if you'd like. Now here it's set to no pagination, but I can come here and say load more, for example. And so right now it's going to add a pagination to this element. So it's all drag and drop. It's all reading the text and understanding what it's all about. And so here we can see that it added this pagination, load more. And so, yeah, you can do this practically for any element here. You can take the element, just make sure that you read here what they're talking about. And everything is pretty self-explanatory, let me tell you. It's not like coding where you have to go and learn a coding language. Everything here is just words and everything explains itself. So right now, let's move on to a very interesting part of the course, which is how to write content, SEO-optimized content, without being learned in the SEO arts. Okay, so first things first, let's explain the anatomy of a post, because that's very important that we do that. Now, a post is composed of this. It's composed of what we call a title. So a post has a title. For instance, this particular post, let me go to the home page. Let me just visit the website to kind of showcase to you this in real time. I know that some of you already know SEO. They already know everything about it, but I assume that some other people don't. So that's why I'm creating this for the people that don't know. So I'm going to click this post. And when you click the post, or before even clicking the post, you can see a title over here. It says Rap Group at publication for using their image in place of gang. So this is a title. Now, normally the title is the header number 1, also known as H1. H1. There can only be one H1. There can't be 2 H1s or 3 H1s, because if you do that, that's counterproductive, and it's also a kind of, in a way, kind of black hat SEO tactic. So use only one H1 and you use it for the heading. We'll see that later. Now over here, if we scroll down, we have text. So this is what we call the body text. Now here, we can see that this post is absolutely not optimized for SEO whatsoever. And the reason why I say that is because here, there are no headings displayed, so we can only see paragraph. But if we go, for example, to a website like the New York Times, as a matter of fact, let's go there. New York Times. And let me show you how this is optimized, or how the New York Times actually optimizes their website for speed. All right, so it's really not that good. They're actually asking me to subscribe, right? Okay, well, let's go to another website. Let's maybe go to CNBC. All right, let's open up CNBC. Let's open up a blog, just any kind of blog. For instance, this one. Let's see. And you can see there's a title. And over here, there's text. And if I scroll down, there's a heading. If I scroll down, right, I can see that these are not really optimized at all. Or at least because these are blogs. So let me go maybe to another website. Oh, there are other websites. Let me just go to best bench press exercises. Okay, pretty sure that we can find something here. So let's go to Men's Health, this article. And if we scroll down, we have the title. And if I scroll down some more, right, we can see here, this is a heading. And if we scroll down, this is another heading. And if you want to know which type of heading this is, you need only click on it or select it and then click inspect. And over here, it should tell us which heading this is. Now, if you can't tell it from here, you can use Grammarly, which is a tool that I use, but I would like to use this. So here it says H2, okay? So you can see that this is an H2. For example, I know that this is an H1, but let me just click inspect just to show you what I'm talking about here. So if I click on inspect on this one, it should display as the header number 1 of the website. All right, so it says H1 over here. So a blog post or an article should be composed of headings. Those headings start from H1 to H6. So H1, H2, H3, H4, H5, H6. And those headings, they kind of are the introduction to what comes after them. So after, for example, heading number 2, there could be 1 paragraph, 2 paragraphs, 3 paragraphs of text, okay? That way, a blog post is organized. And not only that, Google uses headings to make sense of what the blog is about. And also, it gives Google structure. And also, you can use these headings to create what we call the table of contents, or known as TOC, table of contents. We'll talk about that later. But it shows you, or headings are what permit you to create a table of contents. Table of contents is also an important thing when it comes to SEO. A blog post should also be composed of a frequently asked question section, which is very useful because, and let's go, for example, as a matter of fact, to Google. Let me show you why. So for instance here, I've searched for best bench press exercises. You'll notice that we have the first result is this, with a rich snippet. This is what we call a rich snippet. And if I scroll down, you can see here, people also ask. Now Google, because Google thinks that they should not just answer this question here, they should give me different answers. They have this entire section about people also ask for. Call it a frequently asked section, place, or whatever. But Google understands that when a person is searching about a topic, they're generally speaking interested in different questions around that same topic. So that's why they show you different questions and different answers to those questions. So it's very useful, actually, to not only display content on your article about a specific topic, but also to talk about other related things. So if you're going to build a blog around the best exercises for chest, then on the frequently asked question, it's also interesting to add other stuff like best exercises for legs or best exercises for, I don't know. So when you add more, the more you add, the better it is. Another thing an article or a blog post is composed of is what we call the meta elements. Now over here, if we pick this website, the title here is the 25 best accessory exercises. This is the title of the blog post. And over here we have what we call the description. So we call it meta description. Now this meta description should at least contain what we call the focus keyword, some text, and a call to action. A call to action is usually what drives people to take action. So you can't just come in here and quote text. You should be precise about what this or what people are going to find by clicking this link and add the call to action. Now you'll notice that most of these websites don't really do that. Most of these websites only show an excerpt of the blog post. But these websites are not all optimized completely for SEO. The optimized websites for SEO will show you here what you can expect to see inside, and usually you won't really see these three dots. For example, this one here is optimized, right? Because you get a firm understanding of what you can expect when you get there, right? They're telling you that you will see 3 or 6 exercise types. They quoted them here. There's no call to action, there's no focus keyword, but still, at least, they've made it clear here what you can expect inside. So if you want to build a good description, meta description for your article or blog post, this is what you should do. You should integrate your focus keyword, text, and a call to action, and usually you should not make it more than 160 characters long. So this shouldn't be more than 160 characters long. When it comes to the title of your blog post, normally they say it should be around 60, but I say otherwise because sometimes you have titles that are longer. And so you can't at all times respect the 60 limit or the 60 ideal size that they're talking about. Now here I mentioned the focus keyword. I feel I need to explain this to you. What is the focus keyword? Now, for instance, focus keyword is what you'd like to rank for. So if I'm searching for bench press, this is the focus keyword I'm using this time. So the blogs that are ranking for bench press are the blogs that are optimized for this particular term, which means that they have used bench press in their blog consistently. So if I take this website that pops into the first position, Healthline, the 9 best weight benches of 2023, if I scroll down, you can see here benches, bench here, best bench, right? Let's just bench weight. Okay, so let's just scroll down, benches. So you can see that the keyword here is bench, right? Bench is used more than just once. It's used a lot, all right? And that's why Google figured that this must be an article about bench press. So they're showing it. But this is not all, right? We have what we call the LSI keywords, or latent semantic indexing keywords. LSI keywords are related keywords to the topic which you're discussing in your blog. So for instance here, this is a blog about bench press. Nonetheless, Google expects to see all kind of grammar related to training and gym and fitness. And so here, when you come in this blog, you'll notice that we have all of the terms that are related to training. For example, building, home gym, items, essential, weight, benches, routines, training, crunches, exercises, perform, weight bench, limitless, adjustable, levels, incline, greater. So all of these are workout, for example here, full body, ultimate. All of these terms are related to the topic of training. For example, if there's a blog about diabetes, then you should expect to see all medical keywords related to diabetes. If there's a blog around cancer, for example, you should expect, or Google expects to see, latent semantic indexing keywords related to that topic, because that strengthens that topic in the eyes of Google. Because that tells Google one thing, is that this blog is very, very good because it used a consistency of all the keywords that it expects to see there. And that's why these kind of blogs rank. There are some LSI tools out there, but they're expensive. And what these LSI tools do is they just take a blog, they do the analyses. They do the analyses of what keywords are used and exactly in what frequency. Okay, so they will tell you how many times the term bench was used, how many times the term best was used. so that you can incorporate that in your own blog. Now, how do you do that? Well, I'll show you later on. I'll show you how to use ChatGPT to optimize a blog for SEO. No need for any skills. Now, over here, we've talked, I think, about pretty much everything you need to know, except I'm going to add one thing, which is the conclusion. A blog must have a conclusion, okay? And so right now, let's go ahead and start the journey. Let's go ahead and start creating our blog from scratch. So I want you to go and open up a ChatGPT window, open up a new chat, and I would highly recommend you to install this extension known as RPM. Now this extension works seamlessly with ChatGPT. And normally here on my ChatGPT screen, you can see that this is a little bit different from what you have, right? That's because I have the RPM extension. And what it does is it actually allows me to use 1,330 ready prompts. So for example, let's say I want to write a complete book in one click. I can click this and I can just give it a topic. I could say something like Red Riding Hood. And right now it's going to go ahead and it's going to write an entire book around the topic of Red Riding Hood, all because of this extension. So right now it's taking some time there. I'm going to go. Now here you can see that I've already installed this extension. So to those of you who might not have it, go ahead and click install and use it because it's very important. And over here when I came back, you can see that it's writing the book Red Riding Hood. And it's just going to continue writing it. It's not going to stop. So if I want to stop it, I can click stop generating and it will stop. If I want to delete this chat, I can click delete and chat will be deleted. And I'll come back here. Now, I don't want to write a book. I want to write a blog post. So I'm going to click. We have a lot of different prompts for blog posts. This one is fully SEO optimized article. We have rank article, human written 100% unique SEO optimized article. Each one is trying to sell you the other one. So let me go here, for example, to this one. And let's suppose that the topic of our blog post is around Donald Trump. Just type in the keyword Donald Trump and it will write a blog about Donald Trump. So here you can see Donald Trump, the rise and fall, legacy of the 45th US president, introduction, early life. So it's writing an entire blog by itself based on just one keyword. And so we can do that. But first off, we need to go and get, like I said, freshly new content. How do you do that? Well, I need you to go to this website known as Buzzsumo. So go and search for it on Google. Buzzsumo. Now, what this website is good for is it will allow you to find what's trending. So open it up. Now, I have a free trial that I'm using right now. And so, well, let me just log in here. Where do you log in on this thing? Well, you can click start a free trial. I already have one in another account, but I don't know why I can't log in right now. But yeah, I'm logged in. So I have 21 days left. Now, to those of you who might be using Buzzsumo for the first time, you'll benefit from a 30-day free plan. So you can write blogs all you want during those 30 days. Now, the good thing about Buzzsumo, let me explain it to you, is that you can find what's trending. I can click on content here. You can use these analyzers, but I'm more interested in discovering trending feeds. Sumo, okay? Very interesting stuff, trust me. Now over here, you have what we call a filter. You can click filter trending by country. Let's say, for example, that you just want to filter what's trending in Russia. I don't know if you like Russia or not. I don't like it. I just thought of it from the back of my mind. So here it's going to show us trending content in Russia, only it shows content trending in Russia in Russian. Now, you might be wondering, what are you doing here? Well, I'm going to show you the power of ChatGPT here. So I'm going to open up this post because this is a post from a website. I think this is on YouTube, right? I'm going to close it down. I don't want a YouTube video. This is a website. Let's open this one up. And I want to copy the title, just the title of the post, even though it's in Russian. Okay, even though it's in Russian, I don't care. I'm going to go back to ChatGPT and say, put the title and paste. And just notice what's going to happen. I'm sorry, but I cannot provide your request. It's my responsibility to provide. All right. So I'm going to say, can you translate this to English? All right. Certainly. The translation of the text in English is, Bishkek, during a live broadcast, a student was expelled from school for making jokes about the teacher. Just look at the power of this AI. I'm going to say, okay, so proceed and write a blog. I don't need to say anything more. All right, I cannot comply with your request. All right, this is weird. This doesn't happen all the time. So I'm going to say, please write an article about that topic. All right, so let's just wait. Certainly. All right, so now it's just complying finally. So here it's writing an article about this topic that was in Russian. So we took it and translated it. And it's writing an article about it right now in the flash of a second. So we can actually even compare this to what's written here. And you'll notice most of the time that ChatGPT will be a lot better than what is here. All right. So let me just close this website up. I don't understand Russian language. And so right now it has written an entire blog post with headings, an introduction, and a conclusion. I can say something like, I need you to write a frequently asked questions for the post. Precisely, I want 6 questions and answers. Boom. So right now it's going to add a frequently asked question section. And here you can see question number 1, what are some examples of disrespectful behavior in school? And there's an answer, then question number 2 and an answer, and question number 3 and an answer, and so on and so forth. So right now that we know where we can get the content, let me take you here and show you how you can filter this stuff by language. So let's say, for example, that you want to get trending content in Russia or of Russia, but you want to get it in a different language. Maybe you want to get it in the US English language. So you can filter by English. And so now it's not going to display any content other than English content. Right, so here, Johnny Carson's performance with Don Rickles. Now this is all stuff related to Russia, but in English. Okay? So if we scroll down, you can see that this is pretty good. Very, very good. All right, so let's say that we want, well, let's change the country here to the United States. United States of America. And so here we get the content. We didn't filter by language. So if you don't filter by language, what happens is sometimes they might show you Spanish language because there are some states in the US that speak Spanish. Sometimes they may even show you Arabic content. Sometimes they may show you content in French. And you just don't want that. You want content in English. So here, let's select the language as English. And they're showing us some very interesting articles out here. Very, very interesting. So I can scroll down. I can see Governor Cooper to give state of the state address on Monday. All right. And you can see over here that this on Facebook was viewed 20,000 times. This content here was viewed and interacted with 7,500 times. This one, 9,800 times. So you can get what I'm taking you right now. You can see that right here is where you would know if a post is interesting or not. This one was only posted 14 hours ago, and still it got 20,000 views. So if you take this, create a blog post about it, post it on your website, what will happen is you get a high chance of getting a lot of traffic because that's a hot article about a hot topic that people are searching for, and you have a high chance of getting people to your website. Let's say, for example, that you're posting 10 posts a day. And let's say, for example, that these posts, they get you 50 views each. Each post gets you 50 views, and you're posting 10 blog posts a day. That's 500 views a day. If you sum it up in a month, that's 15,000 views. The thing here is, If you keep doing that, that's pretty awesome. If you calculate how much money you can make from a 15,000 view audience with AdSense, I would assume it could be in the regions of $1,000. You could easily make $1,000 just from this, just from writing blog posts about fresh stuff that people are searching for, posting them on your website, doing a little bit of social media sharing them on your Facebook, sharing them on Pinterest, on Instagram, on all the social media channels. Maybe sometimes even boosting a post using Facebook. You can spend $5 to $10 on some posts sometimes. Collect emails. So there's a bunch of ways that you can market your own content. But the point is, you have to put content on your website that's something that people are searching for. So for instance, I'm going to look for something hot in here. I think this one about Egyptian archaeologists find Sphinx-like Roman era statue. So I'm going to open this one. This suppose that is written on CNBC. And we can see this post. So right now what I'm going to do, I'm going to take this title and I'm going to come back here. I'm going to open up a new chat and I'm going to say, hi, I want you to take this post and create something similar, but not plagiarized. All right, I want something original. All right, so I'm going to copy the content here. I'm going to start with the title. And let me go inside and get some content. I'm not going to copy the entirety of it because there's no reason for that. So I'm just going to copy this. And let me go back to ChatGPT and just paste the content to it. And that's it. So now it's going to go ahead and write the first iteration. The first iteration is not going to be like we want it to be, but we will improve upon it later. But the first thing I want you to do is I want you to go back to the WordPress dashboard. The dashboard, okay? And I want you to install this plugin known as Rank Math. So let me go to plugins, click on Add New, and search for a certain plugin known as Rank Math. This is a very crucial plugin that you should have. Rank Math is going not only to allow you to optimize your articles for SEO, but at the same time, it will also allow you to link to Google Analytics and Google Search Console. So here, click on Install Now and activate. All right, so the beautiful thing about this plugin, like I said, is that it will allow us to install Google Search Console and Google Analytics. Now, unfortunately, it can't enable you to install Google AdWords or Google AdSense. I'm sorry, but if you want to use it to install Google AdSense, you need to have the Pro version, which we don't really need. So I'm going to click Connect My Account. So select the account which you want to connect. Click on Activate. And so right now here, just start Wizard. Now just follow the settings here or follow what I'm going to say. Just don't do anything else. Usually we don't really need to touch much of the stuff that exists here. Everything is set up perfectly. Now here, is blog post trending a blog, or just answer these questions here. You can give an alternate name. Now here, you can add your logo. Now we're going to add our logo here. So I'm going to go with this one. And that's it. Minimum size 112 by 112. Right, so I think the size is pretty good as well. Now here, a default social share image. Now let me explain to you what a social share image is first. Now if I go here, for example, to the website, you'll notice that we have blog posts and images, and every blog post has an image that we call the hero image, or the featured image of the blog. Now these featured images are normally shown when someone shares your article on Facebook or on social media. This is what shows. This is what people are going to be able to see. If someone comes and reads this blog, Rap group call out publication for using their image in place of gang. If someone shares this on Facebook, they will share your image as well. But sometimes some blogs may not have images. Sometimes you might forget to add a featured image for a specific blog. And in that case, you don't want to fall in the situation where someone might share your blog and it doesn't have an image. That's why Rank Math has thought about this, and they thought it could be useful that you add a share a default social share image in case your blog doesn't have an image. This is the image they're going to use for social sharing purposes. So in order to design such an image, I'm just going to go to Canva here, and I'm going to select a size of 1200 by 630 pixels. Let me go to Canva. Now, I'm going to close this window down. Let me go and open up a new Canva tab, and I advise you to do the same. So go to Canva, open up a new Canva tab. And over here, let's do this. So I'm going to click on Create a Design. It should be 1200 by 630. So click Create a Design, Custom Size, and 1200 by 630. Just make sure of one thing. Make sure that this is the unit selected as pixels. Click Create a New Design. And let's go and try to find something that has to do with news or juicy news or I would say hot trends. So I'm going to go and search on the elements for an image that has something to do with trends. Okay, and we'll use that. Because our website is about trends. Trends. Let's search. Over here, let's go to photos. And let me just wait for a second. So here we have a bunch of images. Trends, trends, trends. All right, trending or trending news. Maybe this one here. I'm just gonna not go with this one. I think this one is cool. This one. And set this as background. I'm gonna just move it down a little bit like this. And there you go. We have our image. I can just go, download it. No need for transparent background. And I can go back here and upload this as my default social share image, which is very awesome. So I can just go select a file from my computer. This is the file I'm talking about here. This is the one. Let me just select this. Okay. And there you go. We have selected it successfully. Pretty good. And I can click use this file. Use this file. Let me just wait for it to be uploaded first. And we can use that. Right. It's taking a little bit of time, so click use this file. That's it. So click save and continue right now. Let's go. There's not much left. Now here, Google Connect Services. Click. And let's connect with Google Search Console and Google Analytics. Now over here, let me select my Google account. Scroll down, continue. And let me show you how to connect Google Analytics and Google Search Console using Rank Math. All right, so over here we have Search Console. So click on the website which you want to enable Google Search Console for. So here it doesn't appear, but yeah, it's already connected. ChatGPT Astro Pro Blog. Let me scroll down. Here, select a property. If you don't have a property, you can create one. I'm just going to select a property and select a view. And that's it. Scroll down and click Save Continue. And your account will be linked to Search Console and Analytics at the same time, which means that you will be able to see how much traffic your website is getting in real time. And also, your website pages and posts are going to be referenced by Google because you are enabling Search Console. Now for this, I just highly recommend you to save and continue. Don't do anything, don't touch anything. And for optimization, also I think there's not really much to see there or much to manipulate. No follow external links. Well, no, actually, just keep it that way and save and continue. And then over here we have the ready, or we are ready. And that's it. So here, they're saying set up advanced options. Now I'm just gonna return to dashboard because I think this is enough. There's no need for us to set up any more advanced options. And let me take you right now to the blog post view. So let's take posts and I want to click on add new. Let's add a new post. And let me show you how to create a post from scratch. Okay. So right now, let's go ahead. Let's go back to ChatGPT. So the title for this post is this particular one. Archaeologists discover Roman era stature and shrine in southern Egypt. Now, what I'm going to say here, I'm going to go to ChatGPT and ask it, I need you to write or to make the blog post more than 1,000 words long. Make the title of the blog post clear, and use headings from H1 to H6, right? And I'm going to say I need one H1 heading, which is usually the title, and two H2 headings, and three H3 headings, and two H4 headings, and two H5 headings, and the conclusion is H6. And so right now it's going to go ahead and write down this exactly as we want it to be. So I'm just going to wait for it until it writes it, and I'm going to take it and copy paste it on Gutenberg. Starting first with the title. So here we have this title. I'm just going to copy the title, copy, come back, paste the title. So now we have the title. This is the H1, right? We've done the first step. Let me come back, see the content. If it's completed it, it still didn't. So I'm going to pause the video until it completes the content. Now, the beautiful thing about ChatGPT is that not only does it write content, but it also follows orders. So for example, if you have a list of keywords that you want to include in your blog post, you can come to ChatGPT and just tell it, I want you to integrate such and such keywords and I want you to put them on the blog post. You can do that. All right, so here in this case, it has written the entire blog post. I'm going to copy the entirety of it, but we're going to have to do the editing here. Now, it didn't complete the blog post quite yet, but here I'm going to copy this and we'll complete it later. So sometimes it can not complete the blog post. That's only normal. So here it didn't write the conclusion yet. I'm going to come back and say, please write the conclusion as discussed. So waiting for it until it writes the conclusion, let me go back here and we have some trimming to do. So at the top, we have H1, but over here, it doesn't display as H1. So I'm going to select this text because this is just a text. Click here. I'm going to turn it into a heading. And normally this, I'm going to make it an H2, not an H1. Okay. And I'm going to remove H1, the text. I'm going to click the second one here, turn it into a heading, and make sure that it's set to H2. Now over here, this one, I'm going to make it an H3, not an H2. Heading, click H3, and let me remove this. Now you can see that the size of headings are different from one to another, and usually the size decreases the more you go. From H1 to H6, the size decreases. So here, this one is H3. I'm going to select it, click, make it a heading, and then click here, H3, and there you go. I'm going to, well, I lost it, so I'm just going to go back a little bit in time, so now it's better. You can always go back by clicking this little button over here, so you'll go back. And if I scroll down, I can see that this is the end of the content. Okay, so let's add some more stuff. Let me go back, take the conclusion. Right, so we have the conclusion written. I'm going to take it along with the title of it. And let me come back here, paste my conclusion. And I'm going to take this, turn it into a heading, heading number 6. Click, heading number 6. There you go. So what you can do in order to correct the mistakes over here is you can install on your computer this extension known as Grammarly. I'm not going to go through it thoroughly, but when you install this extension, what it will do is it will tell you the mistakes in the text. Now here, because I'm logged in on Microsoft Edge, I can't see it because Microsoft Edge doesn't have Chrome extensions because it's Edge. And so when you add this to Chrome, what this will do is that it will give you the mistakes that you have in your text and some propositions to make your text even better. Now you can use the free version. There's also a pro version, but the free version is enough, right? So here I'm going to click on the conclusion, click on H6, and here just make sure that we remove this. I don't know why the H6 is actually really small. Let's try H5, right? All right, let's go back to H6. Okay, so So now let's go and add the frequently asked section or frequently asked questions and answers. I'm going to say I need a frequently asked question, 6 questions and answers. And I don't want you to display them in a bullet or numbered list. The reason why I don't want them displayed in a bullet or numbered list is because I find an issue when importing them here. And so I prefer them to be like this. So I'm going to go over here and create a heading. I'm going to click the plus button here. Heading. I'm going to make it a heading number 6. And I'm going to name it FAQ or frequently asked question. And I can actually even take the text, give it a background, maybe a blue background, like this, to kind of separate it from the bunch, right? And so I can go up. I have my frequently asked questions right now. I can take them. And I can just copy paste them. Copy, paste. And so now we have copied and pasted our Q&A. Now maybe we can do something here. We can take the Q and A and move them like so. You can even make the question bold if you'd like. So I'm going to show you how to do that. But first of all, let me just complete this operation. This one here and this one here. Now, for example, if you want to make the questions, all the questions bold, you can select them, make them bold. Select this one as well, make it bold. Select this one here as well, make it bold, and so on and so forth. I'm going to make them all bold. Make this one as well bold. And there you go. So I have a beautiful blog, except for it's not optimized for SEO at all. We still have some work to do here. So I'm going to click on Publish first. Publish. And let me show you now and show you how you can use rank math to optimize this post for SEO. Now, let's just wait for it to publish first. Now over here we have published the post. So I'm going to click. I want you to click here on rank math. And right here is where you can see the elements. Now here we have the focus keyword. We still haven't chosen a focus keyword for this, right? So we still didn't really choose a focus keyword. So the focus keyword that we're going to be using here is Sphinx, right? I'm going to copy it. And when I paste it here, just notice, we have the score right now is an 8 on 100. If I paste the focus keyword, well, not uncovering, we actually only want the Sphinx, so I'm going to write it. I have no issue. I'm just going to write it. And so right now you can see that the score went from 8 to 64. Reason this is the case is because Sphinx is used inside of the article so many times. So for example, here you can see that we have Sphinx. For example, if we go somewhere else, right? So let's just see where Sphinx is also used. So generally, the general idea is that Sphinx is integrated inside the text. That's why when we added it as a focus keyword, you can see that it changed everything. So I'm going to scroll down here, and let's see some optimizations that we can do here. They're showing us there's one error. Focus keyword not found in your SEO meta description. Okay, so I'm going to click on Edit Snippet. Now here, let's add a meta description for this post. So I'm going to go back to ChatGPT, and I'm going to say, hi, I want you to write a meta description for this post. This is what ChatGPT has written, except for this is a pretty long description here. It's not going to be 160 characters, that's for certain. So what I'm going to say is, I want you to shorten it and make it no more than 160 characters. Right, so let's wait for it. It's doing the shortening right now. And so let me take this description. Hopefully it's 160 characters. Now, sometimes ChatGPT doesn't really do exactly as you tell it. So here it's 188. Okay, so I'm just going to go back to ChatGPT and say shorten it more. The most important thing is that the Sphinx keyword should appear, right? You can see here Sphinx appears. and here as well. So that's the most important thing because we need the focus keyword in the meta description. Paste. There you go. Now over here on the permalink, you can see that this is a pretty long permalink. Let's see, the Sphinx keyword exists there, but our permalink exceeds the limit size here, which is 75 characters. So I'm going to remove the rest. Right, uncovering the mysteries of a Roman era shrine instead of Dendera. Mysteries of a Roman era instead of shrine. Let me just make it Sphinx. And this way, this is 70 on a scale of 75, which is good. So I can uncheck right now, and you can see that my score went to 70. All right, so now let's scroll down and see what some other optimizations are. Here they're telling us the content is 1,069 words, which is good. So sometimes if the content is not as long as it should be, they're going to tell you here that the content is not long and that you should make it long. So over here, we should add an image with the focus keyword as an alt text. Okay, we can do that. But first off, I'm going to have to go out of this. Go and click this mode. Go to post view, scroll down. And here, featured image. And let's go and try to find a featured image. Well, in other words, I'm thinking of just taking an image of this. So I can take a print screen or copy this very same image, copy it, and I can go back here to Canva. I already have this window opened. I can paste my image there. And I can set this as a background image. Just kind of depict the person and the mummy. Maybe add a little bit of contrast to the image. Like this. And there you go. I have my image. So I'm going to download it. And while downloading it, I'm going to come back here, click on Set Featured Image, and let's set this image as a featured image for this blog post. So it's very easy, actually. You can see how easy stuff is. No complicated stuff, but all methods and just following the tactics. So here, the image is here. Let me just click. This is the design, paste. And there you go. So here is where I should add my keyword. I'm going to say Egyptian. Or first of all, let me just wait for the image to be added. Then I can modify this stuff. But since the image is not completely added, I can't edit this. Okay. Now I can do. Okay. So here I'm going to click Egyptian, like Sphinx found in Italy. And I'm going to set as featured image, and there you go. So right now we have a featured image. Still, this didn't really improve the SEO, but what we can do is we can do something here. We can add another image, something that has to do with mummies inside of the text. So let me go to here and search for mummy. Let me remove this image. And let me, for instance, take this one, set it up as background, and let me use this one inside of our text. Let's go back right now, and let me click over here and add a block. Click, add the image block. I already have it here, so I'm just going to click it, and I can upload an image from either from Media Library or insert from URL, or I can just upload it from my computer, which is the best option. And that's it. This is the image. So now we have added the image, but I need to add the alt text to this image. Okay. So how do I do that? Well, let me just wait for this image to be processed first. And then I'm pretty sure we can edit the image. Let's just wait. Now the image here is actually pretty big. We can make it smaller by resizing it like this. And you can see that it was kind of resized. They're still working on it. So right now it appears. I can click on the image, and over here we have this section, alt text. So I can add Egyptian Sphinx. I'm just adding the focus keyword there. If I click on update, right now this should improve our SEO score naturally. If it doesn't, it should be an issue, right? Let me just see how Sphinx is written, because, right, so we've written the Sphinx exactly as it should. So click here, alt text, Egyptian Sphinx. Let me just add a capital letter there and see if that will change anything, maybe. Update. Still, nothing really. All right, but no problem. Okay, so I think 73 for now is good. I can still improve this. So I'm going to click on the SEO score. Let me scroll down, click on additional. Here, link out to external resources. Okay, no problem. We're going to take this and we're going to go and search for archaeologists on Google. Archaeologists. Not archaeologists. And let me go and search for archaeologists. Maybe let's take this Wikipedia link, for instance, and let me copy it. Let's come back and let's paste this link over here. So right now we have added an external link, and you could see that our score is going to jump from 76 to 79. Now here we can find any internal links. Okay, so there is no internal links, so I should go and try to find some post. Now the thing here with internal links is that you should only link blog posts to blog posts that are relevant to the topic. So if this is about mummies and sphinxes and stuff, then you should go and link it to something relevant to that topic. If I go, for example, and link it to something that has something to do with news, which is absolutely irrelevant to what the topic of the blog post is about, that's not going to be a very relevant link. Hence, it's going to improve your SEO score according to rank math, but it's not a good SEO practice to do. But in this case, because I'm just demonstrating to you, I'm just going to take any link. For instance, you can see already that our post is here, so it's already there. So I'm just going to click any one of those links. And let me just take the link and paste it right here, just so I can improve the post SEO score. But like I said, this is an absolutely not encouraged thing to do. So I'm going to take the link, come back. And now if I take, for instance, the keyword Sphinx, let me just go and search for the keyword Sphinx, 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 Sphinx. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? All right, so here, let me take this, paste, apply. And so right now, just look, the SEO score has jumped to 84. Now here they're telling you to use Content AI to optimize the post. I don't recommend you to do that. And here, let's scroll down. Your title doesn't contain a positive or negative sentiment. Your title doesn't contain a power word. Your SEO title doesn't contain a number. All right, so we can contain maybe 2023. You can see now we jumped to 50 or 58, which is 85, which is already good. I think this score is pretty good. Now, if you make this as a pillar post, this is the post that's going to show by default every time people visit your website. This is the post that's going to show by default. So when you add new posts, this post is still going to be the one that shows up in here at the first position, or in here as well on the site feed. Let me just wait for this page to refresh. It's taking quite the time to refresh, but let's just wait. And boom, there you go. Right now I can click on my post, I can go inside, I can read it. Right? We can read this post, which is very, very interesting. And let me just go and guide you through some other interesting stuff about Gutenberg, especially when used in conjunction with Jnews theme, because we still haven't finished all of the features. Now we're going to wrap up with the features of this Gutenberg editor when you're using the Jnews theme. So stay tuned for that. But first off, let me go back over here. This is my post. You can see it's pretty good. FAQ. Now we can add more stuff, and let me show you how. Okie dokie. So let's go ahead. Let me take you here and scroll down. So here, if I scroll down, we have the Facebook social meta and the Twitter social meta. Now this stuff here is the description of the post if it was shared or if somebody shares it on Facebook. So for example, if you want to give a different Facebook title and a Facebook description for Facebook only, you can do that. You can also give a different image other than the one that we have used here on the featured image. If you choose, for example, to display a different image on Facebook when someone shares this post, you can come in here and choose a file from your computer. Maybe, for example, let's say you want to choose this mummy. Let me choose it because action is better than just words. So if I choose this, right now when people share this on Facebook, this is the image that's going to be displayed on Facebook. The description and the title is going to stay the same as the one that we have here, but if I add anything here, it will override whatever description is or whatever the original description of the post is. Now here you can do the same thing for Twitter. It's just duplicating the same for Facebook. Apply it for Twitter as well. If I scroll down over here, you can see that we can add reviews. So for example, let's say that you're creating a blog post around hosting. Now here you can click enable a review. Now when you enable a review, what happens here is that first of all, you need to add the review product name. Let's say, for example, Bluehost hosting review. And you can come in here and give a review summary. But in this case, I'd like to go and try the point review. All right, let's just keep it at percentage. Now here you can give a review summary, brand name, SKU. Well, no reason for that. So I added the title of the review. That's enough. And I can go to review pros and cons. And in this case, I can add a pro. For example, I can say fast and reliable. And I can scroll down here to bad, or the bad things about this product. And I can say something like expensive. And I can add more. I can add, for example, something else here on the good side. I can say great hosting. And I can scroll down here and I can say something like low SSD storage. I can come in here and add something like one limited SSL. And I can scroll down here and add a bad. Now this actually one is the bad, so I'm just going to copy that. And here I can say something good like security, secure hosting. And right now if I update and if I go back to my post, let me first of all wait for it to be updated. If I go back to my post and click here on refresh, I should see that a review section is going to be added at the bottom of the post. So let me refresh this page. Let me just scroll down for a second here. So I'm just going to refresh and scroll down. Okie dokie. So if I scroll down at the bottom, you can see now there is a review, Bluehost hosting review. Now, this is a mummy post, right? So you're wondering, well, how come you're adding a Bluehost hosting review? Well, the thing here is, it's great. It's great that you thought of this or that you may think of that. If you want to add a Bluehost review post, or if you want to create a Bluehost review, just go to ChatGPT, open up a new chat, scroll to the top, click here on human written 100% unique optimized article or something, or any one of those. Maybe you can choose outright article, fully SEO optimized article, whatever you want. And here, Bluehost hosting review will be my keyword. And so right now what it's going to do, it's going to go ahead and write the Bluehost hosting review for me without having to do anything. So it's actually writing the post from top to bottom. And you can take that and add it, and similarly, you can optimize it for SEO using rank math. You can add an FAQ section to it. You can add images inside the post, outside the post. You can link in and out of the post. Now, you can add ads inside of the post. I've already shown you how to add ads inside the post, and that's how you can make money from affiliate commissions. But let's go back over here to this. Let's finish with this. Review rating. Now here, you can add a review score. Now, for instance here, you can add a rating text and say, for example, speed. You can give it a 10. You can come here. You can add maybe reliability. And you can give it a score of 9, for example. And if I update and go back here, let me just wait for a second before I refresh. So if I update, look at what's going to happen here. If I scroll down, you can see that this will be added. A review rating. You can see review breakdown, 100% speed, 90% reliability. And right at the top here, you can see a score. Now this is based on this. 100% plus 90 divided by 2 gives 95%. That's why they're showing here 95% as a score. But you can see that there are a lot of features in here that you can do, right? Now product price. Let's suppose that you want to add the product price. Here, where to buy, you can add Bluehost. And here you can add the link, www.bluehost.com. Preferably here, you should add your own affiliate link. So if you're an affiliate with Bluehost or any affiliate program that you're promoting, you should go and get the affiliate link and paste it here. You should also here, if you have the icon, you can paste it here. And the price. So the price here, let's say it's 120 bucks. And here for the logo icon, let me go and try to find an icon or a logo for Bluehost. Let me go over here, Bluehost logo. Let's download a logo, and we're going to use that. We're going to use that very same logo. Let's just try to find one with a transparent background. So I click this one here. Yeah, this one is good. Let me just download image as. It says SVG here, but let's see if it's a PNG. Well, yeah, it's a PNG actually. This is the logo. Let me go back, and I can actually click choose file and just upload my logo from the media library. I can upload, click on upload again. And there you go. So I have the 1280 pixels Bluehost logo uploaded, and I can just paste it here, select image. Right now I have the logo. So if I update this, if I go back, let's just wait for a second until everything is updated. If I go back over here and refresh, normally I should see down below a call to action with the Bluehost logo, with the price as well, with a link, of course, that points out to Bluehost. Now let me just scroll down over here. For some reason, I can't see it there. Let me scroll up. Let me refresh again. All right, so after refreshing once more, there it is. You can see a link. So people can come in here. Once they click, they will be taken to the Bluehost website. Okay. And you can see that this is perfectly good looking. And this is a great way that you can use to promote a product or something. Okay. And you can make money from affiliate commissions that way. Right. And the beauty about these images is that you can add them even inside of the post. You can add images even inside the post. You can add links inside the post. So it's not like you have to go down to add this. But I'm just showing you what you got by getting this theme. Now here, override view counter settings. I'm not gonna do any of this stuff. I'm not gonna touch any of this stuff. But if you want to do that, you can actually click here, and you can override the total number of views that this post was viewed. You can manipulate it from here instead of going to the customizer and manipulating it from there. So let's scroll down to the last part of this part of Gutenberg about the Jnews theme. Now here, Jnews single post setting. Now here, no need to touch this. Let's go to default template. Right, no need to touch this as well. Here, override image thumbnail, no need to touch this. Sponsored post, add option, right? So you can disable ads, enable ads. Let me scroll up. I think this is enough, right? So we've pretty much seen enough. Let me just see if there's something else I need to show you. But I don't think that there is anything, right? And so right now we can go and visualize our post. And this is the way it looks. Have a look at it. All right. So right now what I'm going to do, I'm going to go back to the home page from here. And I want to do one last thing, or check one last thing. Now you can see one great thing is that Rank Math actually shows the score at the top, which is pretty cool. It shows the SEO score of a page, of a post. That's really interesting that it shows it up here. But in this case, I'm going to click on customize. I'm just sorry. I'm going to go back. I'm going to click on edit page instead of customize. I'm going to click on edit page because I want to enable the loop. And what the loop does is it plays all of these blogs in a loop so that people can continue scrolling down and down and down in an infinite way. So let me just click edit post and wait for a second here. So let's add a page loop. Just make sure that you click edit page from the home page. Do not click edit with Elementor. Click edit page from the home page. All right. So even here, they're tempting you to click edit with Elementor, but don't click on it. So scroll down here and you can see that there's an option which is enable page loop. If you click on it, magic will happen. So I'm just going to click on update. And if I go back right now to the home page, we shall be able to see the changes in real time. So I'm going to click view pages. But first off, let me just wait until this page updates before I can do anything. All right. Let me just wait for a second here. Just wait a moment. Just wait a moment. I kind of remember a video that I watched of Kit Boga with a scammer, and he kept telling him, "Just wait a moment, just wait a moment." It almost seems like kind of what I'm doing right now, telling you guys and girls to just wait a moment. Now, it sounds like that, but it's very funny if you want to go and check that video. It's absolutely funny. So here, I'm going to click on Visit Website, and let me show you what a page loop looks like. And it just looks like whatever it looks like. It's a page loop. It just will take the page and it will create the same page over and over and over. As long as people keep scrolling, people will just be able to see more and more and more content. No stop, right? So you can see pretty much this is what a page loop is. Whereas if we didn't enable the page loop, this would have actually been much smaller. So right now, what I'm going to do, I'm gonna go and add a contact here, a Mailchimp contact form over here. But first of all, let me go back to the dashboard because we need to connect Mailchimp with our own website. So I think there is a plugin, there's a Mailchimp plugin that was already installed when we installed the Jnews theme. I'm just gonna go ahead and check if it is still there. I'm gonna go to the list of installed plugins. And I highly recommend you to do the same, by the way. And so I'm going to scroll down to where this plugin is. Right? Scroll down. Now here we need to update Elementor. If I scroll down over here, Mailchimp. All right, so this Mailchimp. Click on Settings. Now let's just wait because Elementor is still updating. I'm just going to wait for it to finish. That's pretty awesome. Now I'm going to scroll down over here, scroll down, Mailchimp, click on Settings, and we can't just create a form without connecting Mailchimp to our own account. We need to connect it first before creating a form. That's why I need to click on Settings. Over here, we need to paste a Mailchimp API key. Well, how do you do that? It's very simple, actually. Go to Google and log into your Mailchimp. So click Mailchimp. Log into your Mailchimp account. So click Mailchimp over here. If you don't have an account, please go ahead and create one because if you don't have it, you have to create one. All right, so I'm just going to log in here. Now they're going to ask me to build a security or something. I'm not going to do it. I'm just going to log in. All right, I'm just going to bypass this. I'll do it later. And here. Now this is interesting actually because if you want to protect your account, you can add your phone. That way they will send you a verification number that you can only access using your phone to limit access to your Mailchimp so that you can be sure that you're the only person who can log in and out. So here I want you to click on this down below, then click on Profile. Then over here on Profile, we're going to go to get the API key. So I'm going to click on Extras, API keys. I already have one API key, but I think I'm gonna revoke that and create one anew. Let me scroll down. So we have this, revoke. I need to type in revoke to revoke it. Now don't pay attention to this because this is just in my case. In your case, what you should do is you should just click add a new key or generate new key. So here, create new key. And here, just click on generate. We need the label. All right, so I'm just gonna give it API key. That's the label, generate. And there's a key. I'm gonna copy that key, come back over here, and paste it, save changes. Right now my Mailchimp is connected, all right? Mailchimp is connected right now, and it should show here in a green sign or a green color. All right, so now that it is connected, we can go ahead to widgets. So let me go back here to, but first of all, let's create a form. Let's create a form. Stay on the Mailchimp plugin, create a form by clicking here on forms. We're going to add a form and we're going to go and integrate that form on the widgets on the right sidebar. So here, enter the form title. I'm going to say subscribe. That's the way I choose to name it. You can name it whatever you want. But words do matter because sometimes you may forget what you named it. So name it after something you will remember. For instance, for me, subscribe is very easy to remember. So if I scroll down here, we can find the form. Unfortunately, you can't really see more than HTML text over here, but you can click on the appearance, and here you can modify this, but no need for that. Now, the most interesting thing here is the code. Now, another interesting thing is that you can ask ChatGPT to write code for you. If you don't like this code over here, you can take it If you want to add stuff to it, you can go to ChatGPT and ask it to add whatever you want to add. This is the form preview. This is how it's going to look like. Now the button is going to be crushed because it can't take all that size. On the sidebar, there's only a limited size. And if I scroll down over here, there's the shortcode. I can copy the shortcode. And let me go back to widgets. So I'm going to go to appearance, widgets. I want you to click on default sidebar. Now on there, we can see that we have an ad block. All right, so let me just click on it. We have a tab post widget. We have an ad block, and we have a Mailchimp sign up form. So I'm going to click here. I'm going to choose the title. Well, actually here, in other words, I'm just going to delete it. I'm going to delete it for once, and I'm going to go back and find it back and put it back. All right, so let me scroll down here. I should find it somewhere here. All right, so here, where is, all right, my Mailchimp sign up form. Let me just take it back and drag and drop it from the beginning. Put it here. And you can see right now that the form is already selected. So that's pretty good. So if I go and I visit the website right now, I should see my form right at the sidebar, the right sidebar at the bottom. So let me just go and load the page and scroll down. All right, so let me just scroll down here. Scroll down, scroll down, scroll down. All right, you can see that we have a newsletter sign up form. So this is how you add a newsletter sign up form to your website. If you're wondering, this is how you do it. So people now can read, and at the same time, they can see your newsletter sign up form at the right sidebar, and they can decide whether or not they want to give you their email address, which is pretty cool. The thing here is that the sidebar follows them even to blog posts. So even if they go to blog posts, it still follows them. It shadows them, in other words, and that's pretty good, pretty cool. A pretty cool way to get emails. Now you can use these emails later on to send people back to your website so that you can make more money, right? So now let's go ahead and let me show you how to back up your website using a backup plugin. We've already installed the plugin. If you're wondering what's the plugin, well, it's the Updraft Plus plugin. So I'm going to go back to plugins here, installed plugins. Down over here, let me take you to where the plugin is. Now, WP, all right, Updraft Plus. Let's click on settings and let me show you how you can take a backup of your website. Now, backups are pretty useful if you want to keep your website data safe, because if you keep the most recent version of your website in your computer, then you run into low risk of losing your website in the future. Because if anything happens with your website, you have a backup. You can go to your hosting provider, your Hpanel, and you can install that backup again and restore your website back to what it was. But if you don't have backups, or if you don't have the habit or develop the habit of making backups, then if something happens and you don't have a backup, your website is lost. So how do you do a backup? Well, it's very simple actually. Just install this plugin Updraft Plus and you go here to the settings and you can click Backup Now. So right now, once you click Backup Now, once you back it up, you can actually download that backup on your computer. And so right now you can see that it is in the process of creating the backup for you. So it is making all the necessary stuff, creating files, backup zip. All right, so it's working on it. You can see it's loading. And so over here, you can see that the backup was created. It's here. And anytime you want to restore your website to this particular version, you can come in here, click on restore, and you'll get it back, right? Now, if you want to download this backups file, what you can do is you can click download the most recently modified log file, and you can download the log file. And it's a text file, actually. It's a long one, but it's a text file, and it contains all of the data, right? You can open it up and read it, and you can use it. But the safest way is to come in here and to restore your website to the particular backup that you want to restore it to, or to the particular version of your website that you want to restore it back to. And here they have this backup date, which is very useful, and it makes the job extremely easier. So this is all about backing up a website. Next, I'll be showing you how to speed up your WordPress website and some best insights that you will certainly, if you do research, you'll find that most experts agree with me on what I'm about to teach you about speeding up a website. So stay tuned for that, because website speed is very interesting, especially for a news blog where people are reading The last thing they want is a website that loads slowly, because that really will just push them out. It will just drive them out of the website. They won't really stay there, because website speed is no longer a lux or luxury. Website speed is a necessity in 2023. It's not like you have a choice, or it's okay to have a slow site anymore. It's not okay, because people now have gotten really used to speed. TikTok is fast, YouTube is fast, everything is fast. And so they don't really want to go to a slow website and have to wait. In the past, when I was a kid, it was pretty normal to wait 5-6 seconds for a page to load. And actually, when I was waiting, that was the norm. To me, that was fast at the time. Right now, 6 seconds is almost like an hour. I can't wait 6 seconds for a website to load. And so people are the same way. So always picture yourself reading, and imagine yourself in the shoes of the people who are visiting your website. So let's go ahead right now, and without further ado, let me show you what you can do to optimize your website for speed. All right, so the first thing on the to-do list to optimize your website for speed is to install a speed optimization website. Now for this particular tutorial, we have installed WP Fastest Cache, which is one of the best plugins out there for speed optimization. And you can see it is already here. Now there are other plugins. So if you go, you might find Lightspeed Cache, you might find WP Optimize, Auto Optimize. All of these are caching plugins. Also, they optimize your website for speed. So if I search for the word cache, let me see what kind of options are going to display. Caching plugins are very, very useful. And you can see over here we have Lightspeed Cache, WP Total Cache, Fastest Cache, Super Cache, WP Optimize, and so on and so forth. But the ones that are really known are the ones that I talked about: Auto Optimized, WP Optimized, WP Super Cache, Lightspeed Cache, Total Cache, and Fastest Cache. Now I prefer Fastest Cache because in my opinion, it's just the best, I think. And it's just, in my experience, it makes the website really fast. It has a lot of good effects. And so from time to time, what you want to do when you install a caching plugin, you want to come in here and you want to clear cache. Don't delete cache and minified CSS. Just clear cache from time to time, because that tends to speed up your website a bit. Now, another thing about these plugins is that if I go, for example, to WP Fastest Cache, and if I click it, let me take you to the settings for a walkthrough. Now over here, you have a whole host of settings. Here, I can enable caching system. So right now, what's going to happen is I wouldn't need to clear cache from time to time myself. It will clear up automatically. So I can enable that. Now here you can preload, which means you can create the cache of all the site automatically. I don't want to do that. Now here, new post, clear caches files when a post or page is published. No need to do that. Now here, if you can decrease the size of CSS files, which also will speed up your website. But the problem with that is that it can break your website. It carries the risk of breaking your website to do that. That's why I don't really recommend you to do it. And here, reduce page load time for repeat visitors. Now this you can do, but I don't prefer to do that. If you click submit, in my opinion, just the cache system enabled is enough. Now here, you can go to image optimization. You can optimize images, but I have another way by which you can optimize images. And let me show you how to do that. There is this specific website called TinyPNG. You can come to this website, and what you can do is you can upload your image, which is what I'm going to do right now in a second. I'm going to upload an image, and what this website does is it reduces the size of that image. So for instance, if I take this particular image over here, I'll upload it. The size of this image right now is 1.3 megabytes. After optimization, it's 326 kilobytes, which is less than what it was. So I can download it now. It's going to look pretty similar, except for when I zoom in, it's not going to be the same quality when you zoom in. It's going to lose that pixelation effects. But the thing here is you can do this because people aren't really going to zoom in on a picture. As long as the picture looks great from afar, then it's okay. Because the reason why I showed you PNG, the TinyPNG website, is because you don't want to upload images before you optimize them. So make this a habit of optimizing images like I did here before uploading them as a featured image or as an image inside of your blog. That way you can make sure that you're cutting the size of the image by 70% or even more, and that way you're optimizing your website for speed. Now for this particular plugin, there is a premium version, but we prefer to use the free version here. Now here, they're telling you can connect it with a CDN. So a CDN, what a CDN will do is, let me explain this to you as fast as I can or as easy as possible. A CDN will actually take your website and create different versions of that website and store it in different servers around the world. So that if somebody is logging in the US, they will get your website's data or your website's view from the nearest server to the United States. That way you can stay sure, or you can rest assured that they're going to get the fastest response rate, right? So enabling a CDN is very easy actually, but you'll have to create a Cloudflare account, and you can go, and there are a lot of videos on YouTube that are going to show you how you can connect your caching plugin with a CDN. It's not an operation that takes a long time. It's going to take you 2 minutes. Now here I can go to my Cloudflare and get an API token, but I'll leave you that. This is an exercise for you, so go ahead and check that out. And trust me, it's not going to take you more than 2 minutes. But other optimization tricks is make sure that you're only using the theme or one theme. Now keep only the theme that you're using and delete all of the other themes that are not used at that time. So here in my case, I'm using Jnews, and over here I have OceanWP. So I'm just going to click and delete OceanWP and keep only one theme. This is also a good SEO or not SEO, but speed optimization tactic. And also, in other words, it's also an SEO optimization tactic, because when you speed up your website, generally that kind of impacts your SEO. A website that is fast is well optimized for SEO in the eyes of Google. And so another optimization tactic is to go to the list of plugins and make sure that you uninstall the plugins that you are not using. So in our case, I'm not using WP Bakery, so I can go and uninstall it. I'm not using Contact Form 7, so I can go and delete it, right? So there's a whole host of plugins I can delete that are just taking up space, and I can just delete them. For instance, essential add-ons for Elementor. I just showed you how to install it, but generally I don't really need it, right? The theme actually offers us everything we need. We don't really need essential Elementor add-ons. So I'm just going to go ahead and deactivate it and delete it. And by doing that, I'm optimizing my website for speed. So I'm going to go and see some of the other plugins that I'm not using. I'm going to delete them all. So let me see here. WP Bakery, let's deactivate it. Delete. So delete all the plugins that you're not using or that you don't want to use. Deactivate, delete. Okay. Delete. And one last thing I would like to tell you about speed optimization is when you put videos, do not put videos in the media library, which means do not import your videos. Most of the times, do not import them on the media library. Just use a link out to YouTube or Dailymotion or Vimeo, because when you link out to YouTube, the video is hosted on YouTube. It's not hosted on your website. So it's not taking up space. But if you come in here to the media library and add that video on your media library, then use it on your website, right then and there, you're using your website's space. And so you're impacting on your website speed. So it's a great tactic to host your videos elsewhere. Do not host them on the website. That's why you have some brands, and especially brands, for example, like Udemy, like Skillshare, like a lot of websites, they don't host their videos on their own website. They host them on Amazon S3 storage, right? They store them on the cloud. They don't store them on their own website, because that is a speed optimization tactic. Because if they were to store all that data in their own servers, that's going to impact their speed a lot, and it's going to impact on customer experience. So this will be all for optimizing speed for a particular website. And I thank you very much for following up until now. The blog looks stunning. Let me know in the comments section what kind of websites you want me to build next. And I feel like in this course, we have pretty much covered everything that you need to learn about creating a news blog using the Jnews theme. Now, next I'm thinking about creating a blog for food, a food blog. I'm interested in that. So maybe I'm going to create that in the future, but let me know in the comments section what you want, and I'll gladly answer. As a bonus part of this course, you can actually add a privacy policy, terms and condition, whatever you want. And you can have ChatGPT as the fuel for you to write the content for that. Just click on New Chat. And over here, I'm going to say, I have a news website and I want you to write content for the privacy policy page. Now it's going to go ahead and it's going to write the privacy policy, right? So here it's writing the privacy policy. And by the way, let me just show you what some other people are doing on the web. Let me go and search for privacy policy, just out of the blue. All right, let me just show you here what a lot of spammers are doing. Privacy policy generator. We have a lot of websites that are selling you privacy policies for dollars. Well, you have tools like ChatGPT that can do that for basically free. These websites are charging you money in exchange for helping you write a privacy policy. Now, you don't need that in today's world with ChatGPT. Just look at this. It has written the entire privacy policy. I can take it now, and I can go and create a new page, right? I can go to Elementor. Let me show you how to create a page and put your privacy policy in there. Let me go back here. This is the mummy. Let me go here to the dashboard, and we want to create a new page. I'm going to name that page privacy policy. Okay, so let me go ahead here to pages, add new, all right? And let's go to privacy policy, or to create the privacy policy page. So over here, we're gonna have to give our page a title. I'm gonna name it privacy policy. And I'm gonna scroll down here and just paste the content. And there you go. So we have created the content now. I'm just gonna have to remove this privacy policy title, remove that. And we have our privacy policy. Here, you can add your website name. And you just, maybe if you want, you can add some bold, italics and stuff to make it look better, right? And so this is how you create a privacy policy. Now, if I publish, this will be a page. I can publish, right? Publish again. And let me go back here to my website, because on the footer, we need to add the link to the privacy policy page. So I'm going to wait until this publishes, right? And I'm going to hit preview, right? So let's just wait for it to be published. There you go. Click on preview, preview in a new tab. And let me go and get the link of this. I want to take the link and simply I'm going to come in here, click on customize to go to the customizer. And let me show you why in a second. I'm going to take the link of the privacy policy, copy. Let's just make sure that I copied the right page. And I can come back over here on footer, editing the footer section. So here, footer option, footer, this is the layout. Now I'm just going to go out of the layout because the layout is not where we can add links. Let me go out, footer option. And so here we have a bunch of options. It's actually not here either. Let's go out. Let me scroll down to the bottom. I need to click, right, go out, go out. Now we need to link this particular page. Footer option, single post option. All right, let me go to menus, footer navigation, privacy policy. And instead of this, I'm going to link it to this page and publish. So right now, when people are going to click on the privacy policy page, or when they click on privacy policy, they will be taken to this particular page, which has our privacy policy. They can even share it on Facebook if they want. But you guess what I'm doing over here. This is how you add your legal pages. Now, if you want to add a terms and conditions page, you can go ahead and do it. Now here, if I click on Contact Us page, it's not going to take us to the Contact Us page because there is no Contact Us page on this website. So we need to go ahead and create one. So I'll show you how you can create a Contact Us page, and we'll wrap up with this course. Let me close these two. And over here, I'm going to go back to the dashboard. Why? So I'm going to click out. So this is the Contact Us page. We've created it. And now I'm going to go and click Edit with Elementor. And over here, we can click on this particular one, and we can import a ready design for a page. I'm going to click on Pages, and I want to go and fetch something that has to do with contact. So let's search for contact. We just want a very normal Contact Us page, nothing fancy. So because we have the free version of Elementor, we can't select anything that is pro. So we have to select the free ones. I have this one here. I think it's pretty good. And if I insert it right now, let's click apply. Right now, this page is going to be applied to my contact page. And boom, you'll have a ready to go Contact Us page without having to build it by yourself. And this page is where people can come and they can send you a message, they can send you questions, they can even, send you an email and you can put them on your email list later. But a Contact Us page has a lot of benefits. One of the other best benefits of the Contact Us page is that you can use it for business deals, right? So for business deals, people can come in here, they can see what your email address is, what your address is, what your phone number is, and they can decide to contact you there. So over here, if I click, there's an image. Well, I'm just going to remove it. And let me just scroll down over here. There's another image. Let me remove it. Now, you can add a contact form. I see that there is no contact form here, but you can add it if you want. Now, unfortunately, but not so much unfortunately, I have deleted the Contact Form 7 plugin. So here, if I go and search for form, I can insert a form, but I need to install the Contact Form 7 plugin. So let's just search for, first of all, for contact. If we don't find anything, I'm going to go, I'm going to click preview and let me go and install Contact Form 7 plugin. I know that I've deactivated and deleted it previously, but I'm just going to have to go ahead and install it back because we need it to add a contact form here. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to do it. I'm going to click on the preview here to open up a new tab. So I'm going to go back to the dashboard here. Let's install Contact Form 7. All right, so I'm going to scroll down, click here on plugins, click on add new. And right here, you can see that we have some data by rank math, which is because we linked our website to Google Analytics. So here, let's search for contact and let's see Contact Form 7. There are a lot of contact form plugins that exist, but I just would like to go with Contact Form 7 because I know it all too well. So I'm going to click install. You can see that it was installed 5 million times. There's also this other plugin known as WP Forms. You can also use that if you want. In my opinion, they're pretty similar. Click on activate. And that's it. So if I scroll down, there's the plugin. Let me go to it directly here. Contact Form 7, Contact Form 7. I'm going to click on settings. And there is a code, right? I can copy this code over here and I can just come in here and update. And I can use this very same code, but first of all, I have to find a way to place it. So I'm going to go to the top. I'm going to maybe add it here, right? So I'm going to go and let me just wait for a second here. Refresh this page. Come back and search for a contact form. So let me search for contact, or let me just search for form. That way I could find it. Form. Okay, well, if that doesn't work, code. Let's look for a code snippet. Shortcode. Let me take that shortcode, paste it here, and let me add the code to it. And so right now we will have a fully operational form in here. we copied the privacy policy link for some reason. Let me go back. Let me just go back here because I need to copy the link of the form. Now, I didn't copy the link of the form. I'm sorry. Just sorry for being clumsy. So I'm going to go back over here to the plugins. All right, plugins, installed plugins. Well, I think I can access it from here somewhere. So let me just search for it directly from here. If we don't find it, well, WP form or contact form 7. Well, let me just go to plugins here and go to installed plugins and copy the shortcode once more. I'm pretty sure I copied it first, but didn't really display. So let's click on settings here and let's go and get the plugins, the short form code. Copy. Right now, let's paste it and let's see. Right. Right, so you can see that we have a form now, and that's it. So people can come in here, and they can basically contact you. Now here, you can change your address. You can add hours, how much you're working. Are you working 24/7 or only from Monday to Friday? That's up to you. You can add your phone number. It's also up to you. You can add your email address. And over here, you can even add your own address. So you can click this element. This is a Google Maps, and you can paste your location in here, which is the location that you want people to visit you in. And you can add this little link over here that says visit us. And that's it. This is how you build a contact us page. It's very awesome, isn't it? So thank you very much for following up until now. I hope this tutorial was useful. And let me know in the comment section if it was. If it wasn't, please tell me what should I do to improve. Thank you very much.